Chapter 636. Pavilion 397. Apologies, these two rootless flowers will only be exchanged for the heaven heart herb. Wu Huan rejected one trade request after another. The heaven heart herb was a herb that could allow a martial artist to comprehend heaven and earth law in a short period of time. It was even rarer than the rootless flower. It was fortunate that he had two rootless flowers, and it should be enough to exchange for one heaven heart herb. I have the heaven heart herb. Li Fuchen walked over. Earlier on, he was still worried if Wang Yuan would arrive first and trade for the rootless flower. It seemed like he was worried for nothing. The other party had probably gone to trade for the 700-year-old rootless flower. You have the heaven heart herb. Wu Huan was pleasantly surprised. He, Wu Huan, wasn't an ordinary person. He had the strength of a low-class combat emperor and was given the title of Joyless Combat Emperor. He was rather famous. But he knew clearly that if he didn't have any fated encounters, his strength would only reach the level of a low-class combat emperor at the primary sea realm. It was basically impossible to reach the level of a mid-class combat emperor. After all, he wasn't a disciple of an emperor-class faction and was merely a disciple of a low-level emperor. As compared to an emperor-class faction, a lone law phase realm emperor was inferior in terms of martial Dao system and resources. Of course, with the guidance of a law phase realm emperor, he would be able to avoid a lot of detours. But 1 year ago, his master was killed by two law phase realm emperors. Right now, his only thought was to increase his strength and take revenge for his master one day. Of course. Li Fuchen took out the heaven heart herb. Alright, I will trade with you. Wu Huan nodded. It seems like you have turned a deaf ear to my words. You actually dare to stay in the Void Garden. A cold voice rang out. Who else could it be other than Wang Yuan? Li Fuchen frowned. Do you really think I am afraid of you? You are overestimating yourself. After being provoked again and again, Li Fuchen was a little annoyed. A murderous aura assaulted Li Fuchen's face as Wang Yuan spoke in a sinister tone. How dare you? I shall give you a chance to cut off one of your arms. Otherwise, this day next year will be your Memorial Day. The Void City didn't allow fighting, but it depended on who was the one doing it. His Wang clan was one of the 8 emperor-class clans of the Soul Sky Empire, and the clan head was also the Soul Emperor's follower. Are you still going to change? Wu Huan glanced at Wang Yuan and said to Li Fuchen. Of course. Li Fuchen was rather astonished as he thought that the deal had failed again. After all, he couldn't forcefully make a deal with Wu Huan. If Wu Huan was afraid of Wang Yuan, she would probably still make a deal with Wang Yuan. I want these two rootless flowers, name your price. Upon hearing that, Wang Yuan retracted his killing intent and looked at Wu Huan. Wu Huan shook her head. I've already made a deal with him. How can I go back on my word? Give me, Wang Yuan, some face. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. Wang Yuan squinted his eyes and said. Wu Huan couldn't be bothered with Wang Yuan and tossed 2 jade boxes to Li Fuchen. The instant Li Fuchen received the jade box, he tossed the jade box containing the heaven heart herb over. I've finally succeeded. Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief and felt much better. Wang Yuan's expression was extremely unsightly. His killing intent was like lava rolling in his body. Good, very good. Since that's the case, both of you can go to hell. With a sinister expression, Wang Yuan blasted a fist at Wu Huan and Li Fuchen. Bang! Wu Huan blocked Wang Yuan's attack. Your Excellency is too tyrannical. Wu Huan spoke in a deep voice. Low-class combat emperor. Interesting. Let's see how many punches you can block from me. Wang Yuan blasted punches after punches at Wu Huan. Similar to Wu Huan, Wang Yuan's strength was also a low-class combat emperor. However, he was confident that he could defeat Wu Huan within 20 moves and severely injure Wu Huan within 30 moves. Boom boom boom, chi forces were leaking everywhere. It was fortunate that the pavilion was engraved with restrictions and was indestructible. Otherwise, it would have already been destroyed. After 7 or 8 moves, the duo fought on an empty space outside the pavilion. Heaven fall and earth rend. Wang Yuan executed the Wang clan's absolute art. Eagle soar. Wu Huan used his palm as a saber and cleaved the fist force. Wang Yuan was shocked and felt that he had underestimated Wu Huan. Stop. The commotion had attracted plenty of people, including young Master Solitude subordinates. Wang Yuan and Wu Huan clashed forcefully and both retreated. Wang Yuan said to one of young Master Solitude's subordinates, "I am Wang clan's Wang Yuan. This person has offended me and must be killed. When Brother Mo is here, I will naturally apologize." While speaking, he clashed with Wu Huan again. In front of so many people, he had to personally kill Wu Huan, otherwise, he would lose all his face. Wang clan's Wang Yuan. Young Master Solitude subordinates looked at each other in dismay. The Wang clan and Mo clan were both part of the 8 Emperor-class clans of the Soul Sky Empire. They didn't have the guts to forcefully stop Wang Yuan. Furthermore, with their strength, they wouldn't be able to stop Wang Yuan either. "Hurry up and inform young master," the leader quickly said. The current situation could only be stopped by young Master Solitude personally. Young Master. Just as young Master Solitude's subordinate went to inform young Master Solitude, a sinister elder rushed over. "Wang Si, kill him for me," Wang Yuan said to the sinister elder. He and Wu Huan would need at least 100 moves to determine the victor. During this period of time, if Li Fuchen escaped, Wang Yuan wouldn't be able to do anything. It was fortunate that his old servant, Wang Si, had rushed over. Wang Si was the same as him and had the strength of a low-class combat emperor. It shouldn't be a problem for him to kill Li Fuchen. "Little bastard, prepare to die." Wang Si's eyes landed on Li Fuchen and revealed a sinister smile. With a flash, he clawed at Li Fuchen. Visible to the naked eye, there was a sinister sharp claw that appeared in the air. The sharp claw seemed to be able to tear the spatial zone and had an indescribable desolate and ferocious chi presence. Everyone shook their heads silently and felt as though they could see the scene of Li Fuchen's blood splattering everywhere. A low-class combat emperor wasn't someone that a regular person could deal with. In the entire Soul Sky Empire, once one's strength reached the combat emperor level, one would basically be invincible. After all, mid-class combat emperors, high-class combat emperors, and even peak-class combat emperors were too rare. The Soul Sky Empire was massive and it was very hard to encounter one. Those who kill will be killed. Li Fuchen's joint heaven sword was unsheathed and flashed before returning to the sheath. PFFFTSS. A head flew high into the sky. It was Wang Si's head, and until his death, he didn't dare to believe it. Hence, his eyes were wide open and he died with everlasting regret. What? Everyone was shocked. Killing Wang Si in a single sword. Could Li Fuchen be a mid-class combat emperor? No, even a mid-class combat emperor wouldn't be able to kill a low-class combat emperor in a single sword. I reckon that Wang Si was too careless. Even if Wang Si was careless, this person's strength is at least a mid-class combat emperor. Everyone was in a heated discussion. You dare to kill Wang Si? Wang Yuan was shocked and was immediately enraged. He admitted that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. But so what? Since Li Fuchen killed his Wang clansman, he had to pay with blood. There was no other way. So what if I killed him? Li Fuchen said indifferently. You are dead. Wang Yuan and Wu Huan distanced themselves from each other, and Wu Huan didn't chase either as he felt that things were getting out of hand. Chapter 637. Very quickly, young Master Wu Chou arrived at the scene. Mo Wuchou's appearance wasn't considered handsome, but his eyes carried an indescribable deterrence. Those with weaker willpower wouldn't even dare to look him in the eye. What happened? Mo Wucho asked. Wang Yuan cupped his fists towards Mo Wucho. Brother Mo, I'm Wang Yuan from the Wang family. These two people offended me and killed my old servant, Wang Si. I can't let this matter go no matter what. Please forgive me, Brother Mo. Hearing this, Mo Wucho frowned. If it was just a conflict, he could stop it. However, the other party had killed Wang Yuan's old servant. Things were not so simple. Forcefully stopping it would only offend Wang Yuan and the Wang clan. Of course, he didn't care much about the former, but he did care a little about the latter. After all, the status of the Wang clan's clan leader was slightly higher than that of the Mo clan's clan leader. How dare you? You actually dared to kill a member of our 8 emperor-class clans. Beside Mo Wucho was a black-faced, majestic young man. His chi presence was much stronger than Wang Yuan and he was obviously a mid-class combat emperor. Brother Long, you're here too. Wang Yuan was delighted to see the dark-faced and robust young man. The dark-faced, majestic youth was called Long Qingmu, and he was a disciple of one of the 8 great emperor clans, the Long clan. The Long clan and the Wang clan had always been on good terms, and there were many marriages between them. One of Wang Yuan's cousins had married into the Long clan. Brother Long, please help me. Wang Yuan couldn't get Mo Wucho to help, but Long Qingmu should be enough. One must know that the majority of the Long clan were body refinement martial artists and Long Qingmu was a body refinement monarch with the strength of a mid-level combat emperor. Kid, if you surrender now, you still have a chance. Long Qingmu took a step forward and enveloped Li Fuchen with a valiant chi spirit. Mo Wucho did not stop him. In reality, even if Long Qingmu didn't act, he would. He didn't care who was in the wrong first. Killing someone at his trade fair was equivalent to looking down on him. This was something he couldn't tolerate. You're not worthy. Li Fuchen sighed in his heart. He was already very low-key, but sometimes it was useless. Some people would always challenge your bottom line. He didn't want to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. In this world, apart from Law Phase realm emperors, there wasn't anything worthy for him to fear. Die. Long Qingmu didn't move as he punched out. Roar. A resounding dragon roar resounded. A multicolored dragon-shaped spirit rushed at Li Fuchen. In front of this dragon-shaped aura, the onlookers felt that it was hard to breathe, and they felt dizzy. Some even felt their hearts beating wildly, as if they were about to explode. What a terrifying law of strength. Everyone was shocked. There were hundreds and thousands of laws of strength. The laws of strength contained in Long Qingmu's punch could actually affect their lifeblood. They suspected that if they were to face this punch head-on, their hearts would explode and their lifeblood would collapse before the punch reached them. When facing Long Qingmu's tyrannical fist, Li Fuchen remained calm. If it was a few months ago, he naturally wouldn't be able to block this punch. After all, this was a punch from a mid-class combat emperor and it was a chi force attack. However, the current him could even fight against a high-class combat emperor, let alone a mid-class combat emperor. The joint heaven sword was unsheathed and flowing merciless edge was unleashed. Several scarlet sword threads crisscrossed and slashed across the outline of the dragon-shaped aura. Puff! The dragon-shaped aura was dismembered, and a few bloody sword wounds appeared on Long Qingmu's body. One sword, and Long Qingmu was defeated. Impossible. Long Qingmu stared at Li Fuchen and couldn't believe that he was defeated just like that. Even Long Qingmu isn't a match. The spectators took a deep cold breath. They weren't certain previously, but now, they were certain that Li Fuchen was definitely a high-class combat emperor and was on the same level as the 4 young masters. Such a person was already at the pinnacle of the primary sea realm. If there wasn't a law phase realm emperor, he would be invincible. Wang Yun had a rather unpleasant expression and his heart was surging with intense murderous intent. The stronger Li Fuchen was, the greater the threat and he had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Li Fuchen was allowed to continue growing, it wouldn't be a good thing. This brother, we better leave as soon as possible. Wu Huan transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen shook his head and said, "It is too late." A few breaths later, a group of primary Sea Realm monarchs appeared behind Wang Yuan. This group of monarchs were all members of the Wang clan. As one of the 8 great emperor-class clans of the Soul Sky Empire, the Wang clan had at least 800 primary Sea Realm monarchs. Normally, there would be a few dozen monarchs staying in the Void City. After all, the Void City was close to the Void Grand Canyon and had a special geographical location. They are really fast. Wu Huan had a grave expression. In normal situations, he wouldn't even bother about a group of regular primary Sea Realm monarchs. But a group of monarchs that were proficient in battle formations wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. A battle formation was able to gather everyone's strength and burst out with 10 times or dozens of times more lethal power. Unlike Battle Spirit Realm Masters, primary Sea Realm monarchs had completely comprehended the quintessence of the battle formation and were able to utilize the battle formation's power to the limits. Form the Wang Halberd battle formation. Wang Yuan burst out with a yell. Behind Wang Yuan, 31 individuals soared into the sky and formed into a halberd-shaped battle formation. Once the battle formation was formed, a baleful chi spread out and everyone couldn't help but shiver. Swish! It wasn't over yet. Wang Yuan also soared into the sky and appeared in front of the halberd battle formation. He became the tip of the halberd and at the same moment, the halberd battle formation emitted a baleful chi that was more than 10 times stronger. The dense baleful chi had materialized and was like layers of black chi waves that swept in all directions. This is the Wang clan's Wang Halberd battle formation. This person is dead for sure. One of the individuals shook his head. The Wang clan's Wang Halberd battle formation was extremely tyrannical. It was formed by 32 mid-level monarchs and was enough to contest with half-emperors. When formed by 32 high-level monarchs, it was enough to contest with combat emperors. Apart from Wang Yuan, the rest of the 31 individuals had different cultivation levels. There were low-level primary Sea Realm, mid-level primary Sea Realm, and only 2 high-level primary Sea Realm experts. Without Wang Yuan, this Wang Halberd battle formation would only be able to contest with half-emperors and wouldn't be able to contest with combat emperors. But one mustn't forget that Wang Yuan was also a low-class combat emperor. With the amplification of the battle formation, his strength would at least be doubled. Kneel down and surrender now and I will leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, I will make sure you die without a burial site. A large halberd appeared in Wang Yuan's hand. The large halberd was surging with baleful chi as though it had spirituality. Bring it on. Li Fuchen wasn't fearful at all. Back at the Red Copper Continent, he was able to contest with a 100-men battle formation when he was at the Battle Spirit Realm. Now that he was at the Primary Sea Realm, he didn't have to fear a 32-men battle formation. Li Fuchen knew that those individuals didn't fully comprehend the battle formation back then and weren't able to utilize the true power of the battle formation. Die! Wang Yuan's eyes burst with murderous intent as he blasted the halberd at Li Fuchen. This halberd was like a heavenly god's halberd and it contained the terrifying battle formation power and Wang Yuan's own law comprehension. When the halberd was brandished, the spatial zone of the Void Garden felt as though it was going to be ripped apart. The sharp chi flow gathered into a tornado and sealed off all of Li Fuchen's escape routes. Under the influence of the chi flow, no matter how Li Fuchen dodged, he wouldn't be able to escape from this halberd. But did Li Fuchen need to escape? Of course not. Lifting his head, Li Fuchen brandished his sword brazenly. The blazing sword stream instantly turned a large area in front of him into a blazing hell. Chapter 638. Rumble. There was a horrific chi flow that burst out from the ground. Everyone felt as though they were in a blazing hell. From the inside out, there was an extreme heat sensation. Those with weaker cultivation could even feel their vitality in water vaporizing, giving them a shock. Everyone was in such a state, especially Wang Yuan and the others who were enveloped by the incineration sword field. Under the horrific sword field, apart from Wang Yuan, the others had half their vitality in water vaporized and were instantly severely injured. The defense of the battle formation was useless and couldn't stop Li Fuchen's sword intent from invading. Li Fuchen was still holding back, otherwise, apart from Wang Yuan, everyone else would have perished. A heaven-class mid-tier sword move was much stronger than Li Fuchen imagined. This strength wasn't in terms of power, it was in terms of level and law comprehension. During the early stages of the martial Tao, everyone's law comprehension wasn't high. Apart from increasing strength, the law intents didn't have any other use. But at the later stages of the martial Tao, the law comprehension would determine a person's level. If Li Fuchen's strength didn't change, but his cultivation level was slightly higher and his sword move's level was slightly lower, then this sword move would only be on par with the Wang halberd battle formation and wouldn't be much stronger. But Li Fuchen's law comprehension was too high and the opponent's battle formation wasn't able to defend against it. It was immediately penetrated. Heaven-class mid-tier sword art. Mo Wuchou frowned. When Law Phase Realm Emperors had similar cultivation levels, those that grasped heaven-class low-tier cultivation techniques and martial arts were the weakest existences. Those that grasped heaven-class low-tier cultivation techniques and heaven-class mid-tier martial arts were the stronger existences. Those that grasped heaven-class mid-tier cultivation techniques and heaven-class mid-tier martial arts were the peak-class emperors. As for great emperors, they basically grasped heaven-class high-tier martial arts and were so powerful that there was no reason to doubt them. In terms of martial art proficiency, Li Fuchen wasn't inferior to the stronger Law Phase Realm Emperors. Mo Wuchou couldn't imagine how Li Fuchen cultivated. With a primary Sea Realm Monarch's perception, even if a heaven-class mid-tier martial art was placed in front of him, it would be hard for him to comprehend it to a profound level. It was the same for 8-star bone frames. Could Li Fuchen be a 9-star bone frame? Impossible. Mo Wuchou immediately denied it. It was impossible for a 9-star bone frame to appear in the Emperor Sky continent. Only high-class continents could produce 9-star bone frames. This was a common understanding. Wang Yuan's face was withered, and there was a trace of fear in his expression. Just now, he felt the danger of death. Half of his life force and the water in his body evaporated in an instant. Wang Yuan pointed at Li Fuchen while his body was trembling. He couldn't even utter any harsh words. Li Fuchen said, "In my eyes, you are just a weakling. If I want to kill you, I only need a single blade." Everyone looked at Mo Wuchou. They wanted to see how Mo Wuchou would resolve this matter. Mo Wuchou cleared his throat and said, "Please settle your grudges outside the Void Garden." With that, Mo Wuchou's right hand moved. Seeing this, everyone understood. Mo Wuchou didn't want to bother about this matter anymore. Li Fuchen's display of strength was definitely at the level of a high-class combat emperor. Even if Mo Wuchou wanted to interfere, he wouldn't be able to. If he was careless and lost to Li Fuchen, he would lose his reputation as one of the 4 young masters. Furthermore, if they were in Mo Wuchou's shoes, they wouldn't bother either. After all, this was Wang Yuan's matter and there was no need to stand up for Wang Yuan. Li Fuchen still had to give face to Mo Wuchou. He had already offended Wang Yuan and there was no need to offend Mo Wuchou. Therefore, Li Fuchen simply left the Void Garden. Wu Huan followed closely behind. On the street outside the Void Garden, Wu Huan said, "My master was actually killed by the Wang clan and the Long clan's clan heads. That's why I wasn't willing to make a deal with Wang Yuan." Li Fuchen said, "You have to be careful. Wang Yuan is a vengeful person and will definitely take revenge on you. Wu Huan said, same for you. Apart from the Wang halberd battle formation, the Wang clan still has the Great King halberd battle formation and even more incredible battle formations. Once you are surrounded, you will definitely perish unless you are a Law Phase Realm Emperor. A battle formation was a faction's foundation. In the face of a battle formation, even elite prodigies wouldn't be able to contest. Li Fuchen nodded, I know. With the experience in the Red Copper Continent, Li Fuchen knew clearly that a 32-men battle formation shouldn't be considered much in the Wang clan. An Emperor-class faction like this would definitely have a battle formation of at least 100 men. The duo chatted for a moment before going their separate ways. After thinking for a moment, Li Fuchen took out the communication token and sent a message to Shangguanyu. He felt that it was time to split up. Not wanting to implicate Shangguanyu was just secondary. Wanting to travel alone was more important. All this while, Li Fuchen was used to roaming the world alone. Furthermore, he was planning to rescue Yuan Long. Eastern Guest Town was a famous major town in the Void City. Inside the town, East Arrival Inn. 2 stalks of 400-year-old rootless flowers will at least allow my Dantian limit to reach the 7th level of Primary Sea Realm. If I am going to rescue Senior Yuan, my cultivation level must not be too low. But before that, I have to remove the Skull Blood Curse first. It was too dangerous to rescue someone in the Blood Emperor's territory. Leaving the Skull Blood Curse on the body was the same as courting death. Inside the guest room, Li Fuchen took a deep breath and activated his sword intent to sweep across his body. Every person's sword intent was unique, because it carried an individual's imprint. Everything on Li Fuchen's body also had a personal mark, therefore, the sword intent wouldn't destroy Li Fuchen's body. It would only destroy things that didn't have Li Fuchen's mark. The Skull Blood Curse was definitely something that didn't have Li Fuchen's mark. Of course, as time passed, it was unknown. It was said that the most elite curses could even curse the target's bloodline. It didn't matter how many generations it was passed down, as long as the body had a trace of the same bloodline, it would be cursed. The sword intent was a kind of sword Dao law and it wasn't obstructed at all. It spread throughout Li Fuchen's body, even the deepest part of his body was filled with sword intent. The Skull Blood Curse, which was originally invisible and formless, slowly revealed itself. It was like a blood-colored skeleton that was enveloped by the sword intent and was constantly struggling. Extinguish. Li Fuchen circulated his sword intent frenziedly to slowly erase the Skull Blood Curse. The Skull Blood Curse wasn't willing to be extinguished and attempted to seep into the depths of Li Fuchen's spirit. It was a pity that it was looking in the wrong direction. Li Fuchen's powerful spirit soul allowed his spirit will to be exceptionally tough. The Skull Blood Curse felt as though it had crashed into a wall and was immediately bounced back. TSS 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 TSS, the Skull Blood Curse was getting smaller and fainter. The situation was developing in a favorable direction. Just as the Skull Blood Curse was left with the thickness of a strand of hair, Li Fuchen's chi blood instantly decreased by a large portion. At the same moment, the Skull Blood Curse flourished again. Aren't you afraid of bursting? Li Fuchen's expression didn't change as though he had already expected such a situation. Bang bang bang, the seemingly powerful Skull Blood Curse wasn't as hard to deal with as before when attacked by the sword intent. It started to be annihilated from the inside out. It turned out that Li Fuchen's chi blood contained Li Fuchen's personal mark. When the Skull Blood Curse absorbed the chi blood, it naturally absorbed Li Fuchen's personal mark too. The sword intent also contained Li Fuchen's personal mark. With the combination of the inside and the outside, it was impossible for the Skull Blood Curse to have an easy time. Of course, it was mainly because Li Fuchen's sword intent was too powerful and his incantation Dao was already at an extremely profound level, therefore, he was able to suppress the Skull Blood Curse. Otherwise, the Skull Blood Curse wouldn't even be able to reveal itself. PFFF. When the final trace of the Skull Blood Curse was annihilated, Li Fuchen's body felt light as though he had thrown off a layer of shackles. In the distant underground palace, the Blood Emperor opened his eyes. He actually removed the skull blood curse. The Blood Emperor had a gloomy expression. Previously, when the skull blood curse was suppressed, he didn't really care. After all, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to suppress it forever. Furthermore, as time elapsed, the skull blood curse would only get stronger. Consider yourself lucky. Chapter 639. After removing the skull blood curse, Li Fuchen's body refinement was finally released. Right now, he could simply wait for his chi blood to recover before consuming the Thunder Calamity Herb and absorbing the spirit chi from the peak-grade spirit stone to increase his body refinement to the sub-completion or completion level of primary Sea Realm. There's no need to rush. Let's improve our true chi cultivation first. In the past, when they were at the same cultivation realm, his body refinement strength was stronger than his true chi strength, but now it was undoubtedly the other way around. Moreover, he'd always relied on his true chi, so he naturally intended to improve his true chi cultivation first, and when his true chi cultivation reached its limit, he would improve his body refinement cultivation. After taking out the peak-grade spirit stone, Li Fuchen thought to himself, the peak-grade spirit stone might be precious, but it isn't necessary to keep it on me. I have to wait until the law phase realm to use it. Perhaps when I reach the law phase realm, I might obtain another peak-grade spirit stone or other fated encounters. Li Fuchen circulated the divine flame sword energy technique and started to absorb the spirit chi from the peak-grade spirit stone. Hua hua hua, like a rising tide, Li Fuchen's cultivation was climbing steadily. Intermediate 4th level primary Sea Realm, late 4th level primary Sea Realm, peak 4th level primary Sea Realm. 5th level primary Sea Realm. Peak of 5th level primary Sea Realm. 6th level primary Sea Realm. The spirit chi within the peak grade spirit stone was too pure and was even purer than Li Fuchen's sword energy. Li Fuchen just had to circulate the divine flame sword energy technique to convert the peak-grade spirit stone's spirit chi into sword energy. There was no need to purify it. But when his chi cultivation reached the peak level of the 6th level of primary Sea Realm, Li Fuchen was stuck again. It seems like I overestimated the usefulness of the rootless flower. Li Fuchen frowned. He originally thought that his Dantian limit was at least at the 7th level of primary Sea Realm, but he didn't expect it to be at the 6th level of primary Sea Realm. He reckoned that consuming the first stalk of rootless flower would yield the best results. The more he consumed, the worse the effects would be. Li Fuchen's cultivation might only be at the 6th level of primary Sea Realm, but his attack power was definitely at the level of a high-class combat emperor. Furthermore, he was probably at the pinnacle among the high-class combat emperors. In terms of overall strength, Li Fuchen felt that he was able to crush high-class combat emperors. As for whether he could contest with a peak-class combat emperor, he would have to fight to know. After all, peak-level combat emperors were at the law phase realm and were hard to fathom. Next, Li Fuchen started to increase his body refinement level. With the peak-grade spirit stone, Li Fuchen's chi blood that was devoured by the skull blood curse was quickly replenished. Crackle. After consuming the Thunder Calamity Herb, Li Fuchen's body was emitting thunder light with vitality. His chi blood source was rapidly strengthening. The limits of one's body were also the limits of one's chi and blood. To a certain extent, body refinement cultivation was closely related to one's vital energy and blood essence. The height of one's body refinement cultivation depended on the height of one's chi and blood source. Among all living beings, the demon's blood essence was undoubtedly the strongest. Therefore, even if the demons did not deliberately cultivate, their physical strength was still very terrifying. Humans, on the other hand, had the weakest blood essence among all living creatures. Therefore, they needed all kinds of resources to nourish their bodies, as well as body tempering techniques to transform their bodies. Only by combining the two could they surpass the demons. A single stalk of Thunder Calamity Herb was enough to double Li Fuchen's chi blood source. It might be because Li Fuchen's qi blood source was originally rather weak, therefore, the improvement was much greater. After consolidating his qi blood source, Li Fuchen circulated the Dragon Elephant Body Forging chapter and started to absorb the spirit qi from the peak-grade spirit stone. A trace of a wisp of spirit qi is transformed into the strength of dragon form, and Li Fuchen's body strength and body structure are constantly improved and optimized. Crackle. There was a faint cracking sound as Li Fuchen's body refinement cultivation had progressed to the sub-completion level of primary C realm. A valiant qi blood wave spread out. It was accompanied by an extremely terrifying vitality magnetic field. The human body was originally a small magnetic field. The more vigorous the qi blood, the stronger the magnetic field. It was said that after the body refinement cultivation reached the saint's realm, the vitality magnetic field would be able to contest with the world's magnetic field. By then, the body would be considered a small world. Li Fuchen stayed in the inn for 7 consecutive days. 7 days later, Li Fuchen's body refinement cultivation had finally reached the completion level of primary C realm. In terms of body refinement rank, he was already comparable with Shang Guanyu. Of course, Shang Guanyu cultivated an Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique, while he cultivated an Earth-class high-tier cultivation technique. Their body refinement strength was still very different. Apart from that, the completion level of primary C realm was the limit of the Dragon Elephant Body Forging chapter. In normal situations, Earth-class mid-tier body refinement techniques could allow a person to cultivate to the initial level of primary C realm. Earth-class high-tier body refinement techniques could allow a person to cultivate to the completion level of primary C realm. Earth-class peak-tier body refinement techniques could allow a person to cultivate to the initial level of law phase realm. Heaven-class low-tier body refinement techniques could allow a person to cultivate to the completion level of law phase realm. So on and so forth. If Li Fuchen wanted to continue to increase his body refinement cultivation, he had to find a body refinement technique of a higher grade, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to progress further. Back at the door of Mystic Martial Hidden Domain, I obtained the Dragon Elephant Body Forging chapter. In the door of heaven, I obtained an imprint of heaven. I wonder what kind of martial art this imprint of heaven is. Li Fuchen raised his left hand and tried hard to find traces. Perhaps because his body refinement had reached the completion level of primary C realm, Li Fuchen could sense a trace of horrific qi blood wave at the Laogong acupoint in the depths of his left hand. After pondering for a moment, Li Fuchen poured his qi blood and qi power into the Laogong acupoint in the depths of his left hand. Finally, Li Fuchen saw the interior of the Laogong acupoint. The interior of the Laogong acupoint was a blood-colored world, and in this blood-colored world, there was a floating golden palm. The golden palm's prowess was as unfathomable as the heaven Tao. Li Fuchen felt as though he could see the golden palm sinking the continent with a single palm and crushing the stars with a single grasp. It was no longer enough to describe the golden palm's prowess. It should be described as overturning the world, dimming the sun and moon, and reversing the heaven and earth. In the next moment, a stream of information surged into Li Fuchen's mind. The hand of God is what I rely on to dominate the universe. Countless saints have died to this hand, therefore, it is also known as the hand of devil. Be it the hand of God or the hand of devil, they are both means to reach a higher level. It is a pity that the heavens don't accept me. In the face of a great calamity, everything is empty and I am unable to turn the hand of God into the true hand of God. The true hand of God is able to control one's own fate and sever the river of fate. Fated person, fight to control your own fate. The voice echoed in Li Fuchen's mind. Li Fuchen reckoned that the owner of the voice should be the absolute saint that created the hand of God. But this absolute saint was already dead and only left behind the hand of God's inheritance. But what did the voice mean by a higher level? Could it be that there was a higher level above saints? Shaking his head, Li Fuchen's mind appeared with information regarding the hand of God's inheritance. Hand of God, Heaven Class Peak Tier Body Refinement Art. It is separated into a total of 7 ranks. The first rank is the Hand of Blood, the second rank is the Hand of Force, the third rank is the Hand of Star, the fourth rank is the Hand of Moon, the fifth rank is the Hand of Sun, the sixth rank is the Hand of Calamity, the seventh rank is the Hand of God. After reading through it, Li Fuchen couldn't help but take a deep breath. The Hand of God was much stronger than he imagined. The first rank Hand of Blood and the second rank Hand of Force were already comparable with Heaven Class Mid-Tier Body Refinement Arts. The third, fourth, and fifth ranks corresponded to Heaven Class High-Tier Body Refinement Arts. The sixth rank corresponded to Heaven Class Peak-Tier Body Refinement Arts. As for the seventh rank, it was just a concept. Once the seventh rank was cultivated, one would truly be able to overturn the clouds and rain with a single hand. Normally speaking, a mid-tier Heaven-tier body refinement art would be comparable to a high-tier Heaven-tier true Qi martial art. A high-tier Heaven-tier body refinement art would be comparable to a peak-tier Heaven-tier true Qi martial art. From this, one could very well imagine how powerful the god's hand was. I shall cultivate the first rank Hand of Blood first. Originally, without the Hand of God's inheritance, Li Fuchen was planning to create a Heaven-class low-tier body refinement art. He believed that with his perception, it wouldn't be too difficult. But now that he had the Hand of God's inheritance, he didn't need to create a body refinement art anymore. As time elapsed, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the eastern guest town. "Young master, I obtained information that he is staying at the East Arrival Inn." Beside Wang Yuan, one of the high-level monarchs spoke with respect. "Set up the formation and surround the East Arrival Inn." Wang Yuan had a sinister expression. Being humiliated by Li Fuchen in public was the greatest humiliation of his life. No matter what, he had to kill Li Fuchen, otherwise, he would have a psychological shadow for the rest of his life. Yes. 31 high-level monarchs soared into the sky and turned into a large halberd. The surging baleful qi had caused the entire eastern guest town to be in a state of panic. The East Arrival Inn's innkeeper, the staff, and the guests had all escaped from the inn. Wang Yuan didn't bother about them. The eastern guest town was a major town after all, and killing Li Fuchen was already against the rules. If they killed the innocent, it would definitely be used against them. In the center of the town, Mayor Song Pan and Deputy Mayor Li Bin were looking at the East Arrival Inn from afar. "Mayor, should we stop them? Let them fight outside the town." Li Bin hesitated. Song Pan glared at Li Bin and said, "You may wish to die, but I don't. This is a prodigy descendant of the Wang clan. If we offend him, our 9 clans will be eradicated." The Wang clan was one of the 8 great emperor-class clans, and the clan head was one of the sole emperor's followers. If they violated the rules in the eastern guest town, even if they violated the rules in the prefecture city, they would at most be punished and it wouldn't be a big deal. Wang Yuan shot out with lightning speed and merged into the Wang halberd battle formation. He yelled out, "Little bastard, come out and accept your death." When he arrived at the eastern guest town, he had already treated Li Fuchen as a dead man. The Wang halberd battle formation formed by 32 high-level monarchs was able to contest with combat emperors. Wang Yuan was a low-class combat emperor, and with the power of the battle formation, he would be a pinnacle existence even among the high-class combat emperors. He was confident he could defeat even the 4 young masters. "Do you wish to die so much?" A clear and cold voice echoed. "Kill." After making sure Li Fuchen was inside, Wang Yuan raised his halberd high and cleaved down forcefully. In a split moment, the entire place turned dark. The baleful qi was like a dark demon dragon that blasted at the East Arrival Inn along with the halberd shadow. If this halberd attack landed, it was enough to erase the East Arrival Inn from the world, including Li Fuchen inside. "You are the one who wishes to die, don't blame me." Rumble. Before the shadow of the great halberd could strike the East Arrival Inn, the inn suddenly shattered. Blood light burst out, and a huge blood-red hand that covered the sky soared into the sky. It grabbed the Wang halberd battle formation that Wang Yuan was in, as if it was grabbing a bird. With a pft, blood splattered. Chapter 640. What? Mayor Song Pan and Deputy Mayor Li Bin were flabbergasted. They knew clearly how powerful the Wang clan's Wang halberd battle formation was. It was formed by 32 high-level monarchs, and apart from P-class combat emperors, no one would be able to match it. But this scene had completely stunned them. What kind of strength was required to crush the Wang halberd battle formation with ease? Li Bin looked at Song Pan while Song Pan shook his head and said, "We can't afford to offend this person. After he leaves, we will report." What a joke! How could they afford to offend someone who could crush the Wang halberd battle formation? The martial artists in the vicinity of the East Arrival Inn were also shocked. They had never seen such a horrific scene. Those were 32 high-level monarchs, and each of them was an existence that they had to look up to. In the end, they were crushed into a blood mist. In the ruins, Li Fuchen placed his right hand behind his back and slowly withdrew his left hand. In just half a month, he had successfully cultivated the first rank of the Hand of God, the Hand of Blood. The Hand of Blood had power that was comparable with heaven-class mid-tier body refinement art. Its lethality was countless times stronger than Shangguan Yu's 5 forms Emperor Fist. Apart from that, Shangguan Yu had yet to cultivate the 5 forms Emperor Fist to the extremity, but Li Fuchen had already cultivated the Hand of Blood to the extremity, causing the difference between the two to be even greater. However, only Li Fuchen could cultivate the Hand of Blood to the extremity in such a short period of time. If it was anyone else, it would be difficult to cultivate a heaven-class low-tier body refinement art to the extremity. With the Hand of God, the Dragon Elephant Body Forging chapter is already useless. After letting out a turbid breath, Li Fuchen thought to himself. The Hand of God might be a body refinement art, but it was also a body refinement cultivation technique. To be more precise, the Hand of God wasn't divided into cultivation techniques and martial arts. It was more appropriate to describe it as a chi power technique. In just half a month, Li Fuchen's Dragon Elephant power had been converted into the Hand of Blood's chi power. It meant that he could cultivate the Hand of Blood's chi power to the perfection level of Primary Sea Realm, Law Phase Realm, or even the Saints level. However, with his current chi blood source, he was still unable to increase his body refinement to the perfection level of Primary Sea Realm. This was mainly because the Hand of Blood's vital energy was stronger and more tyrannical than the Dragon Elephant's energy. It was difficult for the body to bear more of the Hand of Blood's vital energy. It was fortunate that the Hand of Blood's chi power was far more effective in strengthening the chi blood source than the Dragon Elephant power. After all, the two were 3 levels apart. Li Fuchen reckoned that he would be able to progress to the perfection level of Primary Sea Realm in a short period of time. The world is unpredictable. I originally thought that my Jin Qi cultivation would always be ahead of my body refining cultivation, but now, my body refining cultivation has left me in the dust. The Hand of Blood was too valiant, so valiant that Li Fuchen could no longer estimate his own ability. He had only used 20 to 30% of his strength in that blood hand. After killing Wang Yuan and the 32 high-level monarchs, Li Fuchen didn't dare to stay any longer. He packed up and quickly left the eastern guest town. At the same time, Mayor Song Pan sent a message to the Wang clan. Wang family. My son. Wang Yuan's mother, Lu Yun, blacked out and wailed. Wang Yuan was her only son. His innate potential might not be top 3 in the Wang clan, but it was still possible for him to step into the Law Phase realm in 1 or 2 centuries. Most importantly, she and her husband were already high-level Primary Sea Realm cultivators. It was unknown when they could have another child. Now that Wang Yuan was dead, she felt that there was no more hope. You killed my son and severed my bloodline. I will not live under the same sky with you. Wang Yuan's father, Wang Ke's eyes were blood red as he gritted his teeth. We must not spare him. Husband, go ask the clan head to make a move. Lu Yun yelled out in a frenzy. Clan head? After hearing the term clan head, Wang Ku hesitated. The clan head was at the 5th level of Law Phase realm, and it was naturally easy for him to pursue a prodigy that wasn't even at the Law Phase realm. But the clan head had a myriad of affairs to attend to and had to cultivate. Why would he make a big fuss over Wang Yuan's death? Unless the number 1 prodigy of the Wang clan was dead. Lu Yun, we cannot ask the clan head for this matter, but we can ask the clan elders to make a move. The Wang clan had a total of 3 Law Phase realm emperors. One of them was the clan head, while the other 2 were the Wang clan elders. Of the 2 clan elders, the older one was over 1,500 years old, while the younger one was over 400 years old. Lu Yun was planning to ask the latter to make a move, and it just so happened that the latter had a rather close relationship with his lineage. There should be hope to ask the clan head. Wang clan's important place, Purple Sunset Inn. Clan elder, please uphold justice for my son. Wang Ku knelt outside the Purple Sunset Inn and spoke loudly. The Purple Sunset Inn might be a inn, but it was actually a manor. Outside the Purple Sunset Inn, there were 2 low-level primary Sea Realm guards standing guard. It is Wang Ku. I heard that his son, Wang Yuan, was killed. Who is so audacious to kill our Wang clan's clansman? I wonder if the clan elder will make a move. It has been many years since the clan elder made a move. As the guards were discussing, there was a voice that was filled with deterrence that echoed from inside the Purple Sunset Inn. Let him in. Wang Ku stood up and entered the Purple Sunset Inn. After arriving at the Grand Hall of the Purple Sunset Inn, Wang Ku saw one of the Wang clan's elders, the youngest Law Phase Realm Emperor, the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor. The Purple Sunset Martial Emperor looked to be over 30 years old and was obviously a youth. However, his eyes had a terrifying purple intent. Wang Ku took a glance and was shocked. He quickly lowered his head. What happened to Wang Yuan, that kid? The Purple Sunset Martial Emperor asked. Wang Ku said with grief, my son has been killed. He told the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor everything he knew. The Purple Sunset Martial Emperor stayed silent for a moment. Forget it, it has been a long time since I exercised. I have carried that kid, Wang Yuan, back then. I will capture the murderer and let you deal with him. Thank you, clan elder. Wang Ku was very excited. In the blink of an eye, 1 week had passed. Li Fuchen had already left the Void City's territory. I have already reached the extremity of the Hand of Blood. It is time to comprehend the second stage, the Hand of Force. The Hand of Force contains the purest force law. There might be thousands of force laws, but if you trace back to the source, all the force laws are essentially the same. The Hand of Force comprehends the purest force law. On a stretch of wilderness, Li Fuchen was hurrying along while thinking about it. There were thousands of force laws, and the Hand of God contained plenty of force laws. The first stage, the Hand of Blood, contained the Qi blood law. The Qi blood law could allow the same amount of Qi blood to burst out with more lethal power. The second stage, the Hand of Force, contained the purest force law. The third to fifth stage contained the even higher level of gravity law. As for the sixth stage, it contained the more profound law. This stage's law was called the collapse law. It could cause everything to collapse, even the void. It was unknown why, but Li Fuchen felt that the sixth stage was very similar to the mortal calamity. Perhaps the 9 calamity divine fist and the Hand of God were related. When he had the time, Li Fuchen was planning to compare the mortal calamity and the Hand of God. The most profound 7th stage was to return to the natural state and return to the second stage, the Hand of Force. It would push the Hand of Force to the same level as the Great Tao. When the force law reached the extremity, it was enough to affect everything. Because the world's operation required the force law to lead. Without force, the world wouldn't be able to operate. It could be said that the force law penetrated through everything. Almost every law had the shadow of the force law. Chapter 641. In the wilderness, Li Fuchen's speed wasn't fast and was around the same as regular primary Sea Realm monarchs. With such a moderate speed, even if Li Fuchen flew for 10 or 100 years, his qi wouldn't be depleted. When a martial artist reached the later stages of cultivation, even if they didn't circulate their cultivation technique, their qi would automatically circulate. When flying at a low speed, the consumption of qi and the replenishment of qi would be almost the same. In the depths of the wilderness, there was a dense fog. "Come out." Li Fuchen suddenly stopped and his eyes turned sharp. "No wonder you are an elite prodigy. I wonder if you are interested in joining our clan of darkness." In the dense fog, 7 blurry shadows appeared. The leader spoke with an ethereal voice. "Clan of Darkness, the #1 dark faction in the Emperor Sky Continent Huh?" Li Fuchen had heard of this faction. If the 7 major Emperor-class factions controlled the Emperor Sky Continent, then the Clan of Darkness controlled the dark side of the Emperor Sky Continent. In terms of strength, the Clan of Darkness wasn't inferior to any of the major Emperor-class factions. "That's right." The leader nodded and said, "If you are willing to join the Clan of Darkness, your future status will definitely be above mine." "What if I am not willing?" Li Fuchen asked in return. "Then it won't be easy. You have too many secrets and our Clan of Darkness is very interested." In the beginning, they were only entrusted by the county protector, Lin Tianyang, to capture Li Fuchen. But as they understood more about Li Fuchen, they were certain that Li Fuchen must have a great secret. One of the elders from the Clan of Darkness had already stated that Li Fuchen must be brought back to the Clan of Darkness. "Come then." Li Fuchen stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Form the formation." The leader didn't waste any time and waved his hand. 6 shadows soared into the sky and with a flash, the leader merged into the 6 shadows. Immediately after, a giant black scorpion appeared in Li Fuchen's vision. Battle formation. Scorpion of Darkness. The Scorpion of Darkness might only be a 7-man battle formation, but the power of the battle formation didn't just depend on the number of people, it also depended on the grade of the battle formation. A battle formation with more people would definitely have a higher grade. But a battle formation with fewer people might not have a lower grade. On the contrary, a battle formation with fewer people would have a higher requirement for the person who set up the battle formation as it was too profound. As for the less profound ones, they were usually called joint attack techniques. The Scorpion of Darkness was extremely fast. In a flash, it was already behind Li Fuchen. It was so fast as though it teleported. "Your strength should be at the level of a high-class combat emperor." Unfortunately, the Dark Scorpion battle formation that the 7 of us set up has the strength of a P-class combat emperor. The leader of the Black Shadows sounded confident. The 7 of them weren't regular high-level monarchs. Apart from him, the rest of them were high-class half-emperors or even P-class half-emperors. His strength was at the level of a mid-class combat emperor, and with the enhancement of the Scorpion of Darkness battle formation, his strength was extremely close to a P-class combat emperor. "It seems like you haven't heard about my recent situation," Li Fuchen said. If one understood his recent situation, they would know that he was able to eliminate Wang Yuan's 32 men in a single move. His strength wasn't at the level of a high-class combat emperor. "What?" The leader of the Black Shadows was puzzled. Soon enough, the doubts were cleared and the Scorpion of Darkness thrust its long tail at Li Fuchen. Even though this tail was illusory, it contained paralysis laws, and this was the Dark Scorpion's battle formation technique, Dark Night Thorn. Li Fuchen didn't dodge and didn't seem to be able to react. Clang! There was a burst of resplendent blood-colored sparks in the air. A visible layer of blood-colored chi power barrier had enveloped Li Fuchen. The Scorpion of Darkness Thorn of Darkness wasn't able to break through the chi power barrier. Impossible. Inside the Scorpion of Darkness, there were a few shocked voices. Too weak. Li Fuchen shook his head. The enemy's battle formation's attack power was indeed very powerful and probably wasn't inferior to his qi cultivation strength. But Li Fuchen's body refinement strength was stronger and he didn't even need to make a move. Just the Hand of Blood's qi power was enough to block the attack with ease. There is an error in the information. Retreat. The leader of the Black Shadows was very decisive and activated the battle formation's Dark Knight Divine Walk. The Scorpion of Darkness instantly teleported far away and was about to vanish. Since you are here, why are you leaving so quickly? From a distance, Li Fuchen reached out his left hand and clenched the air. Huff. A blood-colored hand caught up to the Scorpion of Darkness at an indescribable speed before it closed and clenched. PFFF. Blood burst out. After withdrawing his left hand, Li Fuchen suddenly felt something wasn't right. His body flashed and instantly vanished. Rumble. The ground burst open and the heaven and earth law was in a momentary chaos. Law Phase Realm Emperor. Not far away, Li Fuchen had a grave expression. Such fast speed. It seems like everyone has underestimated you. A stalwart figure had appeared in the sky out of nowhere. The Wang clan truly thinks highly of me. They actually sent a Law Phase Realm Emperor to pursue me. Li Fuchen didn't escape as he knew it was useless to escape. I am the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor, surrender yourself. I don't wish to waste time. The Purple Sunset Martial Emperor might have an indifferent expression, but he was actually extremely shocked. When did a primary Sea Realm monarch have such strength? In his opinion, Li Fuchen's combat strength was already at the level of a P-class combat emperor and was enough to contest with weaker Law Phase Realm emperors. Furthermore, Li Fuchen was a P-class combat emperor and was different from the other P-class combat emperors. The other P-class combat emperors relied on their divine abilities to reach this stage. Li Fuchen relied on his regular strength to reach the level of a P-class combat emperor. In other words, Li Fuchen's endurance and combat methods were much more formidable than the other P-class combat emperors. This child must have a great secret. The Purple Sunset Martial Emperor's eyes narrowed and were flickering with traces of blazing radiance. Do you think it is possible? Li Fuchen sized up the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor carefully. The Purple Sunset Martial Emperor's body was emitting a layer of faint purple intent, and this faint purple intent gave Li Fuchen an extremely dangerous feeling. Li Fuchen knew clearly that this purple intent was the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor's Emperor Qi. Monarch Qi had already fused technique intent and Qi to a certain level. Emperor Qi had fused technique intent and Qi to a higher degree, and in terms of quality, they were worlds apart. A wisp of Emperor Qi was enough to strangle a regular primary Sea Realm monarch's Qi. This wasn't an alarmist statement. The Purple Sunset Martial Emperor mocked, it seems like you don't understand Law Phase Realm Emperors well enough. A P-class combat emperor might be able to contest with weaker Law Phase Realm Emperors, but it is impossible to defeat them. They would only be able to contest a few moves at most. I am not that kind of emperor. While speaking, the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor's body burst out with pale purple qi and rushed at Li Fuchen. There were circles of ripples in the void. This was the phenomenon of heaven and earth laws being distorted. On the ground, the layers of the ground were rupturing like raging waves. The Purple Sunset Martial Emperor's qi burst out was enough to give people a misconception that it was the end of the world. Such power. Li Fuchen had a slight change in expression as he slammed his palm at the incoming qi. Rumble. The giant blood hand clashed with the pale purple qi and caused a world-shaking sound. It was as if a giant mountain had collided with the ocean. Ultimately, the giant blood hand and the pale purple qi had both crumbled. The Purple Sunset Martial Emperor was surprised. Interesting. It is actually able to block my qi. His qi contained the Purple Sunset technique intent and it was extremely tyrannical. There were many shadows of laws, and when his chi burst out, not even a P-class combat emperor would be a match. After all, he was at the second level of law phase realm. Since that is the case, receive my purple sunset divine palm. The purple sunset martial emperor executed a palm strike. Layers of purple sunset covered the sky and surged at Li Fuchen. Open. Li Fuchen pushed the hand of blood to the limits and used his palm as a saber to cleave at the purple sunset martial emperor. Bang boom. The purple sunset martial emperor's purple sunset palm force was much tougher than Li Fuchen imagined. His hand of blood felt as though it was a ball of cotton and couldn't withstand the force. Immediately after, boundless power surged over. Li Fuchen felt a sweetness in his throat as he was sent flying. Trying to escape. The purple sunset martial emperor's originally calm expression suddenly changed and was immediately enraged. In his vision, Li Fuchen who was sent flying had turned into a flash of flame and vanished. When he reappeared, he was already at the horizon. It was obviously a fire-shifting technique. Even the purple sunset martial emperor didn't possess any shifting technique. The purple sunset martial emperor pushed his chi to the limits and scattered the purple sunset. The purple sunset martial emperor turned into a purple light and chased after Li Fuchen in a frenzy. The purple sunset martial emperor was a second-level emperor after all, and his speed was unimaginably fast. In the eyes of a regular person, the purple sunset martial emperor's movement speed was no different from instant shift. Of course, only the purple sunset martial emperor knew that he was purely fast. Li Fuchen's speed was similar to instant shift. After slowly approaching Li Fuchen, the purple sunset martial emperor decided that after capturing Li Fuchen, he would interrogate Li Fuchen and dig out Li Fuchen's secrets before handing them over to Wang Ke. At the thought of this, the purple sunset martial emperor circulated his chi and activated his emperor willpower. He made the chi in heaven and earth give way to him and assist him. In a state that was close to instant shift, Li Fuchen felt the entire world turning blurry. Everything had turned into a scale and a coordinate. Behind him, a bundle of purple light was rapidly approaching. Li Fuchen knew clearly that it was the purple sunset martial emperor. The purple sunset martial emperor was a law phase realm emperor after all. How could his speed be slower than Li Fuchen? Seeing that the purple sunset martial emperor was about to catch up, Li Fuchen took a deep breath and forced himself to enter the ethereal state. In the face of extreme danger, Li Fuchen hoped that his flash fire divine technique could break through. Otherwise, what awaited him was death. Li Fuchen didn't know that his spirit soul was currently emitting resplendent purple radiance. Countless light spots were being born and extinguished in his mind. Countless purple electric currents were scurrying in his mind. This was a phenomenon that would only occur when one's thoughts were circulating to the limits. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen felt the world becoming clearer. This clarity wasn't clarity in all aspects, it was clarity in a certain aspect. At this moment, Li Fuchen arrived at the world of flames. In the world, it was filled with fire Dao Qi. Little fellow, I have caught up to you. Behind him, the purple sunset martial emperor was only a few dozen miles away from Li Fuchen. This distance wasn't even considered a distance for a law phase realm emperor and was just a single step away. Blaze. Chapter 642. As long as there was fire Dao energy and the flash fire divine walk intent, Li Fuchen would be able to reach there in an instant. Every time Li Fuchen moved, he would be able to travel over 100 miles. There might be a slight gap in between, but it was 10 times better than traveling painstakingly. Instant shift. The purple sunset martial emperor had an unpleasant expression. Instant shift was the highest rank of shifting techniques. Once one was able to instant shift, it would have a completely different meaning. At the law phase realm, high-level emperors were much stronger than low-level emperors. They would basically be able to defeat or kill the high-level emperors in a few moves. But if the high-level emperors grasped instant shift, the high-level emperors wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Furthermore, the gap between the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor and Li Fuchen wasn't that huge. There were only a few methods to deal with people that could instant shift. Setting up an array in advance to trap the enemy. Or reaching an extremely high level of law comprehension to prevent the enemy from executing shifting techniques. Seeing that Li Fuchen was already a few hundred miles away, the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor burst out with a yell. Void Extinguishing Hand. When he executed a palm strike, a translucent palm that was glowing with a faint purple intent flew at Li Fuchen. The translucent palm got bigger as it got closer to Li Fuchen. At the end, it had already covered the entire place and occupied the entire place. The most terrifying thing was that this palm seemed to contain a trace of void law and had the effect of confinement. For a law phase realm emperor to use a martial art that contained void law to deal with a primary sea realm monarch, it was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. However, the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor used it. Void Extinguishing Hand, Heaven Class Mid-Tier Palm Art. At a distance of a few hundred miles, the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor wouldn't be able to deal with Li Fuchen if he used a Heaven Class Low-Tier Martial Art. Therefore, the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor had no choice but to execute the Wang clan's ultimate technique. Void Extinguishing Hand. With a distance of a few hundred miles, he wasn't afraid of killing Li Fuchen. He would at most severely injure Li Fuchen. Of course, the prerequisite was to hit Li Fuchen. Swish. Li Fuchen was originally instant shifting forward, but when the Void Extinguishing Hand arrived, Li Fuchen changed his direction. Rumble. The ground where Li Fuchen was fleeing had collapsed like a black hole. The horrific Qi presence had caused the heaven and earth law to be in a mess. Li Fuchen was certain that if he was in that region, he wouldn't be able to instant shift. Every time the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor executed the Void Extinguishing Hand, Li Fuchen would change his direction. As such, the distance between them might not increase drastically, but it had increased from a few hundred miles to 1,000 miles. At a distance of 1,000 miles, the Void Annihilation Palm would no longer have any power. Of course, this was only in comparison. If Li Fuchen was a regular combat emperor, the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor would be able to kill the combat emperor from 1,000 miles away. The Purple Sunset Martial Emperor no longer gave chase. Although his spiritual sense could cover an area of several tens of thousands of miles, he couldn't catch up to them. If he couldn't hit them, they would escape sooner or later. The Purple Sunset Martial Emperor sent out a few spiritual sense attacks in vain. Seeing that there was no response, the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor stopped with a gloomy face. He regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he would have gone all out from the start. He still had a lot of tricks that he hadn't used yet, such as controlling the force of nature. However, he didn't expect for Li Fuchen to be so difficult to deal with. Li Fuchen was actually able to escape from a second-level emperor. I hope your luck is always this good. The Purple Sunset Martial Emperor turned around and left. The ancient Desolate Mountains was the largest mountain range in the Soul Sky Empire and also one of the top 10 mountain ranges in the Emperor Sky Continent. As this mountain range was too dangerous, it wasn't occupied by any faction. It was said that in the core of the ancient Desolate Mountains, there were several demonic beast rulers and demon rulers. The ancient Desolate Mountains were massive and spanned across tens of millions of miles. At the border, Li Fuchen stopped to catch his breath. Executing the instant shift consumed too much qi and his mind. With Li Fuchen's capability, he wasn't able to execute instant shift for a long period of time. I shall go into seclusion here for a few days first. Li Fuchen looked around and found a mountain peak that was suitable for seclusion. Li Fuchen's body refinement was far from reaching the bottleneck and was constantly improving. He had a premonition that in just a few more days, his body refinement would be able to reach the perfection level of primary sea realm, rumble. A mountain peak collapsed and a petite white fox fell to the ground while its body was covered in blood. The white fox was the size of a domestic dog and had two tails. One of the tails was emitting the chi presence of the wind Dao law, while the other tail was emitting the chi presence of the ice Dao law. White fox monarch, don't resist anymore. Being my great king's concubine is the blessing of 10 lifetimes. Why do you have to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? A demonic wind was wreaking havoc while a massive figure was floating in the clouds. It was a rhinoceros demonic beast, and from the intensity of its demonic chi, it was at least a demonic beast ruler. Pfft. If you want me, white fox monarch, to be your great king's concubine, I might as well die. The white fox spat and reprimanded delicately. I don't dare to let you die, otherwise, my great king will skin me alive. The rhinoceros demonic king descended from the sky and stood on top of a mountain. As his body was over a dozen miles in size, the mountain beneath his feet was just like a small mound and wasn't as big as him. Rhinoceros king, I am going to fight it out with you. The white fox's two tails spun and blasted layers of whirlwinds and ice shuttles at the rhinoceros king. Cling cling clang clang. The rhinoceros king had coarse skin and thick flesh. When the whirlwinds blew, it was just like a breeze. When the ice shuttles struck, they didn't even leave a mark. White fox monarch, I might not be able to kill you, but I can still make you suffer a little. The rhinoceros king stomped on the mountain with his front hooves. Rumble. The ground around the white fox suddenly swelled up as thick and sharp rock spikes broke out from the ground and instantly pierced towards the white fox. The white fox waved her sharp claws and clawed at the rock spikes. But there were too many rock spikes and they were extremely hard. They were emitting the aura of Earth Dao laws. PFFF. The white fox vomited blood and was sent flying by a rock spike. More blood stains appeared on her body. Sorry, I was too heavy-handed. The rhinoceros king chuckled. The white fox monarch was only a peak-grade demonic beast king and was far weaker than him. If he didn't hold back, the white fox monarch would have died more than 10 times. Trying to escape. The rhinoceros king glared as he saw the white fox turning into a white light and shooting into the distance. Law embodiment of heaven and earth. The rhinoceros king burst out with a roar. His body that was over a dozen miles in size suddenly expanded to a few hundred miles. He was even larger than the Black Flood dragon demonic ruler that Li Fuchen saw on the 7-color continent. The rhinoceros king's body reached a length of several hundred miles. It only took one step forward to catch up to the white fox. It opened its mouth and blew, and a fishy wind sent the white fox rolling on the ground. The mountain peak in front of the white fox that was several thousand meters tall was directly blown away, revealing its interior. There is someone. The rhinoceros king's voice was like thunder. Li Fuchen opened his eyes and saw a massive creature appearing in front of him. This massive creature had an eye that was the size of a lake. The horn on the bridge of its nose was several times bigger than the mountain peak that Li Fuchen was on. Human monarch, you actually dare to come to the ancient desolate mountains. Don't you know that the ancient desolate mountains is a forbidden ground for humans? Forget it, it has been a long time since I ate a human monarch. It is just the right time to have a feast. The rhinoceros king's eyes revealed a greedy expression. Disturbing my cultivation, your death isn't enough. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the rhinoceros king. He extended his left hand and a giant blood hand grew larger. Finally, it was a few hundred miles in size and slammed the rhinoceros king onto the ground. My lord, please spare my life. My king is the blood-toad king. Killing me will not do you any good. The rhinoceros king's body rapidly shrunk while the giant blood hand shrunk as well. But it was still slightly bigger than the rhinoceros king. Li Fuchen didn't move and clenched his left hand in the air to turn the rhinoceros king into a pile of blood. The rhinoceros king's essence blood was transferred into Li Fuchen's body through the giant blood hand, allowing Li Fuchen's body refinement to increase significantly. The hand of blood is able to directly absorb the essence blood of the creatures it kills to strengthen the hand of blood's chi power. No wonder the hand of God is also known as the hand of devil. Li Fuchen could feel that the essence blood absorbed by the hand of blood was very pure and didn't have any trace of demonic chi or baleful chi. It wasn't like the past where consuming essence blood would have severe repercussions. At the foot of the mountain, the white fox was already stunned. In her opinion, the rhinoceros king was definitely an extremely powerful existence, and within the radius of 10,000 miles, he was at least top 10. He was one of the few experts under the blood-toad king, but he was killed by Li Fuchen with a flip of his palm. This young lady thanks young master for saving my life. The white fox bowed to Li Fuchen. When Li Fuchen saw her expression, he let out a smile and said, "You may leave, I still want to continue cultivating." The white fox left, but she still had a group of clansmen back at home and she mustn't let the blood-toad king harm them. The rhinoceros king's essence blood was very abundant, and after being purified by the hand of blood, it was of great help to Li Fuchen's body refinement. In just a few days, Li Fuchen finally reached the perfection level of primary sea realm. For a moment, the horrific vitality magnetic field had caused the surrounding magnetic field to be in chaos. Countless rocks were suspended in the air and even some of the short mountains were uprooted. This is truly a terrifying body refinement technique. Li Fuchen extended his spiritual awareness into the minute details and could see that the hand of blood's chi power was formed by blood hand runes. Each blood hand rune was formed by countless tiny blood hands, and each blood hand was formed by countless blood-colored granules. They were all interconnected and had touched upon the ultimate body refinement's mystical secret. The hand of God, the hand of blood is the foundation, the hand of force is the essence. The rest should be the advanced usage, just like the difference between chi and martial arts. Li Fuchen said to himself. "Young master, please save my clansmen." On this day, the white fox came again and knelt on the ground. "Why should I save your clansmen?" Li Fuchen asked. "This young lady is willing to offer a 1,000-year rootless flower." The white fox was holding a transparent flower with both hands, and it was none other than the rootless flower. "All right, lead the way then." Li Fuchen kept the 1,000-year rootless flower. A 1,000-year rootless flower was worth a few million mid-grade spirit stones on the outside, and it was definitely very precious. Along the way, Li Fuchen found out that the white fox's clansmen had been captured by the blood-toad king's subordinates and brought to the blood-toad mountain. As for the blood-toad king, its body contained the demonic beast ruler's bloodline and even a trace of demonic beast overlord's bloodline, making it extremely powerful. In just half a day, the human and fox arrived at the vicinity of the blood-toad mountain. The blood-toad mountain was a blood-colored mountain that was over 100,000 meters in height. The mountain was emitting a bizarre mighty power and a vast desolate chi presence, causing Li Fuchen's heart to shiver. If he didn't guess it wrongly, this blood-toad mountain should be a mystical mountain. Chapter 643. Blood-Toad Mountain, Blood-Toad Cave Mansion. Blood-Toad King, you will face a bloody calamity today. Quickly release me and the others and you will still have a chance to live. In the cave, a group of white foxes knelt there. The leading white fox's fur had almost all fallen off, and it looked old and feeble. The head of the cave abode was a burly man with blood-colored skin and a face full of pimples. He picked up the wine barrel and drank half of it in one gulp. His voice was like thunder as he said, "I have a bloody calamity. Ha, I'm the blood-toad. I'm the only one who brings disaster to others." The old white fox shook its head, looking as if it had nothing to say. Rumble. The blood-toad mountain trembled, rocks falling from the cave abode. "Your Majesty, this is bad. Someone is attacking." A demon general charged in. The blood-toad king threw away the wine barrel in his hand and said angrily, "It's the Blue Snake King." The demon general hurriedly shook his head, "King, it's not the Blue Snake King. It's a human king. He's extremely strong, and many demon kings have been slapped to death by him. The Blood-Toad Mountain had a king and over 100 monster kings. Its power could be ranked in the top 3 within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. Ever since its development, it had never been attacked by anyone. Today could be said to be the first time. Hearing this, the Blood-Toad King was enraged. "You're looking for death." Saying so, he rushed out of the cave. As soon as it charged out of the abode, the Blood-Toad King returned to its original form. It was a blood-colored toad that was over 5 miles long. Its entire body was covered in lumps the size of a house, and it was extremely horrifying and hideous. Who is courting death? The Blood-Toad King swept a glance and noticed Li Fuchen and the white fox. Rumble. The sky darkened, a huge blood hand descended from the sky and slammed onto the Blood-Toad King's body. With a puff, the Blood-Toad King that was insufferably arrogant instantly turned into a pool of blood. It couldn't be more dead, even its demon spirit was destroyed. Blood-Toad King died just like that. The two-tailed white fox blinked its eyes. "If you don't listen to your elders, you'll be at a disadvantage. No, you'll be courting death." The old white fox led a group of clansmen out of the cave and said while shaking its head, "Patriarch." When the white fox saw old white fox and the other members of the clan, she rushed forward happily. "Let's go." The ancient desolate mountains was the demonic beast's territory after all. Li Fuchen didn't wish to start a massacre and allowed the remaining demonic beast kings of the Blood-Toad Mountain to escape. "Wait, young master." The white fox rushed into the Blood-Toad Mountain. After 15 minutes, the white fox came out and carried a storage bag to Li Fuchen. "Young master, this is the heaven-class herb from the Blood-Toad Mountain. It should be useful for you. Then I'll kindly accept it." Li Fuchen took the storage bag and saw that the white fox wanted to say something but hesitated. Li Fuchen couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" The white fox said, "I only have this storage bag." Li Fuchen smiled dumbly and handed a high-grade storage pouch to the other party. "This storage pouch is better." "Thank you, young master." The white fox opened the storage bag and looked inside, and its eyes couldn't help but show joy. She had never left the ancient desolate mountain range. She had picked up that storage bag. The storage space inside was very small, not even 1/100th of the storage bag. The white fox clan's abode was underground. In the cave abode filled with stalactites, the white fox clansmen transformed one after another. The old white fox was a doddering old lady. She was leaning on a walking stick and had a hunched back. From the looks of it, she was just over 1 meter tall. The two-tailed white fox had transformed into an absolute beauty. Her facial features were exquisite and weren't inferior to Chi Junjun's. She had an additional charm that would make one's heart palpitate. The rest of the clansmen were also handsome men and beauties, but there were more females. The old white fox said, "This old one is Hu Hongxiu and I am the matriarch of this branch of the white fox clan. When we are in the outside world, we have always been in the form of a white fox. We don't wish to cause any trouble." The white fox clan had always been good-looking and were coveted by other demonic beasts. Li Fuchen nodded to express his understanding. "Young master, this one is Hu Ling Per." The white fox bowed to Li Fuchen. "Li Fuchen." Li Fuchen cupped his fist. "Young Master Li is a heavenly prodigy. It is rare to have such accomplishments at the age of 30 in the history of the Emperor Sky Continent." Hu Hongxiu sized up Li Fuchen with a pair of wise eyes and said slowly. Hearing this, Li Fuchen didn't mind. This old white fox had a profound and vast chi presence and wasn't as simple as she looked. Li Fuchen could vaguely feel that the old white fox wasn't in front of him anymore. She was in another world and at another point in time. Time law or spatial law? Or both. Class 5 demonic beasts would normally awaken their innate abilities. The old white fox's innate ability was probably related to time or spatial law. Matriarch Hu is the one who doesn't reveal her true appearance. Even without me, your white fox clan wouldn't be in any danger. Li Fuchen said. Hu Hongxiu shook her head and said, this old one isn't adept at combat. I am just slightly adept at some future observation techniques. Young master saved my white fox clan, I am willing to observe the future for young master. She had already observed that someone was coming to save the white fox clan, therefore, she wasn't flustered at all. Li Fuchen raised his brows in response. To be honest, he wasn't interested in the future at all. If the future was already determined, then everything would be too boring. But he was rather interested in the innate ability to observe the future. All right. Li Fuchen nodded. The duo's conversation made Hu Ling, and the other white fox clansmen overflowing with interest. They had witnessed the matriarch's innate ability and it was very mystical. Every time someone was about to venture out, the matriarch would observe the future for them and it was very accurate. It was said that when the matriarch was young, she had even observed the future for a demonic beast ruler. Later on, the demonic beast ruler left the Emperor Sky Continent. If the demonic beast ruler didn't leave, the White Fox clan wouldn't be in its current state. But as long as the matriarch was around, they firmly believed that the White Fox clan would flourish. Young Master Li, relax. While speaking, Hu Hongxiu's eyes turned into crystal eyes. The crystal eyes were like a kaleidoscope and were releasing a ring of multicolored radiance that enveloped Li Fuchen. In normal situations, Li Fuchen's future would gradually appear in the multicolored radiance. The weaker Li Fuchen's cultivation, the more the future would be observed. The stronger the cultivation, the lesser the future would be observed. As long as Li Fuchen wasn't a saint, Hu Hongxiu was confident that she would be able to observe some scenes. Furthermore, Li Fuchen was only at the primary sea realm. But as time elapsed, Hu Hongxiu was rather flabbergasted. There was no movement in the multicolored radiance. Could the matriarch be too old? Hu Ling cursed in her heart. Just as Hu Hongxiu was about to give up, a sword light that could traverse the universe appeared in the multicolored radiance. Immediately after, the multicolored radiance dispersed. PFFF. Hu Hongxiu vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and nearly fell to the ground. Matriarch. Hu Ling quickly went over to support Hu Hongxiu. Hu Hongxiu's eyes revealed a trace of fear. Young master is a prodigy. This old one was too reckless. Earlier on, it looked like she had observed the sword light, but it was actually the owner of the sword light that sensed that someone was trying to observe him. That sword light was the gaze of the sword light's owner. The owner of the sword light was naturally Li Fuchen, but it was the future Li Fuchen. Hu Hongxiu found it hard to imagine how great Li Fuchen's future achievements would be. Back then, she had observed the future for that demonic beast ruler. His future was extremely terrifying as he was a demonic beast overlord, but she didn't see the future Li Fuchen observing him. Chapter 644. If I kill him now, does that mean he won't have the future? Hu Hongxiu had this thought. Of course, she didn't want to kill Li Fuchen. She was just doubting if the future she observed was accurate. Would the future change because of her observation? No, I am afraid I can't kill him. If I have the intention to kill, he won't appear in front of me. Or perhaps, even if I have the intention to kill and he is already in front of me, I still can't kill him. The future Li Fuchen was already so terrifying, how could the current Li Fuchen be so simple? She wasn't adept at combat and it wasn't wrong to say that she was the weakest among the demonic beast rulers. She might not be able to kill Li Fuchen. The White Fox race's cavern had powerful magnetic force and it was rather helpful for cultivation. Li Fuchen decided to stay here temporarily. Inside a cavern room, Li Fuchen took out the 1,000-year rootless flower and stuffed it into his mouth. It was like chewing wax, as the 1,000-year rootless flower didn't have any taste. However, the medicinal effects were very powerful and gushed towards the dantian like a flood. Such powerful medicinal effects. Li Fuqian revealed a trace of astonishment. The 1,000-year rootless flower's medicinal effects were at least 5 times stronger than the 400-year rootless flower. Furthermore, it was purer and easier to absorb. After the 1,000-year rootless flower's medicinal effects were completely absorbed by the dantian, Li Fuqian took out the peak-grade spirit stone and started to increase his qi cultivation. Without any obstructions, Li Fuqian arrived at the 7th level of primary sea realm. Then it was the middle stage, late stage, peak stage. Initial stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. A single 1,000-year rootless flower was enough to increase Li Fuqian's dantian limit by 2 levels. If it was a 400-year rootless flower, even 10 or 20 stalks wouldn't be enough. It wasn't because the medicinal effects weren't enough, but because the medicinal effects weren't pure enough. The spirit qi in the peak-grade spirit stone has been depleted by 30%. Li Fuqian said to himself when sensing the spirit qi in the peak-grade spirit stone. A peak-grade spirit stone might be worth a few million high-grade spirit stones, but the amount of spirit qi wouldn't be as much as a few million high-grade spirit stones. At most, it would be purer. Of course, the reason why the spirit qi was depleted so quickly was mainly because Li Fuqian had increased his body refinement to the perfection level of primary sea realm. Before this, when he cultivated the dragon-elephant body tempering art, the consumption rate of resources was already very exaggerated. After cultivating God's hands, the consumption rate was even more exaggerated. But everything was worth it. Once the hand of blood's qi power reached the perfection level of primary sea realm, a single wisp of qi power would be able to instantly kill a high-class combat emperor. To him, those below the law phase realm were no different from ants. Next up, Li Fuqian started to cultivate the second rank of the hand of God, the hand of force. The first level, blood hand, required one to comprehend the blood qi law. The second level of the hand of force required one to comprehend the pure laws of force. It also meant to say that Li Fuqian needed to purify his own power law. He needed to separate the impure power law and leave behind the purest and most primitive power. Kacha. In his hand, a large iron hammer was crushed by Li Fuqian. This large hammer was a 2-star Earth-class peak-tier weapon. A low-level emperor would need to use their full strength to destroy it, but Li Fuqian used his hand force to crush it. Of course, it didn't mean that Li Fuqian's strength was formidable. It could only be said that Li Fuqian's strength was too pure and had immediately destroyed the structure of the hammer. The hand of force at the mastery realm is no weaker than the hand of blood at the mastery realm. Li Fuqian raised his palm and examined it carefully. God hands, as the name implied, was mainly focused on the hands. Right now, Li Fuqian's hands were already comparable with heaven-class low-tier weapons. It also meant that even law-phase realm emperors wouldn't be able to destroy these hands. Only great emperors would be able to destroy them. People of the White Fox clan, I, the Jade-Toed King, am here. Hurry up and come out. On the surface, a green-skinned man with lumps all over his body roared. Behind him, hundreds of demon kings were on standby. The Jade-Toed King had a trace of the Jasper Sage Toad's bloodline and was much stronger than the Blood-Toed King. If it was compared to the humans, it would be a peak-class combat emperor. He and the Blood-Toed King were sworn brothers. After learning of the Blood-Toed King's tragic death, he immediately came to take revenge. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't hand over the murderer, I'll slaughter your entire White Fox clan. The Jade-Toed King said coldly. In the White Fox cave, Hu Hongxiu and the other white foxes gathered together. Hu Hongxiu was calm as she picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. She didn't bother about the Jade-Toed King's shouts. In her future observation, Li Fuqian would make a move to chase away the Jade-Toed King. In the cavern room, Li Fuqian revealed a bitter smile. He was certain that Hu Hongxiu's strength wasn't simple, and someone that could make him feel that it wasn't simple was definitely not simple. After all, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was superior to regular Law Phase Realm Emperors, and his spirit-soul quality was far superior to Law Phase Realm Emperors. Since the Jade-Toed King didn't make a move, it meant that he had his own difficulties. Li Fuchen thought so. Of course, most importantly, it was just a slight effort to resolve the trouble outside. Get lost. The voice was like thunder that transmitted into the ears of the Jade-Toed King and the other demonic beast kings. In the next moment, a transparent hand appeared on the surface of the ground and swept out. PFFF PFFF PFFF. Unable to resist at all, the Jade-Toed King and hundreds of other demon kings were swatted away like flies. A powerful force caused their limbs to go limp. What? So powerful? The Jade-Toed King nearly peed his pants. He thought that the person that killed the Blood-Toed King would at most have the strength of a P-class combat emperor. But was a P-class combat emperor this powerful? Not even regular Law Phase Realm Emperors were this terrifying, right? Damn it, that is obviously a human emperor. The Jade-Toed King didn't even dare to leave behind any ruthless words. He spread his legs and retreated frantically. After running for half a day and recovering his strength, he soared into the sky and left this place. It is settled just like that. Hu Hongxiu realized that she had underestimated Li Fuchen. The future is indeed unchangeable. With my current strength, I might not even be able to defeat him. Hu Hongxiu said to herself. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen continued his seclusion. After his spirit soul transformed into the purple color, his perception had increased by a lot. At his current level, traveling outside was a waste of time. Calming down and comprehending the martial Tao was the best way. Half a month later, Li Fuchen had comprehended the second rank of the Hand of God, the Hand of Force, to the trance stage. Even the Hand of Blood had improved significantly. Right now, when he executed the Hand of Blood, the power was at least 30% stronger than before. If Li Fuchen encountered the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor again, he didn't even need to flee. The victor would only be determined after a fight. After a few more days, the Hand of Force had finally reached the extremity. In the future, the Hand of Force's power could still be improved, but that was only in terms of the strength law. In terms of cultivation level, Li Fuchen had already reached the apex. I wonder what is the third rank of the Hand of Star. Driven by curiosity, Li Fuchen started to comprehend the third rank of the Hand of Star. One day later, Li Fuchen shook his head and had a blank expression. The third rank of the Hand of Star was too profound and Li Fuchen didn't have any clues. He didn't even have the chance to start. Chapter 645. Since he couldn't comprehend the Hand of Star, Li Fuchen shifted his focus to Sword Tao. After his cultivation reached the 8th level of Primary Sea Realm, his current Sword Tao strength was already comparable with a P-class combat emperor. One must know that his sword art was a heaven-class mid-tier sword art. The cultivation technique was the Sword Tao cultivation technique, the Divine Flame sword energy technique. Furthermore, it was at the 37th rank and was one rank higher than regular heaven-class low-tier cultivation techniques. Regular low-level emperors would only cultivate heaven-class low-tier cultivation techniques and martial arts and were inferior to Li Fuchen by an entire rank. After spending 2 months, Li Fuchen finally pushed the Divine Flame sword energy technique to the 38th rank. The 38th rank of the Divine Flame sword energy technique was superior to most heaven-class mid-tier cultivation techniques in terms of power. After all, the Divine Flame sword energy technique was a special cultivation technique. It wasn't something regular cultivation techniques could compare with. It is time to rescue Yuan Long. Li Fuchen's body refinement strength and Sword Tao strength had reached an unimaginable level. He was planning to rescue Yuan Long. He was afraid that if he was late, Yuan Long would have already died in the hands of the Blood Emperor. Just as Li Fuchen was preparing to bid farewell to the White Fox race, a powerful uninvited guest arrived. It was a burly man with a stocky build. When he appeared outside the White Fox race's dwelling, the void felt oppressive. There was an illusory ferocious tiger shadow that occupied the space and was glaring covetously. It is the fierce tiger ruler. Hu Hongxiu's expression turned dark. The fierce tiger ruler was a Class 8 low-tier demonic beast ruler and his strength was much stronger than regular low-level emperors. If the cultivation technique and martial arts weren't outstanding, human martial artists wouldn't be a match for demonic beasts. Fierce tiger ruler, what brings you to my White Fox race's territory? Hu Hongxiu walked out of the dwelling and looked up. The fierce tiger ruler said, I just found out that a human emperor came to the ancient desolate mountains. Ask him to come out and meet me. At his level, he was basically free from the restrictions of his race and didn't hate humans as much. In fact, in the Emperor Sky continent, demonic beast rulers and human emperors would interact with each other and it was rare for them to fight. Only demon rulers and human emperors didn't have a good relationship. It was mainly because demon rulers were too dangerous and human emperors had to be on guard. The fierce tiger ruler wasn't here to kill Li Fuchen, he just wanted to know about Li Fuchen's background. Fierce tiger ruler, young Master Li isn't an emperor. He is only at the primary sea realm and he has already left the ancient desolate mountains. Hu Hongxiu lied. No matter how powerful Li Fuchen was, he was only at the primary sea realm and would only be able to contest with low-level emperors. If he encountered the fierce tiger ruler who was even stronger than low-level emperors, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Fierce tiger emperor said, is that so? Rumble. The fierce tiger emperor waved his hand, and a huge illusory tiger claw pierced through the ground, straight into the White Fox's cave. Hu Hongxiu's eyelids twitched. Just as the White Fox's cave was about to be destroyed, a large transparent hand blocked the illusory tiger claw and pushed the tiger claw out inch by inch. Interesting. After exchanging moves, the fierce tiger ruler knew that Li Fuchen wasn't a human emperor, but his strength wasn't inferior to low-level emperors. The transparent hand and the illusory tiger claw vanished at the same time and Li Fuchen appeared on the ground. This was the second time Li Fuchen saw a demonic beast ruler. The first time, the demonic beast ruler was already half dead and only had a demonic beast spirit. This time, it was a living demonic beast ruler. Li Fuchen heard from Hu Hongxiu that there were 5 demonic beast rulers in the ancient desolate mountains. 1 Class 8 high-tier demonic beast ruler, 2 Class 8 mid-tier demonic beast rulers, and 2 Class 8 low-tier demonic beast rulers. The fierce tiger ruler was one of the 2 Class 8 low-tier demonic beast rulers. Which human faction are you from? The fierce tiger ruler asked. Li Fuchen replied, I don't belong to any faction. In the Emperor Sky continent, it was true that Li Fuchen didn't belong to any faction. After all, the Red Rainbow sect wasn't a faction of the Emperor Sky continent. You dare to enter the ancient desolate mountains without any faction and kill our ancient desolate mountains demonic beast kings. Who gave you the guts? The fierce tiger ruler grinned and emitted traces of murderous aura. The fierce tiger ruler might not hate humans, but he didn't have a good impression of humans. If it didn't affect him too much, he wouldn't mind killing Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen could clearly feel that the fierce tiger ruler had the intention to kill, therefore, he didn't need to waste his breath on the fierce tiger ruler. He circulated the hand of force's chi power and the thick chi spirit was like a giant hand that extended out. The cultivation of the hand of God was a gradual process. The first rank of the hand of blood contained the hand of blood's chi power and hand of blood's chi spirit. The second rank of the hand of force contained the hand of force's chi power and hand of force's chi spirit. In comparison, the hand of force's chi power was around 50% stronger than the hand of blood's chi power and it was the same for the chi spirit. Seeing as a battle was about to erupt, Hu Hongxiu quickly transmitted a message to the fierce tiger ruler, Fierce tiger ruler, give the level sky great emperor's face and don't make a big fuss. The fierce tiger ruler ignored Hu Hongxiu and raised his right hand high before cleaving down with his claw. Roar! The tiger's roar shook the heaven and earth. Li Fuchen felt as though he saw a giant tiger that spanned across the heaven and earth. Just from the prowess of this claw, the fierce tiger ruler's strength was obviously superior to the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor. But the current Li Fuchen was no longer the Li Fuchen of the past. As compared to the time when he was pursued by the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor, the current Li Fuchen's cultivation was at the perfection level of primary Sea Realm, and he had comprehended the second rank of the Hand of God, the Hand of Force. The Qi spirit condensed and turned into a transparent giant hand. Li Fuchen's palm strike welcomed the fierce tiger ruler's claw attack. Bang! When the palm and claw clashed, there was a stagnation, and it felt as though time and space had frozen. In the next moment, there was a loud explosion. In between the human and the demonic beast, the ground collapsed and the void distorted. Countless soil and rocks floated up and were instantly shattered into nothingness. Immediately after, a circle of qi wave that was as hard as steel extended out at a speed that was 100 times faster than the speed of sound. Hu Hongxiu couldn't be bothered to conceal her strength anymore. She suddenly stomped her crutch, and a giant three-tailed fox image burst out from her body and enveloped the white fox race's clansman. Human, you are very strong, but it isn't enough. The fierce tiger ruler clawed at Li Fuchen again. The fierce tiger ruler used his full strength for this claw attack. If it still wasn't enough, he would have to execute his innate ability. I will leave if I want to. What can you do to me? Li Fuchen flashed and vanished from the fierce tiger ruler's vision. When he reappeared, he was already behind the fierce tiger ruler. Bang! Li Fuchen slammed his palm on the fierce tiger ruler's back and caused the fierce tiger ruler to stagger. After turning around, the fierce tiger ruler had an extremely gloomy expression. If he wasn't a demonic beast ruler and was a human ruler, he would definitely be injured from that palm attack earlier. The crucial thing was, how did Li Fuchen appear behind him? No matter how fast Li Fuchen was, the fierce tiger ruler would still be able to see Li Fuchen's movement trajectory with his ocular power. Unless Li Fuchen didn't have any movement trajectory. It was a shifting technique. There was a flash of light in the fierce tiger ruler's mind, and he knew the reason. The highest rank of shifting techniques was instant shift. In an extremely short distance, there were times when speed was the same as instant shift. After all, instant shift required time too. Instant itself meant time. But in combat, speed and instant shift were worlds apart. No matter how fast you were, there would still be a movement trajectory. As long as there was a movement trajectory, the fierce tiger ruler would be able to see or predict. But instant shift was different. It might be called instant shift, but it was actually using a certain object as a medium to instantly appear at a location. It was no different from short-distance teleportation. At this moment, it was already useless to rely on ocular power and could only rely on one's intuition. Blaze! Li Fuchen vanished again. Bang! On the right, Li Fuchen appeared and used a single palm to force the fierce tiger ruler to take over a dozen steps back. There was a trace of blood on the fierce tiger ruler's shoulder. Such a powerful body. Li Fuchen frowned. Logically speaking, his palm attack was enough to severely injure a low-level emperor. But when it landed on the fierce tiger ruler, it was only a superficial wound. A demonic beast ruler's body was much tougher than he imagined. Li Fuchen reckoned that even if Sheng Guanyu cultivated to the initial level of Law Phase realm, her body's defense would still be far inferior, unless she cultivated a heaven-class low-tier body refinement technique. After being beaten up passively, the fierce tiger ruler was enraged. Get lost! The fierce tiger ruler roared and activated his innate ability. A boundless power spread through the void and shook Li Fuchen out of the fire Dao energy, interrupting Li Fuchen's instant shift. Li Fuchen was rather astonished as his instant shift was interrupted. This was something he never expected. It seems like I cannot underestimate any demonic beast ruler. Humans comprehended the Tao, while demonic beasts excavated their innate abilities. Comprehending the Tao was a process. Excavating the innate abilities was done in one go. Chapter 646. The instant shift was interrupted, but Li Fuchen didn't panic. The fierce Tiger Emperor's innate ability couldn't be continuously activated, but his teleportation could be continuously activated. The initiative was still with him. The fierce Tiger ruler didn't make a move and sized up Li Fuchen with a gloomy expression. Good move. Same here. Li Fuchen had a composed expression. Turning his head, the fierce Tiger Emperor looked at Hu Hongxiu. What's your relationship with the Heavenly Emperor? The Level Sky Great Emperor was the #1 demonic beast ruler in the Emperor Sky continent 800 years ago. This title wasn't just for show, it was earned through fighting. Back then, even the humans were suppressed by the demonic beasts because of the Level Sky Great Emperor. Afterward, the Level Sky Great Ruler vanished and everyone suspected that he had left the Emperor Sky continent. However, the name of a demon was like the shadow of a tree. As long as the Pingtian Emperor was alive, he would always be a terrifying deterrent. Hu Hongxiu said, "The Pingtian Emperor is my sworn brother." Emperor Pingtian is your sworn elder brother? The fierce Tiger Emperor's expression was gloomy and uncertain. He suspected that Hu Hongxiu was lying to him. Who was the Pingtian Emperor? Who was Hu Hongxiu? How could they become sworn brothers? However, this was not important. What was important was that he had a way out of this embarrassing situation. Since that's the case, I'll give face to Emperor Pingtian. The fierce Tiger Emperor paused for a moment before he continued, "In the future, no one will dare to provoke your White Fox clan. It was better to be safe than sorry." If Hu Hongxiu was really Great Emperor Pingtian's sworn sister, his actions would reach Great Emperor Pingtian's ears sooner or later. Moreover, he did not have any enmity with the White Fox clan. It would only be beneficial for him to protect the White Fox clan. With that, the fierce Tiger Emperor left. Clan leader Hu, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave for now. With the White Fox race's crisis resolved, Li Fuchen decided to leave. Hu Hongxiu nodded, "Young Master Li's grace, our White Fox clan will never forget it. If you have time, please come visit our White Fox clan." Hu Ling said reluctantly, "Young Master, let's meet again if fate wills it." From the bottom of her heart, she began to yearn for the world outside the ancient desolate mountain range. She decided to go out and see the world when she had the chance. All right. Li Fuchen nodded and vanished with a flash. It was very difficult for others to find the Blood Emperor's residence, but it was much easier for Li Fuchen. With the Blood Servant token and Blood Slave token, Li Fuchen was able to easily receive information from the nearby Blood Servants and Blood Slaves. After leaving a spiritual awareness imprint on a Blood Servant, Li Fuchen quietly followed the Blood Servant to an underground palace. What a tight arrangement. He followed her all the way here. Li Fuchen couldn't help but marvel at the layout of the underground palace. Outside the underground palace, there were at least 7 or 8 layers of arrays. The outermost array was a concealment array and it was of a very high grade, probably class 8. Even Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to detect any abnormalities in this place unless he used his spirit soul power. Inside the concealment array was an illusion array. As soon as the other party entered the illusion formation, he disappeared without a trace. Following him normally was completely useless. After that was the warning array. With this warning array, Li Fuchen reckoned that it would be able to detect any abnormalities on the intruders and further prevent them from being followed. Had it not been for Li Fuchen who had already analyzed the spiritual awareness imprint, allowing him to leave a spiritual awareness imprint on the enemy's body without anyone noticing, the enemy would have caused a commotion once they approached the alarm array. Inside the warning array was a defense array. As a Class 8 defense array, even a Law Phase Realm Emperor wouldn't be able to break it within a short period of time. Unless it was a high-level Emperor, only then would they have the confidence to break the defense array within a short period of time. Inside the defense array was an offense array. A Class 8 offense array might not be able to kill a Law Phase Realm Emperor, but it would put the Law Phase Realm Emperor in a miserable state. Therefore, even if a Law Phase Realm Emperor was here, the enemy wouldn't be able to attack the defense array without any restraints. Once the defense array was triggered, the offense array would definitely be triggered. In fact, the other arrays would also be triggered, forming a chain reaction. If Li Fuqian didn't have the invisibility incantation, it would be impossible for him to enter the underground palace. Right now, Li Fuqian realized that he had underestimated the invisibility incantation. A mid-class incantation, the invisibility incantation, could simply ignore the array and enter freely. Of course, the prerequisite was that the proficiency of the invisibility incantation was high enough and the array's grade didn't exceed the limits of the invisibility incantation. Otherwise, if it was a Class 8 high-tier array or a Class 8 mid-tier array, Li Fuqian reckoned that he wouldn't be able to enter the underground palace so easily. Li Fuqian didn't dare to release his spiritual awareness as he was afraid of alerting the Blood Emperor. Therefore, he had no choice but to search everywhere. Finally, Li Fuqian found a flight of stairs that led deeper into the underground palace at a corner of the underground palace. Li Fuqian didn't take the stairs and immediately passed through the layer of rocks and arrived at the bottom. After taking a glance, Li Fuqian's heart turned cold. Below the underground palace was obviously a large prison and there were plenty of body refinement monarchs imprisoned in the prison. In one of the prison cells, Yuan Long was already in despair. More than half of his essence blood had been extracted and there were also some unknown essence substances that had been extracted. It made him mentally exhausted. I didn't think that I, Yuan Long, would die in such a dark place. Yuan Long smiled bitterly. Senior Yuan Long, don't make a sound. I am here to save you. A voice transmitted into Yuan Long's ears. Li Fuqian. Yuan Long was shocked at first and was in disbelief. How did Li Fuqian enter? This was the Blood Emperor's territory and Li Fuqian was just a primary Sea Realm monarch. It was impossible for him to enter silently. Li Fuqian said, "It is me." Li Fuqian sized up the shackles that locked Yuan Long's limbs. The shackles were very special and seemed to be able to suppress Qi power. But Li Fuqian's hand of force's Qi power was too high and the shackles were only able to suppress him slightly. Junior Fuqian, don't touch the shackles. The shackles are connected to the array. If you touch them, the Blood Emperor will know. Yuan Long recalled something and quickly transmitted a message. He had unintentionally overheard it from the jailer. I see. Li Fuqian was silently rejoicing that he didn't make a move in a hurry. He might be confident that he could escape from the Blood Emperor and might even be able to put up a fight, but there were too many variables with Yuan Long and he mustn't be reckless. Yuan Long didn't wish to give up his only chance to escape and said to Li Fuqian, Junior Fuqian, there is another prison below and there is a Bone Emperor imprisoned there. If you can release the Bone Emperor, you might be able to attract the Blood Emperor's attention. Alright, I will go down and take a look. Li Fuqian nodded and went underground. I must succeed. Yuan Long gritted his teeth and prayed. Blood Emperor, you bastard. If I, the Bone Emperor, am able to escape, I will make sure you die a horrible death. Even if I die, I will turn into an evil spirit to take revenge. This place might be called a prison, but it was more like a grand hall. There were 18 blood-colored pillars in the grand hall and each of the pillars had a chain that extended out. It was pierced through the body of the skinny figure in the center of the grand hall. Outside the grand hall, there were plenty of jailers standing guard. That old fellow is shouting again. The jailers shook their heads and had disdainful expressions. With the 18 blood divine pillars shackling him, even the Heavenly Emperor can forget about escaping alive. He is just daydreaming if he thinks he can escape. Don't bother about him. They didn't know that an illusory figure had appeared in the Grand Hall. The Bone Emperor's senses were extremely sharp and he could vaguely sense something strange. However, he couldn't say what it was. "Senior Bone Emperor, don't make a sound." A voice transmitted into the Bone Emperor's ears. The Bone Emperor wasn't as irritable as imagined. He transmitted a message calmly, "Who are you?" "I am Li Fuchen and I am here to rescue my friend." Li Fuchen sized up the Grand Hall and frowned slightly. The chain that was shackling the Bone Emperor was of a higher grade than the one that was shackling Yuan Long. Even his chi power was being suppressed. The 18 blood-colored pillars didn't look simple either and seemed to be in array. "You wish for me to escape and attract the Blood Emperor's attention before rescuing your friend." The Bone Emperor's thoughts were very clear. Li Fuchen smiled and said, "That's right. I wonder if Senior Bone Emperor is willing to cooperate." "Cooperate? I don't have a choice now. But if you are willing to release me, I, the Bone Emperor, will owe you a life." The Bone Emperor said. "All right, I wonder how do I remove these chains." Li Fuchen wasn't confident he could break the chains. The Bone Emperor asked, "What is your strength?" Li Fuchen said, "My body refinement strength is at the law phase realm." "That is enough. If you are alone, it is impossible to break the chains. But I have been shackled by the 18 blood divine pillars for many years and I already know the 18 blood divine pillars like the back of my hand. As long as I have external help, breaking the chains will be a piece of cake." The Bone Emperor was rather excited. To be honest, he might be yelling every day and saying that he wanted to take revenge, but he knew clearly that if no one came to rescue him, he could only yell and there was nothing he could do. "When I say to do it immediately." The Bone Emperor took a deep breath, and his scrawny body suddenly expanded. He was exhausting his essence blood to forcefully recover his strength. Swish! The chains on the Bone Emperor's body started to dance violently and were radiating with blood-colored radiance. "Do it." The Bone Emperor exerted strength in his body and sent chi power into the chains. If it was in the past, he would be wasting his strength and allowing the 18 blood divine pillars to absorb more chi blood. But now, he didn't care about exhausting his chi blood. He simply wanted to fill the chains to the brim and make them saturated. Two types of power were entangled on the chains. One was the power of the chains itself, the 18 blood divine pillars' power, and the other was the Bone Emperor's power. The two types of power reached a balance. Li Fuchen made a prompt decision and used both of his hands to grab a chain and pull it to both sides. Pang! The chains broke in response. "Good." The Bone Emperor grinned. Li Fuchen's strength was much stronger than he imagined. At the top of the two-story prison, the Blood Emperor suddenly opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a light screen appeared in front of him. In the light screen, a few of the chains that were shackling the Bone Emperor had already broken. Beside the Bone Emperor was a young figure. Damn it! Chapter 647. Bang, bang, bang. As the chains broke one by one, the Bone Emperor's strength rapidly recovered. Outside the main hall, the jailer in charge of guarding finally reacted and quickly rushed into the main hall. Blood and Bone Technique. The Bone Emperor's current strength might not even be at 10% of his prime, but it was simply too easy to deal with some primary Sea Realm jailers. His right hand grabbed at a few of them and they were instantly pulled over before they were sucked into dried corpses. At this moment, the Bone Emperor didn't care about the impurities. As long as it was something that could replenish the chi blood, he would absorb it without hesitation. If it was in the past, he would feel that there were impurities in the essence blood of a primary Sea Realm monarch and would need to purify it before absorbing. After absorbing the chi and blood of the few people, the Bone Thearch's chi and blood finally recovered to about 15%. Bang bang bang, the remaining chains had been severed by the combined efforts of Li Fuchen and the Bone Emperor. Ha ha ha. The Bone Emperor roared with laughter. He, the Bone the Arch, had been imprisoned for too long. In fact, if the Blood the Arch hadn't plotted against him, he wouldn't have been captured by the other party. In terms of abilities, the Blood Emperor was much weaker than him. Little brother, it's hard to repay your kindness. I can only repay it in my next life. The Bone Emperor suddenly made a move and circulated the Bone Blood technique to grab at Li Fuchen. Just a few jailers wouldn't be able to help him recover much of his strength. Only by absorbing Li Fuchen's Qi blood and Qi power would he be able to recover more than half of his strength. By then, no matter how big the world was, he would be able to do as he pleased. When he had the chance, he would seek revenge from the Blood Emperor. As for promises, the Bone Emperor did not care at all. I underestimated your shamelessness. Who was Li Fuchen? How could he be plotted against by the Bone Emperor? As the saying goes, do not have the heart to harm others, but do not have the heart to guard against others. Li Fuchen had always kept these words in mind. Bang! When the Bone Blood Seal encountered Li Fuchen's hand of force, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Of course, most importantly, the Bone Emperor's cultivation had only recovered 10% to 20%. Even if he combusted his essence blood, his strength would only be at 50% of his prime. How would he be a match for Li Fuchen? The Bone Emperor was taken aback as he retreated a dozen steps. Li Fuchen's strength was simply beyond his expectations, especially Li Fuchen's palm, which was simply indestructible. His flesh and blood body couldn't even penetrate it. After executing the invisibility incantation, Li Fuchen left the Grand Hall and arrived at the upper-level prison. The Bone Emperor's face was gloomy, and his figure flashed as he rushed out of the hall. Along the way, regardless of whether it was the prison guards or the imprisoned body refinement monarchs, they all became the Bone Emperor's blood source. In the upper level of the prison, Li Fuchen easily broke the shackles that locked Yuan Long. He then grabbed Yuan Long and executed the invisibility incantation to leave the prison. You're out. On the surface, Yuan Long was still trembling in disbelief. Senior brother Yuan Long, you've suffered. Li Fuchen consoled. Yuan Long stabilized his emotions and bowed to Li Fuchen, many thanks to Junior Fuchen for saving my life. Those who had never been in despair would never know how wonderful it was to be alive and how wonderful freedom was. Rumble. Loud noises erupted from underground. It was obvious that the Bone the Arch and the Blood the Arch were engaged in a fierce battle. Junior Fuchen, that senior Bone Emperor? Yuan Long was curious. Li Fuchen said, this person wants to plot against me. Don't bother about him. Rumble. The surface of the ground bulged as the Blood the Arch and Bone the Arch rushed out. The Bone the Arch had already recovered 30% of his Qi blood. After combusting his essence blood, his strength was almost at 80% of his prime. However, the Blood the Arch wasn't easy to deal with either. After so many years, the Bone the Arch had been stagnant while the Blood the Arch had been progressing. How could the Bone the Arch be a match for the Blood the Arch? He had been beaten up by the Blood the Arch until he vomited blood. Of course, this was mainly because the Bone the Arch had been imprisoned for so many years. Absorbing Qi blood would only allow him to temporarily recover some of his strength. His Qi blood source wouldn't be able to recover within a short period of time. Even if the Bone the Arch could escape this time, he would need at least a few dozen years to truly recover. However, if he had treasures, he would be able to greatly reduce the time. Young brother, please lend me a hand. The Bone the Arch sought help from Li Fuchen. Help you deal with me in the future. Li Fuchen treated the Bone Thearcha's words as nonsense. He had painstakingly rescued the Bone the Arch, but the Bone the Arch turned hostile and refused to acknowledge him. The Bone the Arch said anxiously, young brother, I was in the wrong previously. This time, I swear that I will not go back on my words. Otherwise, I will be struck by lightning and my martial Tao will be stagnant. The Bone the Arch was truly anxious. It was secondary that he couldn't defeat the blood arch, his essence blood was constantly burning and it was burning his vitality and chi blood source. If this dragged on, he wouldn't be able to recover to his prime in this lifetime, let alone progressing further. If he knew that Li Fuchen was so formidable, he wouldn't have the intention to harm Li Fuchen. It was the same as smashing his own feet with a rock. The gains didn't make up for the losses. No matter how the Boned Arch spoke, Li Fuchen didn't plan to help the Boned Arch. The Boned Arch being untrustworthy was just one of the reasons. Secondly, the Blood Arch wasn't that easy to kill. Li Fuchen was certain that the Blood Thearcha's strength was much stronger than the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor. Li Fuchen reckoned that the Blood Thearcha's direct combat strength wasn't inferior to the Fierce Tiger Ruler. Furthermore, the Blood Arch was proficient in blood incantations and had some hidden trump cards. Li Fuchen believed that he wasn't confident enough to kill the Boned Arch. Unless Li Fuchen was more than 30% confident, it was impossible for Li Fuchen to help the Boned Arch. It was a pity that Li Fuchen didn't plan to make a move against the Blood Arch. Bone Transformation Blood Curse. Forming a seal with a single hand, the Blood Arch released an incantation at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen snorted and circulated the Hand of Force's chi power to condense his chi spirit. PFFF. There was a burst of green smoke. The Blood Thearcha's Bone Transformation Blood Curse wasn't able to break through Li Fuchen's chi spirit. Li Fuchen's chi power was at the heaven class mid-tier and the power law contained within was extremely pure. The Bone Transformation Blood Curse was just an application of the law and it wasn't able to break through. The Blood Arch had an unpleasant expression. Generally speaking, even low-level emperors wouldn't be able to resist his Bone Transformation Blood Curse, but Li Fuchen did it. Li Fuchen wasn't a person that wouldn't retaliate after being beaten up. The Hand of Force's chi spirit condensed into a translucent giant hand before Li Fuchen slammed the palm at the Blood Arch. Bang! The Blood Arch felt his chi blood flowing in reverse and his chi intent stagnated. Let's go. Pulling Yuan Long, Li Fuchen burst out with speed and fled into the distance. At the same moment, the Boned Arch was also planning to escape. He hoped that Li Fuchen would be able to stall the Blood Arch for a moment. But when he turned his head to take a look, he realized that Li Fuchen had already left after executing that attack. This made him bitter with anger. Between the Boned Arch and Li Fuchen, the Blood Arch didn't hesitate to choose the Boned Arch. He wasn't a fool. The Bone Thearcha's threat was too great. Once the Boned Arch recovered his cultivation and strength, even if the Blood Arch didn't fear the Boned Arch, it would still be rather troublesome. Furthermore, it was all thanks to the Bone Thearcha's essence blood and chi source that he was able to improve so quickly. In his opinion, the Boned Arch was definitely a great tonic and he wasn't going to let it go. Junior Fuchen, where are we going? On the way, Yuan Long asked. To the Dragon River Seat's Gaze native city. Li Fuchen replied. Chapter 648. Blood Emperor, there will be a day where you will pay the price. In the sky, there were two figures in a frenzied pursuit. The Blood Emperor sneered, let's talk after you escape. While speaking, he blasted another blood curse on the Bone Emperor. The blood curse wouldn't deal direct damage, but it would gradually weaken the enemy. The Blood Emperor was afraid the Bone Emperor would counterattack before his death. Putting aside the fact that the Bone Emperor couldn't escape, even if he could, he wouldn't be able to live for long with so many blood curses on his body. You forced me to do this. Flesh and blood separation. The Bone Emperor's body suddenly exploded and a horrific blood wave swept in all directions. TSS. The Blood Emperor quickly retreated and formed a chi barrier. Despite the case, the Blood Emperor's body still had plenty of bloody holes and some of them were bone deep. Swish! Within the blood wave, there was a flash of blood light and it vanished without a trace. Seeing the situation, the Blood Emperor had a gloomy expression. The Bone Emperor actually self-destructed his body and chose to burn his true spirit's power. Normally, no one would be willing to give up their body unless it was absolutely necessary. One's own body was the most suitable for oneself. Even if one possessed an absolute prodigy's body, it wouldn't be as compatible as one's own body, unless one could find a treasure that could fuse the true spirit with the body. Furthermore, the Bone Emperor didn't just simply give up his body. In order to allow his true spirit to escape, he executed a strange secret technique to burn his true spirit's power. Otherwise, the Blood Emperor had several ways to capture the Bone Emperor's true spirit. This person is already crippled. It is a pity that such a great tonic is wasted. Body refinement martial artists were different from natural treasures. Natural treasures were used and couldn't be regenerated. One had to search for new ones. Body refinement martial artists' essence blood and qi blood source could be slowly recovered and could be used for cultivation. The Bone Emperor wasn't a concern, but when thinking about Li Fuqian, the Blood Emperor's expression turned gloomy. This child's potential was too high and he already had the strength of a low-level emperor. If he was given enough time, he would definitely become a huge threat. It was unknown why the Blood Emperor suddenly regretted. He should have given up on the Bone Emperor and pursued Li Fuqian. But there was no medicine for regret in this world and it was too late. Dragon River Seat, Gay's native city. Li Fuqian frowned and said, Gu Jui isn't here. With the communication token, unless Gu Jui was very far away from the Gay's native city, it was impossible for Li Fuqian not to be here. There were only two possibilities. First, Gu Jui had left. Secondly, Gu Jui was in trouble. Li Fuqian's intuition told him that the second possibility was very likely. Could he have left? Yuan Long said hesitantly. Li Fuqian shook his head, it isn't possible. Even if she left, she should have left a message. You recover your qi blood first. I will go find out more information. Li Fuqian said to Yuan Long, all right. Yuan Long nodded. For the past few years, his qi blood deficit was severe and it was unknown when he would be able to recover completely. But Li Fuqian had given him a few stalks of heaven-class body refinement herbs and it was rather easy to nurse his qi blood. Every city had its own information channels, big and small. Some were on the surface, and some were in the dark. The Spider Society was one of the oldest gangs in Gay's native city. This was an underground gang that was involved in a variety of industries. Gathering information was one of them. After spending 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Li Fuqian contacted the Spider Society. After spending another 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Li Fuqian found out that Gu Jui had been taken away by young Master Six Desires and was currently in the Gay's native city Lord residence. Young Master Six Desires was one of the Soul Sky Empire's 4 young masters. Unlike young Master Solitude, young Master Six Desires had an evil aura and his way of doing things was also very evil. It was said that he cultivated the famous Six Desires divine technique. Only by constantly satisfying the 6 desires, would he be able to rapidly increase his cultivation level. Logically, such a person would easily offend others, but young Master Six Desires had a very influential background. His master was one of the 4 great emperors under the Soul Emperor, the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor. The 7 Emotions Martial Emperor was a high-level emperor. In the Emperor Sky Continent, apart from great emperors, everyone would have to give face to the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor. Furthermore, even if they didn't give face to the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor, they would have to give face to the Soul Emperor. After all, the Soul Emperor was the #1 great emperor in the Emperor Sky Continent. With the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor as a backer, young Master Six Desires did things without any restraints. With a single thought, he killed all the males in a monarch-class clan and sold all the females to a brothel, just to satisfy his desires. Li Fuqian didn't know that after he obtained information about Gu Jui and young Master Six Desires, the Spider Society had already sent someone to inform young Master Six Desires. Gaze Native City's City Lord Residence. The City Lord Residence's West Residence was the most luxurious place in the entire City Lord Residence. It was usually the residence of the City Lord, but it was now given to young Master Six Desires. Every inch of land was worth gold. In the luxuriously decorated Grand Hall, the handsome and slender young Master Six Desires was lying in the embrace of a few beauties. He was enjoying fine wine and delicacies while watching beautiful dancers dance. The Six Desires were the desire of the eyes, the desire of the ears, the desire of the nose, the desire of the tongue, the desire of the body, and the desire of the mind. The desire of the eyes was to look at all beautiful things. The desire of the ears was to listen to all beautiful sounds. The desire of the nose was to smell all beautiful smells. The desire of the tongue was to taste all delicacies. The desire of the body was to enjoy all comforts. The desire of the mind was to satisfy all fantasies, like beauty, authority, and so on. After cultivating the Six Desires divine technique, young Master Six Desires had extremely high requirements for his quality of life. To him, life was enjoyment and the martial Tao was to maximize enjoyment. Young Master. A person appeared in the side hall and transmitted a message to young Master Six Desires. After hearing the content of the message, young Master Six Desires' handsome face revealed an evil smile. Find out about this woman's information. It should be her companion. It is getting more interesting. Young Master Six Desires stood up and the dance continued. He left the Grand Hall and walked towards the courtyard behind the Grand Hall. In the courtyard, Gu Jui was admiring the flowers. When she saw young Master Six Desires, her face flashed with fear. Don't be afraid, I will not harm you. Walking in front of Gu Jui, young Master Six Desires extended his hand and caressed her cheek. A spiraling chi presence rose up from young Master Six Desires' body. This chi presence would make one drowsy and make one's willpower blurry. Gu Jui lifted her eyes to look at young Master Six Desires and felt that he was much more pleasing to the eye. She couldn't help but feel a trace of desire. Young Master Six Desires smiled and the spiraling chi presence was getting denser. There were many blurry faces that appeared within the spiraling chi presence and one of them was actually Bai Qiuming's face. Something isn't right. Gu Jui gritted her teeth and woke up. She is indeed the woman that I fancy. Such a firm willpower. Young Master Six Desires praised. He was known as Young Master Six Desires and he disdained to forcefully have sexual relations with women. He hoped to use his aura to conquer the other party and make them willingly offer themselves. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any sense of accomplishment. Someone is here to find out about you. He is probably your friend. I wonder if you are interested to meet him. Young Master Six Desires said. Hearing the statement, Gu Jui's expression changed. She was certain that the person who was here to find out about her was definitely Li Fuchen. Because only Li Fuchen knew that she was in the Gaze native city. He isn't my friend. Gu Jui shook her head. Chapter 649. You want to see me? A voice suddenly rang out. Gu Jui's expression changed, Li Fuchen. A trace of seriousness flashed in the depths of young Master Six Desires' eyes, but his face was calm and composed. I'm very interested in how you got in here. I came in just like that. Li Fuchen's figure became clearer. Fuchen shitty, you shouldn't have come. Gu Jui looked anxious. She didn't know how Li Fuchen snuck in, but she knew that young Master Six Desires wasn't to be trifled with. She had personally witnessed a high-level monarch losing his spirit before he could even make a move against young Master Six Desires. Young Master Six Desires didn't just have incredible strength that was at the top of the primary sea realm, his mental strength was also extremely terrifying. It could be said that young Master Six Desires was a taboo at the primary sea realm. No matter how powerful Li Fuchen was, it was already difficult to deal with regular high-level monarchs, let alone young Master Six Desires. So they're from the same sect. This is interesting. Originally, young Master Six Desires was rather fearful of Li Fuchen. But looking at Gu Jui's expression, it seemed like she knew that Li Fuchen wasn't a match for him. Thus, young Master Six Desires had an idea. As he spoke, young Master Six Desires activated the Six Desires divine art. His quintessential energy, mind, and spiritual consciousness mixed together, and an illusory aura spread out. You killed Bai Qiuming. Li Fuchen wasn't affected at all. He frowned and saw a familiar face in young Master Six Desires' chi presence. With a wave of his hand, Bai Qiuming's image appeared in the void. Young Master Six Desires sized up the image and said, "This person is proficient in illusions. It's a pity that he met me, and his essence, chi, and spirit were all absorbed by me." Bai Qiuming's cultivation wasn't high as he was only at the first level of primary sea realm back then, but his illusion arts were formidable. It was a pity that his foundation was too shallow, and if Bai Qiuming was given enough time, young Master Six Desires wasn't certain that he could defeat Bai Qiuming in illusion arts. You deserve death for killing my Red Rainbow Sect's disciple. Li Fuchen lifted his right hand and slammed down. Young Master Six Desires had a faint smile on his face. However, his smile quickly turned into fear. No. Puff. Young Master Six Desires, who was known as a taboo, only had time to let out a scream before he was smashed into meat paste. This. Gu Jui widened her eyes in shock. Who was young Master Six Desires? He was an invincible existence below the Law Phase Realm Emperor, but he was killed by Li Fuchen in a single palm strike. Just how terrifying was Li Fuchen? Gu Jui realized that she didn't recognize Li Fuchen anymore. "Fuchen Shitty, you killed young Master Six Desires," Gu Jui said with a trembling voice. "Senior Sister Gu, let's go." Li Fuchen was indifferent. At his level, it was too easy to kill existences below the Transcendence realm. Young Master Six Desires, young Master Solitude, as long as they weren't at the Transcendence realm, he could kill them effortlessly. As for the consequences of killing young Master Six Desires, Li Fuchen didn't care. Even if he didn't kill young Master Six Desires, young Master Six Desires wouldn't let him go. Instead of that, he might as well kill young Master Six Desires and end all troubles once and for all. After grabbing onto Gu Jui, Li Fuchen executed the invisibility incantation and left the City Lord residence. Half a day later, the City Lord's mansion was shaken. Young Master Six Desires was dead. He had died in the City Lord mansion. Although no one had seen young Master Six Desires' corpse, the pool of blood had undoubtedly explained everything. For a time, everyone in the City Lord's mansion was terrified. The City Lord had lost his composure and yelled out. Young Master Six Desires had died in his own mansion and his entire clan was going to be buried along with him. Everyone knew that the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor was extremely protective of his people. Go and investigate. Use everything you have to find out who killed young Master Six Desires. The City Lord mobilized all his forces to search the entire city. Soon enough, the Spider Guild was found out. In just half a day, the Spider Guild was uprooted. Some of the upper echelons and related personnel were all brought to the City Lord mansion to undergo strict interrogation. After a series of interrogation, the City Lord found out that a young man had once inquired about young Master Six Desires from the Spider Guild. They then passed the information to young Master Six Desires and didn't know anything else. They should still be in the city. Seal the city and search. The City Lord said with a sinister expression. If this matter wasn't investigated thoroughly and the murderer wasn't found, his clan wouldn't be able to survive. As for the members of the Spider Guild, they were all imprisoned by him. The Spider Guild had to bear the majority of the responsibility for this matter and he couldn't kill them. The Gaze native city was in a state of panic and everyone was in danger. Li Fuchen and the others had already left. Junior Fuchin, young Master Six Desires is the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor's disciple. If you kill him, we will no longer have a place to stay in the Soul Sky Empire. Gu Jui said. Li Fuchin said, they won't be able to find anything. I am worried that the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor might find something. When Li Fuchin contacted the Spider Guild, he had disguised himself and concealed his chi presence, therefore, no one had seen him. The only thing he had to worry about was that every city had surveillance arrays. As long as the surveillance arrays were activated, they would definitely be able to find traces of him. Apart from that, the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor was a high-level emperor and it was unknown if he had any secret methods to find traces of Li Fuchin. Damn it, this Emperor Sky Continent is too dangerous. People like us without any background have no way to survive. Yuan Long said with anger. Having a background doesn't mean anything. There will be a day when we will become a background ourselves. Li Fuchin said indifferently. The city lord didn't find anything even after activating the surveillance arrays. There were too many unfamiliar faces entering and exiting the Gaze native city and they didn't even know what the murderer looked like. On this day, a sorrowful chi presence had mysteriously enveloped the entire city lord residence and even the entire Gaze native city. Those that were enveloped by the sorrowful chi presence would feel an indescribable sadness. Those that had sorrowful matters would either wail loudly and be heartbroken. Some would even hang themselves with ropes or jump into a well to commit suicide. Just in the city lord residence alone, there were a few individuals that were affected by their sorrowful emotions and committed suicide. After sensing the sorrowful chi presence, the city lord had a fearful expression. In this world, only the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor could emit such intense emotions and affect millions of people. The Seven Emotions Martial Emperor wasn't originally called the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor. It was unknown where he found two cultivation technique manuals. One was the Six Desires Divine Technique and the other was the Seven Emotions Divine Technique. The former cultivated desires while the latter cultivated emotions. When the Six Desires Divine Technique was cultivated to the apex, one would progress to the Law Phase realm. When the Seven Emotions Divine Technique was cultivated to the apex, it was said that one would progress to the Saints realm. Welcome Lord Martial Emperor. The city lord knelt on the ground with a plop. Everyone in the city lord residence had also knelt on the ground. In the void, a stalwart figure that was emitting sorrowful chi presence appeared in the courtyard where young Master Six Desires had perished. The stalwart figure waved his hand and gathered traces of fearful chi presence before forming the image of young Master Six Desires. Dying in fear. Who is it that made you feel fear? The stalwart figure murmured. With another wave of his hand, Gu Jui's image was formed, followed by the final figure. As long as it was a living being, it would have emotions. As long as there were emotions, the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor would be able to gather the emotions and chi presence to reconstruct the scene. Chapter 650. He has perfectly concealed his aura and emotions. Who is this person? The aura of the imposing figure was no longer sadness. There was joy, anger, worry, longing, sorrow, fear, shock, and countless other emotions derived from the seven emotions. So many emotions gathered on the imposing figure, causing the surrounding space to distort and become hollow. Wisps of an inexplicable aura gathered, attempting to condense the figure that had yet to condense. Bang! Just like last time, when the silhouette reached the final step, it suddenly collapsed. The stalwart figure stopped trying. The other party's emotional aura was too little, and there was also an invisible force obstructing him. You can't escape. The imposing figure left without punishing the city lord and the others. In fact, he didn't even need to punish them. That was because everyone in the city lord's mansion had descended into madness, killing each other. During the night, Li Fuchin and the others rushed towards the floating sky mountain. The floating sky mountain was one of the 7 elite emperor-class factions in the Emperor Sky Continent. Compared to the other peak-tier Emperor-class factions, the Floating Mountain was much more peaceful and fair. It was said that the founder of the Floating Mountain had set down a rule that forbade bullying. Of course, if anyone dared to bully the Hanging Mountain, it would be like poking a hornet's nest. Although the Hanging Mountain rarely bullied people, they were very united, and if anyone dared to bully them, they would find no place in heaven or earth to hide. The reason why Li Fuchen rushed to the Floating Sky Mountain in the middle of the night was because he sensed a faint but fatal murderous intent. This was his intuition. Under normal circumstances, Li Fuchen trusted his intuition. Intuition came from the spirit soul, and his spirit soul wasn't even comparable to a Law Phase Realm Emperor. When they arrived at the Floating Mountain, the killing intent was much weaker, but it was still there. The Floating Sky Mountain had 10 prefectures and 50 counties, and the system was the same as the Red Moon Empire. In Cloud Mountain City, 3 unfamiliar faces appeared on the streets. The trio was naturally Li Fuchen's group. In other places, Li Fuchen might be afraid of exposing himself, but in the state capital, Li Fuchen wasn't afraid. The prefecture capital's city lord was a Law Phase Realm Emperor. An emperor from a foreign faction didn't have the qualifications for the prefecture capital's city lord to activate the surveillance array and search for the culprit. Other than that, no fights were allowed in the state capital. Even if foreign emperors came here, they would have to follow the rules. Otherwise, they would be provoking the entire prefecture and the Hanging Mountain, and the consequences would be dire. Of course, nothing was absolute. If a foreign emperor had a good relationship with a state capital's city lord, they might be exposed. Even so, Cloud Mountain City was much better than other places. This is the prefecture city, a place rich in resources. You guys can stay here for the time being, Li Fuchen said to Yuan Long and Gu Jui. Yuan Long and Gu Jui nodded. Needless to say, Yuan Long's blood essence were severely damaged. He would need some time to recuperate and recover. On the other hand, Gu Jui had always preferred peace and quiet. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed in Wangxiang City for such a long time. Furthermore, the Emperor Sky Continent had concentrated heaven and earth energy. Even if the duo didn't venture out, their cultivation wouldn't be slow. Cloud Mountain City. On this day, the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor arrived at Cloud Mountain City. As he cultivated the 7 Emotions divine technique, he was very sensitive to emotions. He had already locked onto Gu Jui's emotional aura. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to gather his emotional aura every once in a while, he would have caught up with the 3 of them. In front of a courtyard, the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor stopped. There was no need for the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor to make a move. The 7 Emotions Martial Emperor circulated the 7 Emotions divine technique, and chaotic emotions enveloped the entire courtyard. PFFF. Yuan Long, who was in seclusion, vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. His face was pale and there were signs of qi deviation. Gu Jui wasn't having a good time either. Her originally tranquil mind was now filled with raging waves. Countless emotions were assaulting her spirit, causing her qi blood to be extremely irritable. Such horrific chaotic emotional power. Could it be the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor? Li Fuchen, who was also in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes and had a grave expression. The 7 Emotions Martial Emperor's emotional power was very horrific, but it was ineffective against Li Fuchen. It merely caused a slight ripple. The 7 Emotions Martial Emperor was rather astonished. His 7 Emotions divine technique had always been successful. Apart from great emperors, everyone else would be affected. However, there was one person in the courtyard that wasn't affected at all. How could he not be shocked? Clear Heart Demon Lock Incantation. Forming a seal with both hands, Li Fuchen executed the mid-class Clear Heart Demon Lock Incantation and enveloped Yuan Long and Gu Jui. In an instant, the duo were no longer affected by the emotional power. Their chaotic emotions had gradually calmed down, but they still had lingering fear. Good move. The seven emotions martial emperor smiled while his eyes were cold. Reaching out with his right hand, the seven emotions martial emperor forcefully tore open the courtyard's array. In the city lord residence, the white-clothed middle-aged man's eyes flashed with anger. What a seven emotions martial emperor! He actually dares to behave atrociously in the Cloud Mountain City. After tearing open the courtyard's array, the seven emotions martial emperor was preparing to kill Li Fuqian and the others. All of a sudden, the courtyard's array condensed again and there was an even stronger layer of array power. Cloud Emperor, do you really want to make life difficult for me? The seven emotions martial emperor turned to look at the void. In the void, a white-clothed middle-aged man appeared. He was the Cloud Mountain City Lord and also the Cloud Mountain Province's governor, the Cloud Emperor. Seven emotions martial emperor, stop trying to flatter yourself. I, the Cloud Emperor, don't have the time to make life difficult for you. You are the one making life difficult for me. The Cloud Emperor said in a deep voice. The seven emotions martial emperor said, the people inside killed my disciple, young Master Six Desires. They must die. If you dare to obstruct me, you shall die too. I have heard of your disciple, young Master Six Desires. He should have died a long time ago. It is good to kill him. The Cloud Emperor had always been upright, therefore, he didn't approve of the seven emotions martial emperor and young Master Six Desires. Cloud Emperor, don't think that I won't dare to kill you just because you are from the floating sky mountain. The seven emotions martial emperor was enraged and a furious emotion power rushed at the Cloud Emperor. You can try. The Cloud Emperor's cultivation might not be comparable to the seven emotions martial emperor, but he wasn't afraid. This was his territory and he wouldn't allow the seven emotions martial emperor to act so impudently. It is the Cloud Emperor. In the courtyard, Li Fuqian saw the white-clothed middle-aged man. Back at the latent shadow abyss, the Cloud Emperor even saved their lives. Li Fuqian didn't expect for the Cloud Mountain Province's governor and he didn't even know about it. Courting death, seven emotions great palm. The seven emotions martial emperor executed a palm strike that contained the power of seven emotions and slammed at the Cloud Emperor. Cloud Sea Rage Strike. The Cloud Emperor had also executed a palm strike. Apart from the Cloud Emperor's own power, this palm strike was also supported by the Cloud Mountain City's array power. Rumble. The void distorted and the streets shook. A large number of buildings appeared with cracks and there were some places where the ground had even collapsed. This was after the Cloud Emperor had used the array power to envelop this place. Otherwise, the entire Cloud Mountain City would be in a calamity. Seven emotions martial emperor, get lost. The Cloud Mountain City had multiple Class 8 arrays. With so many Class 8 arrays operating at the same time, a horrific array power had instantly teleported the seven emotions martial emperor out of the Cloud Mountain City. Outside the Cloud Mountain City, the seven emotions martial emperor was enraged. He had extended both hands and slammed at the Cloud Mountain City repeatedly. Even if he wasn't able to kill the murderer today, he was going to make the Cloud Emperor suffer. Visible to the naked eye, the array power had formed a white cloud palm above the Cloud Mountain City and had scattered the seven emotions martial emperor's palm print. Cloud Emperor, you forced me to do this. The seven emotions martial emperor opened up his palm and five illusory seeds floated above his palm. The instant the five illusory seeds appeared, violent emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and sorrow were released and had affected the interior of the Cloud Mountain City. In a split moment, countless people in the Cloud Mountain City were in ecstasy, rage, sorrow, and sorrow. Some of the people with weaker willpower had committed suicide under the impact of the five emotions. Emotion seeds. The Cloud Emperor had a huge change in expression. He had heard of the seven emotions martial emperor's seven emotions divine technique. It was said that the seven emotions divine technique could cultivate emotion seeds. The emotion seeds were extremely horrific and once infected, there was no way to save them. They would immediately fall into a frenzy and lose the will to live. He didn't expect for the 7 emotions martial emperor to cultivate 5 emotion seeds. The Cloud Mountain City's array might be a Class 8 mid-tier array, but it was only able to isolate the 7 emotions martial emperor's normal state of emotions. It wasn't able to isolate the power of the emotion seeds. 7 emotions martial emperor, you dare. After seeing a large number of people dying, the Cloud Emperor's eyes were wide open. Why wouldn't I dare? Even if you can save the 3 of them today, I will make your entire Cloud Mountain City die. The 7 emotions martial emperor said coldly. While speaking, he slammed his palm and gathered the 5 emotion seeds. I must not let the emotion seeds explode. Li Fuchen had been paying attention to the 7 emotions martial emperor's every move. Seeing the situation, he released the Clear Heart Demon Lock incantation to protect the Cloud Mountain City. Li Fuchen, who was worried, added on another layer of Evil Vanquish incantation and another layer of Clear Heart incantation. Bang boom! The Clear Heart Demon Lock incantation collapsed, so did the Evil Vanquish incantation. Immediately after, the Clear Heart incantation also collapsed. It was fortunate that the power of the emotion seeds had already been neutralized by the 3 layers of incantations and the Class 8 array's power. It didn't cause any more waves. What a bastard! The 7 emotions martial emperor was enraged as his murderous intent burst into the sky. There had never been anyone that made him so angry, and Li Fuchen was the first. Many thanks, young brother. The Cloud Emperor said to Li Fuchen. At this moment, everyone that had sunk into frenzied emotions had gradually recovered, and it was all thanks to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said with shame, I am the one that lured the 7 emotions martial emperor here. In fact, I am the one that has let down Senior Cloud Emperor. The Cloud Emperor shook his head and said in a cold and stern voice, the 7 emotions martial emperor is a temperamental person and disregards the rules. It is his fault this time, and it has nothing to do with you. If everyone was like the 7 emotions martial emperor, the Emperor Sky Continent would already be in chaos, and it was something that the Cloud Emperor couldn't tolerate. After taking a deep breath, the 7 emotions martial emperor grinned and said, I would like to see how long you can last. After cultivating the 7 emotions divine technique, the 7 emotions martial emperor only wanted to follow his emotions and didn't care about anything else. 7 emotions martial emperor, get lost from my floating sky mountain, otherwise, don't even think about leaving. Right at this moment, the Cloud Mountain City's array was activated by itself. An illusory figure enveloped the entire Cloud Mountain City and yelled out like a god. Vacant Mountain Emperor. The 7 emotions martial emperor's expression changed. The Vacant Mountain Emperor was the Floating Sky Mountain's Mountain Emperor and was a great emperor that lived up to his name. He dared to be fearless when facing the Cloud Emperor, but he didn't dare to be arrogant when facing the Vacant Mountain Emperor. Otherwise, the Soul Emperor wouldn't be able to save him in time. This is the Floating Sky Mountain's Mountain Emperor. Li Fuchen had a grave expression. Back on the Red Copper Continent, he encountered the Floating Sky Mountain and even had a battle with the Floating Sky Mountain's battle formation. He didn't expect for the Floating Sky Mountain to protect him this time. Without any nonsense, the 7 emotions martial emperor left. At the same moment, the Vacant Mountain Emperor's figure had also vanished. Chapter 651. Senior Cloud Emperor, thank you for saving my life. With the commotion over, Li Fuchen arrived in front of the Cloud Emperor and cupped his fist with respect. The Cloud Emperor said, although young Master Six Desires deserved to die, he had the 7 emotions martial emperor backing him up. After so many years, no one dared to touch him. Now that you've killed young Master Six Desires, the 7 emotions martial emperor will not let the matter rest. You have to be careful. In the Cloud Mountain City, he was able to protect Li Fuchen, but outside of the Cloud Mountain City, he was powerless. After all, he was only at the mid-level of Law Phase Realm while the 7 emotions martial emperor was at the high level of Law Phase Realm. Without the support of the array formation, he wouldn't be able to last more than 10 moves against the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor. Li Fuchen nodded and asked, Senior Cloud Emperor, is the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor chasing after us because he captured our emotional chi presence? This was Li Fuchen's doubt. The Cloud Emperor nodded and said, the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor is said to be able to play with the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures. He is extremely proficient in controlling emotions. As long as a trace of emotion is leaked, he will be able to capture it. Once he captures the emotion chi presence, it will be impossible to escape his pursuit for the rest of your life. You have to know that the Emperor Sky Continent has 2 formidable tracking methods. The first one is naturally the Celestial Eye Emperor. His Celestial Eye is something that even the Soul Emperor is fearful of. The second one is the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor. It is said that the Soul Emperor's tracking method is also extremely horrific and isn't inferior to the Celestial Eye Emperor. At the mention of the Celestial Eye Thearch and the Soul Emperor, the Cloud Thearch's expression turned serious. If there were 10 most dangerous individuals in the Emperor Sky Continent, the Celestial Eye Emperor and the Soul Emperor would definitely be among them. If there were 5 most dangerous individuals, the Celestial Eye Emperor and the Soul Emperor would still be among them. He even picked out the 3 most dangerous people, including the Celestial Eye Sovereign and the Soul Emperor. The reason why the 2 of them were in danger was not because they were strong. It was the 2 of them that were hard to fathom. As a Law Phase Realm Emperor, the Cloud Emperor could already sense that the Emperor Sky Continent wasn't peaceful. In response, Li Fuchen went silent. He was thinking about how to sever the connection with the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor. Emotions are self-generated emotions, but they can actually be captured. Back in the courtyard, Li Fuchen frowned. He didn't want to live in the shadow of the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor for his entire life and constantly be on guard against the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor. There were only 2 solutions. First, kill the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor. As long as he killed the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor, everything would be resolved. However, if he could kill the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor, he wouldn't need to worry about being pursued by the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor. The second was to find a way to sever the connection. The soul-cleansing mantra left behind by the incantation Martial Emperor has the effect of cleansing one's mind. I wondered if it's effective. The soul-cleansing incantation was only a low-level incantation, it could cleanse one's mind of distracting thoughts and cut off unnecessary emotions. Of course, although it was a low-level incantation, as long as one's attainment in incantation was high, the effect of the soul-cleansing incantation was still very powerful. There was a saying in the incantation world, there was no strongest incantation, only the strongest incantation master. After looking for Gu Jui, Li Fuchen executed the spirit-cleansing incantation on her. Gu Jui said, I feel much more relaxed. It seems like I've separated myself from some unnecessary things. Li Fuchen had a delighted expression and said, it seems like it is effective. Gu Jui hesitated and said, could it be that the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor has captured something on me? Li Fuchen said, the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor is very sensitive to emotions. He probably captured the emotions that you revealed back then. Gu Jui's expression changed. Regardless if it was Young Master 6 Desires or the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor, both of them were too dangerous. One toyed with desires, the other toyed with emotions. It was simply bad luck to be involved with these people. Only an unparalleled prodigy like Li Fuchen would be able to deal with them. Before the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor left the floating sky mountain, the trace of emotion chi presence that he grasped that was related to Gu Jui suddenly lost its spirituality and turned into a dead object. In other words, he would no longer be able to use this trace of emotion chi presence to track them. Who did it? The 7 Emotions Martial Emperor was enraged. The 7 Emotions Martial Emperor suddenly thought of Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was proficient in incantations and it was probably done by him. This child is too strange. If I don't eliminate him as soon as possible, I will be implicated by him sooner or later. The Seven Emotions Martial Emperor's murderous intent was extremely intense. After staying in the Cloud Mountain City for a few days, Li Fuchen finally upgraded the Absolute Heaven Sword Art to the Heaven Class Mid-Tier. His original Sword Dao strength was already at the level of a Peak-Class Combat Emperor. Now that the Divine Flame Sword Energy Technique was upgraded to the 38th rank and the Absolute Heaven Sword Art was upgraded to the Heaven Class Mid-Tier, Li Fuchen believed that he was able to contest with low-tier Law Phase Realm Emperors. The victor would only be determined after a fight. If my body refinement strength is 100, my Sword Dao strength should be around 30. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. His Sword Dao strength might be improving rapidly, but with the hand of God, it would still take a long time for his Sword Dao strength to catch up to his body refinement strength. After all, his Hand of Force was a Heaven-Class Mid-Tier Chi Power and the Hand of Force was comparable with a Heaven-Class Mid-Tier Body Refinement Art. Under normal circumstances, between martial arts of the same level, body refining martial arts would be one level higher than true Chi martial arts. Floating Sky Mountain, as the name suggested, it was a giant mountain that was suspended in the sky. The mountain itself had a powerful magnetic field that repelled the Earth's magnetic field. With the support of countless arrays on the floating sky mountain, it was able to break free from the Earth's gravity and float 10,000 meters in the sky. After arriving at the floating sky mountain, all metallic weapons would be sucked away. Be it Earth-class or Heaven-class weapons, they would all be the same. Therefore, in order to attack the floating sky mountain, one had to be barehanded and must not have any metallic items. The floating sky mountain was massive and the base was over 1,000 miles long. It was just like a giant mountain. In the floating sky mountain's grand hall, the vacant mountain emperor looked down and said, "There are still 3 months before the Saint Monument Hidden Domain opens. My floating sky mountain has already been at the bottom for 4 consecutive times. If I am to be at the bottom again, the gap between me and those few individuals will only get bigger." In response, many of the floating sky mountain's elders went silent. The Saint Monument Hidden Domain was the #1 Heaven-class hidden domain in the Emperor Sky Continent. It would only open once every 100 years. In the deepest part of the Saint Monument Hidden Domain, there was a Saint Monument. It was said that this Saint Monument contained the secrets to the Saint's realm. Anyone who could completely comprehend the secrets on the Saint Monument would be able to become a saint. Of course, even if one couldn't become a saint, as long as one could comprehend some of the mysteries, their strength would be far superior to others. However, it wasn't that easy to get close to the Saint Monument. One must have the Saint Monument shards to get close to the Saint Monument. The Saint Monument shards were scattered throughout the Saint Monument Hidden Domain and one had to slowly search for them. When the Saint Monument Hidden Domain was first discovered, the Emperor Sky Continent would frequently have wars between emperors. Law Phase Realm emperors would suffer severe casualties and after a long period of time, there were plenty of great emperors that perished. Afterwards, everyone agreed to send out primary Sea Realm monarchs to contest for the Saint Monument shards. For the first 4 times, the floating sky mountain obtained the least Saint Monument shards. As compared to the #1 ranked Seoul Sky Empire, they didn't even have 10% of the Saint Monument shards. A single Saint Monument shard could only stay in the vicinity of the Saint Monument for a certain period of time. The more Saint Monument shards there were, the longer the duration. Chapter 652. Mountain Chieftain. The other 6 major factions have at least a few Peak-class combat emperors. Our floating sky mountain only has 1 Peak-class combat emperor at best. It will be extremely difficult to obtain more Saint Monument shards. A white-haired old man spoke helplessly from below. High-class combat emperors could rely on cultivation techniques and martial arts to reach this level, but it was very difficult for Peak-class combat emperors to rely on cultivation techniques and martial arts, unless they cultivated Heaven-class mid-tier cultivation techniques and martial arts to an extremely high level. No one at the primary Sea Realm had such perception. In the history of the Emperor Sky Continent, there were only a few individuals with such perception. Therefore, in order to reach the level of a peak-class combat emperor, there was only one way, and that was to comprehend the bone frame ability to an extremely high level. If it was an 8-star extraordinary bone frame, the bone frame pattern would need to be comprehended to the level of 8 segments. The 8-star special bone frame had to be comprehended to the 7th segment at least. Of course, if a 7-star special bone frame was comprehended to the extremity, one would also possess the strength of a peak-class combat emperor. Mountain Chieftain, I have a candidate. Emperor Yun took a step forward and said. Speak. The vacant mountain emperor looked at Emperor Yun. The Cloud Arch said, there is a junior in the Cloud Mountain City who is extremely powerful. He once killed young Master 6 Desires, one of the Soul Sky Empire's 4 great young masters. I reckon that he isn't a peak-class combat emperor, but he isn't far from it. Young Master 6 Desires was also very famous in the Floating Sky Mountain. He was known as the most dangerous existence below the peak-level combat emperors. If Li Fuqian could kill young Master 6 Desires, his ability was naturally formidable. He killed young Master 6 Desires. In the main hall, the elders of the Hanging Mountain were visibly moved. They were very clear about young Master 6 Desires' situation. Even a peak-class combat emperor might not be able to kill him. The vacant mountain emperor said, is that the brat that provoked the 7 emotions martial emperor? Yes. Emperor Yun nodded. The vacant mountain emperor said, then invite him over. As for the reward, you can decide for yourself. Yunshan City. City Lord Residence. Saint Tablet Secret Realm. Li Fuqian raised his brows. He knew nothing about the Saint Monument Secret Realm. The Cloud Emperor explained, the Saint Monument Secret Realm has always been controlled by the 7 great Emperor-class forces. Even the Clan of Darkness, which is not inferior to the 7 great Emperor-class forces, has never entered the Saint Monument Secret Realm. Therefore, it's normal that you don't know about it. Li Fuqian said, if I can help the Floating Sky Mountain obtain more than 5 Saint Monument shards, I hope to get one. Upon hearing this, the Cloud Emperor did not hesitate at all. That's not a problem. In normal situations, it was already very hard to obtain 2 Saint Monument shards. Most importantly, it wasn't that easy to protect the Saint Monument shards. The other 6 elite factions' primary Sea Realm monarchs would definitely make a move to snatch it. If it wasn't for the fact that the 7 major forces had come to an agreement that they couldn't rob each other of their Saint Monument shards and had to leave one for each other, the Floating Mountain sect would have gotten even fewer Saint Monument shards each time. What if I can get more than 10 fragments? Li Fuqian asked. The Cloud Emperor smiled and said, I'll make the decision. As long as you can get more than 10 Saint Monument shards, I'll give you 2. Seeing that Li Fuqian still wanted to say something, the Cloud Emperor said helplessly, for every 5 Saint Monument shards, I will give you 1. You don't have any objections, right? Then I shall thank Senior Cloud Emperor. Li Fuqian wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to get the Saint Monument shards. As long as he was willing, it wasn't a problem to get 10 or 20 Saint Monument shards. At most, he would just snatch from others. In the blink of the eye, there was only 1 month left before the opening of the Saint Monument Hidden Domain. Under the Cloud Emperor's lead, Li Fuqian arrived at the Floating Sky Mountain. In front of a plaza with a cluster of buildings, the Cloud Emperor said, including you, there are a total of 12 primary Sea Realm monarchs that are entering the Saint Monument Hidden Domain. 7 of them are from my Floating Sky Mountain. After thinking for a moment, the Cloud Emperor said, if it is possible, go and interact with them. In the Saint Monument Hidden Domain, all of you will need to work together to resist the enemies. If you rely on your individual strength, you will not be able to laugh until the end. Even a peak-class combat emperor wouldn't dare to contest with a faction's primary Sea Realm monarch by himself. After all, those that could enter the Saint Monument Hidden Domain were at least high-class combat emperors. If over a dozen high-class combat emperors work together, a peak-class combat emperor wouldn't be able to survive. A peak-class combat emperor's attack power was only at the law phase realm. They were still inferior in other aspects and couldn't be compared to law phase realm emperors. After the Cloud Emperor left, Li Fuchen entered the cluster of buildings. There was a plaza, a conference hall, a Dao Comprehension Hall, and dozens of courtyards. After finding an empty courtyard, Li Fuchen resided in. On the next day, Li Fuchen arrived at the Dao Comprehension Hall. According to the Cloud Emperor's introduction, the Dao Comprehension Hall was set up with a Class 8 Dao Comprehension Array. When cultivating inside, one's thoughts would circulate faster and they would be able to sense the circulation of heaven and earth laws more clearly. When Li Fuchen arrived at the Dao Comprehension Hall, there were already 7 individuals seated inside and they were enveloped by a layer of light barrier of different colors. This was the Dao Comprehension Barrier. Once the Dao Comprehender entered the Dao Comprehension state, they would resonate with the Dao Comprehension Array and activate the Dao Comprehension Barrier. Inside the Dao Comprehension Barrier, one would never be disturbed, unless the opposition had the strength to destroy the Class 8 Dao Comprehension Array. Li Fuchen sat down cross-legged and took out a mid-grade heaven stone to comprehend the Fire Dao Law and Sword Dao Law. No wonder it is a Class 8 Dao Comprehension Array. Li Fuchen opened his eyes and the fiery red barrier scattered. The efficiency of comprehending laws and intents here was around 30% higher than the outside world. It also meant to say that cultivating here for 10 years was equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for 13 years. Cultivating for 100 years was equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for 130 years. Closing his eyes, Li Fuchen continued to comprehend the law power within the heaven stone. By the time Li Fuchen opened his eyes again, he was the only one left in the Dao Comprehension Hall. Huff. After letting out a breath, Li Fuchen stood up and walked out of the Dao Comprehension Hall. Outside the Dao Comprehension Hall, there were 3 individuals conversing. He is out. As one of them spoke, the other 2 looked at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said generously, Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Sun from the Brocade Sword Sect. This is Lu Yunhe from the Sky Saber Guild. This is the number 2 prodigy monarch of the Floating Sky Mountain, Shen Tang. The person who spoke earlier introduced to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, which sect are you from? Shen Tang asked. Li Fuchen said, my sect isn't in the Emperor Sky Continent. You were chased out of the Emperor Sky Continent. Lu Yunhe glanced at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't say anything. Zhang Sun laughed and said, Li Fuchen, what is your reward? My reward is 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. Lu Yunhe's reward is slightly more than mine, 6,000 high-grade spirit stones. Shen Tang is from the Floating Sky Mountain and is rewarded with 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen didn't know if he should speak the truth, but after thinking about it, others would find out sooner or later and it wasn't practical to lie. Therefore, he said, Senior Cloud Emperor promised me that if I can obtain 5 or more Saint Monument shards, I will get one. TSS. Chapter 653. Saint Monument fragments could sense each other's aura. In other words, as long as both parties had Saint Monument fragments, they could sense each other. They could even sense how many Saint Monument fragments the other party had. Even if Li Fuchen found 10 Saint Monument shards, he would only be able to keep 1 shard. Therefore, it was simply a fool's dream to obtain more than 5 shards. If you can't do it, it doesn't mean others can't. Li Fuchen said indifferently. Lu Yunhe chuckled coldly. I can't do it, and neither can you. Shen Tang, it seems that someone has contributed to your hanging mountain for nothing. Shen Tang noticed the awkward atmosphere and said, there are no absolutes in this world. The 7 major factions have designated the Peace Grassland as a safe zone in the Saint Monument secret realm. As long as you can enter the safe zone ahead of time, you won't have to worry about others snatching the fragments. I hope your luck is that good. Lu Yunhe shrugged and turned to leave. Seeing that Lu Yunhe left, Zhang Sun said to Li Fuchen, "Don't mind him. Lu Yunhe is always like this, he is straightforward with his words." He and Lu Yunhe could be considered old acquaintances. He knew that although this person was a little arrogant, he did not have a bad heart. It was just that he did not know how to be tactful with his words. He said whatever he wanted to say and did not give others any face at all. "It's fine." Li Fuchen really didn't put Lu Yunhe in his heart, it was meaningless. From the two of them, Jiang Yi found out that among the 12 people from the floating sky mountain that entered the Saint Monument secret domain, there were 11 high-class combat emperors and 1 peak-class combat emperor. The only peak-class combat emperor was the floating sky mountain's prodigy monarch, Xin Shao. He possessed the 8-star soft water bone frame. According to Shen Tang, Xin Shao only managed to comprehend the root bone pattern to the level of close to 8 segments under a lucky coincidence. Her soft water divine ability, Mirrored Flowers Water Moon, was extremely strange and was one of the best supportive divine abilities. For the next few days, Li Fuchen met up with the other 8 individuals. Among these 8 people, 2 were old and 2 were middle-aged. It wasn't that they weren't talented enough, but it was just too difficult to advance to the law phase realm. Even with a heaven-tier cultivation technique, the chances of entering the transcendence realm were not 100%. In general, the average age for an 8-star bone frame to progress to the law phase realm was 300 to 400 years old. Those with great innate perception might be able to progress to the law phase realm in 100 to 200 years. Those with weak innate perception might only have hopes of progressing to the law phase realm after 500 to 600 years old. Some of them might not even progress to the law phase realm until their death. As for 7-star bone frames, there wasn't even 1 in a million that could progress to the law phase realm. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Saint Monument secret realm's opening had arrived. Including the vacant mountain emperor, the law phase realm emperors of the floating sky mountain, Li Fuchen, and the other 12 individuals were teleported to a plane. This plane was called the Holy Monument Plane, and the Holy Monument secret realm was located in the spacetime of this plane. When Li Fuchen and his group arrived at the Saint Monument Plains, there were already a few hundred people and they were split into 6 camps. They were the Soul Sky Empire, the Crimson Moon Empire, the Safflower Empire, the Blue Sun Empire, the Heavenly Eye Cult, and the Mysterious Dark Cult. Among them, the Soul Sky Empire had the most members. There were already over 30 individuals at the primary sea realm and it was 3 times more than the floating sky mountain. Next were the Heavenly Eye Cult, Safflower Empire, Mystic Dark Cult, Blue Sun Empire, and Crimson Moon Empire. The floating sky mountain had the least primary sea realm cultivators. Vacant Mountain Emperor, you are late. The Red Moon Emperor had a tall stature and there was a crescent moon imprint on his forehead. He laughed heartily and spoke with a forceful voice. The Vacant Mountain Emperor laughed and said, "Arriving at the right time is better than arriving early." As the Vacant Mountain Master spoke, a crack appeared in the void. A blurry white light covered the crack. The Saint Monument hidden domain had opened. The Mystic Dark Cult Patriarch, the Mystic Dark Emperor said indifferently, "Since the Saint Monument hidden domain has opened, then send them in." The Saint Monument hidden domain was the #1 heaven-class hidden domain in the Emperor Sky continent. Only a few individuals at the primary sea realm would be able to enter the Saint Monument hidden domain. They would need the help of a law phase realm emperor. My Blue Sun Empire shall make a move first. The Blue Sun Emperor waved his hand and enveloped 18 primary sea realm monarchs from the Blue Sun Empire with blue light before sending them into the crack. All members of the Safflower Empire, enter. The Safflower Empress was a woman in red clothes and there was a vibrant red flower in her hair. With a wave of her hand, 21 primary sea realm monarchs from the Safflower Empire were also sent into the crack. Next was the Mystic Dark Cult and the Red Moon Empire. When it was the Floating Sky Mountain's turn, Li Fuchen didn't know if it was an illusion, but in the Soul Sky Empire's camp, the Soul Emperor with eyes that were as deep as a black hole glanced at Li Fuchen with a profound gaze. It is time for the Celestial Eye cult's members to enter. The Celestial Eye Emperor focused his eyes and sent close to 30 primary Sea Realm monarchs into the crack with an eye power. Apart from the Soul Emperor, the rest of the great emperors had contracted their eyes. In the Emperor Sky continent, the Soul Emperor was undoubtedly the #1 great emperor. If there was anyone that could contest with the Soul Emperor, it would be the Celestial Eye Emperor. That eye power earlier was just an ordinary eye power. If it was released by the Celestial Eye Emperor's third eye, the power would at least be doubled. Celestial Eye Emperor, your eye power has grown stronger again. The mystic dark cult patriarch looked at the Celestial Eye Emperor and said slowly. The Celestial Eye Emperor said calmly, likewise. Your mystic dark great technique should have broken through to a higher rank, right? The mystic dark emperor said, how can it be so easy? You are overestimating me. Speaking of which, the 7 of us haven't had a Tao discussion for many years. Why don't we have a Tao discussion after the Saint Monument hidden domain closes? The Safflower Empress suggested. Among the 7 of them, apart from the Soul Emperor and the Celestial Eye Emperor who were rather stable, the rest of them weren't. The difference between them was extremely small. You might be slightly superior this time, but it might not be the same for the next time. I think it is possible. The Red Moon Emperor nodded in agreement. Among the 7 of them, his ranking had always been below average. Therefore, he was very curious about the strength of the others. Let's talk after the Saint Monument hidden domain closes. The Soul Emperor waved his hand and casually sent the primary Sea Realm monarchs from the Soul Sky Empire into the Saint Monument hidden domain. Soul Emperor, if you don't participate, how are we going to discuss Tao? The Blue Sun Emperor looked at the Soul Emperor. The 7 of them had been maintaining a subtle balance, but everyone had their own ambitions and it was impossible for them to maintain this subtle balance. If they were able to see some information about the Soul Emperor, it would only be beneficial for them. The Soul Emperor didn't say anything and closed his eyes. It was unknown why, but the Blue Sun Emperor's body had a trace of cold intent. Just as he was about to say something, he instantly swallowed it back. This place was a vast grassland. It might be called a grassland, but the color wasn't green, it was grayish-white. When looking at it, it was a desolate and cold scene. This is the Peace Grassland. Zhang Sun said to Li Fuchen. Chapter 654. I didn't expect him to come too. Li Fuchen turned his head and looked towards the Soul Sky Empire's camp. There was a black-robed youth there and it was none other than the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. Since the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor was able to come to the Saint Monument hidden domain, his strength was definitely at the high-class Combat Emperor level. When Li Fuchen looked at the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor also looked at Li Fuchen. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor grinned and made a throat-slitting gesture at Li Fuchen. The Saint Monument secret realm didn't prohibit anything other than killing. With his strength as a high-class combat emperor, it was extremely easy to deal with Li Fuchen. As for whether Li Fuchen possessed the strength of a high-class combat emperor, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor didn't think so. An advanced class combat emperor was indeed the minimum requirement to enter the Saint Monument secret domain, but if one had other talents, the requirement could be lowered. For example, the Soul Sky Empire had 2 people who weren't high-class combat emperors but mid-class combat emperors. However, the 2 of them were extremely supportive. They might not be able to help high-class combat emperors defeat peak-class combat emperors, but it was still possible for them to help 3 to 5 high-class combat emperors defeat peak-class combat emperors. Li Fuchen was proficient in incantations and was definitely a support talent. Li Fuchen shook his head. At this point, he no longer placed the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor in his eyes. Let alone a high-class combat emperor, even if the opponent was a peak-class combat emperor, he would be able to kill him with a single slap. After all, P-class combat emperors were only comparable to low-level law phase realm emperors in terms of attack power. They were much inferior in other aspects, especially defense and survivability. But speaking of which, at least 90% of the Emperor Sky Continent's high-class and peak-class combat emperors are here. In the Emperor Sky Continent, the chances of encountering a high-class combat emperor was similar to encountering a law phase realm emperor, let alone a peak-class combat emperor. As a result, it gave people the illusion that the number of high-class combat emperors could be counted on one's fingers, and it was unknown if there were any peak-class combat emperors. From the looks of it now, these high-class combat emperors and peak-class combat emperors were usually in seclusion, striving to break through to the law phase realm. If it wasn't for the fact that the Saint Monument hidden domain was too important, it would be too difficult for them to come out, let alone appearing in the same place at the same time. Everyone, split up. Remember, once you obtain 2 fragments, immediately return to the Peace Grassland. Don't be greedy. Xian Xiao was a handsome young man with long hair that fluttered in the wind. He glanced at the crowd and said slowly, "No one would try to rob you of 1 holy monument fragment. However, if you had 2 holy monument fragments, you would definitely attract the attention of other factions." In the past, the Floating Mountain sect had been too greedy, which was why they had obtained the weakest fragments. In fact, in terms of overall strength, the Floating Sky Mountain was on par with the Red Moon Empire and the Blue Sun Empire. Just like the Floating Mountain sect, the people from the other 6 major powers also spread out and flew in all directions. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor didn't look for trouble with Li Fuqian immediately. He was planning to take revenge after Li Fuqian obtained 2 Saint Monument shards. The Holy Monument fragment could not be scanned with spiritual awareness and could only be seen with the naked eye. Thus, finding it depended entirely on luck. Perhaps it was because he inherited the star fate of the East Unicorn Continent's star fate, Li Fuqian's luck had always been good. In just half a day, Li Fuqian obtained a Saint Monument shard. The so-called Holy Monument fragment looked like a small piece of grayish-white stone. If it wasn't for the white light it emitted, it would have been difficult to recognize it. The instant Li Fuqian obtained the Saint Monument shard, he could sense the other Saint Monument shards and also the Saint Monument. When the Saint Monument shard landed on the ground, it would be concealed by the Saint Monument hidden domain's law. But once it landed on the hand, it would immediately turn into a firefly in the night. It was impossible to conceal it and could be easily sensed. It seems like I am not the only one with good luck. Li Fuqian could sense a total of 7 Saint Monument shards and 2 of them were close together. It meant that 6 individuals had obtained the Saint Monument shards and one of them had obtained 2 shards. It was truly heaven-defying luck. My spiritual awareness can't find the Saint Monument shard at all. I wonder if my spirit soul force can scan it. Li Fuqian released his spirit soul force and scanned the grayish-white Saint Monument shard. In the next moment, Li Fuqian sensed that the Saint Monument shard had a drastic change. If the naked eye observed the Saint Monument shard, it was a gray-white stone shard. But the spirit soul force observed the Saint Monument shard, it was a lump of solidified gelatinous substance. There seemed to be countless tiny lifeforms swimming inside and it was extremely dense. The operation of the law. Li Fuqian's eyes narrowed. This Saint Monument shard was obviously the materialization of the law and it involved the foundation of the law. Just a Saint Monument shard was already so mystical. It was hard to imagine what kind of profundity of the universe was contained in the complete Saint Monument. Li Fuqian couldn't help but look into the distance. Through the Saint Monument shard, Li Fuqian could sense that there was a sun there and the Saint Monument shard in his hand was just a spark. Half a day later, Li Fuqian obtained another Saint Monument shard. At this moment, the number of people who obtained the Saint Monument shard had increased to a few dozen individuals. Someone is coming. Li Fuqian could sense that a Saint Monument shard was approaching him at extreme speed. 15 minutes later, a youth with a buzz cut appeared in Li Fuqian's vision. I hope you are sensible and hand over the Saint Monument shard. The buzz-cut youth was called Shifeng and he was from the Blue Sun Empire. He was one of the Blue Sun Empire's 3 elites and his status was equivalent to the Soul Sky Empire's 4 young masters. His strength was much stronger than regular high-class combat emperors. This was also the reason why he didn't put Li Fuchen in his eyes. Get lost. A sword light flashed by and Shifeng vomited blood before retreating. There was a sword wound on his chest that extended all the way to his shoulder and his artifact armor was split into 2. A P-class combat emperor. Shifeng took a deep cold breath and felt bitter in his heart. Just from this sword light, Shifeng knew that Li Fuchen wasn't a high-class combat emperor but a P-class combat emperor. He didn't expect the floating sky mountain to have another P-class combat emperor apart from Xi and Shao and it was the same as the Blue Sun Empire. Shifeng turned around and quickly left. It was fortunate that he only had 1 Saint Monument shard. If he had 2, he would probably be robbed instead. Perhaps everyone thought that Li Fuchen was weak. Subsequently, another person wanted to snatch Li Fuchen's Saint Monument shard. The result was obvious. 3 shards now. Before the first day had passed, Li Fuchen persisted and found another Saint Monument shard. Right now, apart from Li Fuchen, there were only 2 Saint Monument shards at most. Li Fuchen was definitely the center of attention. The Saint Monument shard could sense that there were at least 7 or 8 Saint Monument shards approaching it. It's you. The first to arrive was the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. To be honest, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor didn't expect for Li Fuchen's luck to be so good. In just half a day, he had already found 3 Saint Monument shards. It seems like my luck is rather good today. I suddenly obtained 2 more Saint Monument shards. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor let out a sinister smile. My luck is rather good too. Li Fuchen sized up the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor and could sense that the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor had 2 Saint Monument shards. Shameless boasting. Chapter 655. The Devil Dragon Blade Light was ferocious and tyrannical. It looked like a devil dragon, but in fact, it was formed by countless blade lights that were glued together by intent. With this move, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor had once killed a beginner-class combat emperor. Even if it was a mid-class combat emperor, he was confident that he could severely injure his opponent. A pity that he had underestimated Li Fuchen's ability. Clang! Li Fuchen didn't even need to use his body refinement strength. He brandished the Joint Heaven Sword and blocked the Devil Dragon's blade light. Crackle! The Demon Dragon blade only lasted for a split second before dispersing. What? The Ghost Dragon Battle Emperor's eyes narrowed as he couldn't believe his eyes. Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor, you are no longer a match for me. Hand over a Saint Monument fragment, and I can let you live a little better. Li Fuchen said indifferently. Dream on. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor turned and fled. Li Fuchen's progress was too fast and he had no choice but to escape. For a moment, his heart was extremely stifled. Courting death. A scarlet sword thread flashed past, and the Ghost Dragon Battle Emperor's armor cracked open. Fresh blood spurted into the sky, and he was severely injured in an instant. You! The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor glared at Li Fuchen with resentment. Since the feud was already formed, Li Fuchen didn't care how much the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor hated him. With a wave of his hand, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's storage bag was sucked over. Li Fuchen took out a Saint Monument shard and tossed it to the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor before keeping the storage bag. One day, you will regret it. The Ghost Dragon Combat the Arch said word by word. You won't have a chance. Li Fuchen swaggered off. Damn it. The Ghost Dragon Battle Emperor hammered the ground, almost going crazy. Li Fuchen didn't wait for these people. Among these people, there were only a few who possessed 2 Saint Monument shards. Even if he defeated them, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to obtain a few Saint Monument shards and it was meaningless. Li Fuchen's speed was so fast that it only took a few moments to shake them off. Although there were people chasing after him, they were never able to meet with Li Fuchen. The 5th one. The 6th one. After one day, Li Fuchen's Saint Monument shards had increased to 6. Apart from one shard that belonged to the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor, the rest were found by Li Fuchen himself. His luck was truly heaven-defying. At the same time, Li Fuchen was completely famous in the Saint Monument hidden domain. 6 Saint Monument shards was not a small number. Usually, only a few people would have more than 5 Holy Monument shards at the later stages, and most of them were snatched. In just one day, Li Fuchen had already obtained 6 Saint Monument shards. It was impossible for people not to be coveted. This person is too cunning and extremely fast. It won't be easy to stop him. Let's see how long he can run. While everyone was searching for the Saint Monument shards, they would intentionally or unintentionally form an encirclement to stop Li Fuchen. 2 days later, Li Fuchen had obtained a total of 10 Saint Monument shards. Everyone could sense that Li Fuchen was glowing like a star. Let's wait another half a day. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. The time limit for finding the Holy Monument fragments was 3 days. After 3 days, everyone had to return to the Peace Grassland. After all, the emperors from the 7 major factions needed time to comprehend the mystery of the Saint Monument, and the Saint Monument hidden domain was only open for about 10 days. Plenty of people had already returned to the Peace Grassland. Their luck was rather good as everyone found 2 Saint Monument shards. Those that didn't return either didn't obtain a single shard, obtained one, or already had a few shards. However, they were confident in their strength and wanted to snatch the Saint Monument shards from others. At this moment, 2 individuals from the Floating Sky Mountain had also returned. They were Lu Yunhe and Shen Tang. Once the duo obtained 2 Saint Monument shards, they immediately rushed back to the Peace Grassland. During this period of time, they had to thank a person who possessed plenty of Saint Monument shards. That person attracted most of the attention, otherwise, it was unknown if they could return successfully. Let's go and see who that person is. There was still half a day left. Shen Tang suggested. Sure. Lu Yunhe nodded. Since the Saint Monument shards had already been handed over to the Floating Sky Mountain's elder who was in charge of registration, they weren't afraid of being snatched. If they were lucky, they might be able to obtain another Saint Monument shard in half a day. It is about time. After 2.5 days, Li Fuchen had a total of 12 Saint Monument shards. Apart from him, the person with the most Saint Monument shards only had 7. Li Fuchen stood in place and didn't move. 15 minutes later, over a dozen individuals appeared around Li Fuchen at almost the same time. The Saint Monument shards are mine. They are mine. Everyone fought to be the first to make their moves. Huff. There was a sudden storm that enveloped over a dozen individuals. In the next moment, these individuals were covered with sword wounds and were sent flying while vomiting blood. Heaven-class mid-tier sword move. Divine Wind Raging Howl. Swish 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 swish, there was a burst of suction force as over a dozen storage bags landed in Li Fuchen's hands. Damn it, he is a P-class combat emperor. One of the individuals gritted his teeth. Regular P-class combat emperors probably aren't as strong as him, right? One of the individuals said with fear. A regular P-class combat emperor wouldn't be able to deal with over a dozen high-class combat emperors at the same time. Everyone, attack together. There were too many individuals that were targeting Li Fuchen. In just a short moment, the second batch of individuals appeared around Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's strength might have exceeded their expectations, but with the advantage in numbers, they didn't put Li Fuchen in their eyes. Especially since they had P-class combat emperors and there was more than one of them. If Li Fuchen was a regular P-class combat emperor, he wouldn't have the strength to fight back when facing so many high-class combat emperors. It was a pity that Li Fuchen wasn't a regular P-class combat emperor. He had grasped plenty of heaven-class mid-tier sword moves and didn't have any weaknesses. Be it his offense or defense, they were all top-class. The Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent surrounded Li Fuchen as he brandished his sword in all directions. Bang boom. The void felt as though it was shattering and everyone became the reflection of a shattered mirror. All of them felt as though their bodies were going to be ripped apart and blood was splattering everywhere. Cling cling clang clang. As for everyone's attacks, when they landed on Li Fuchen's Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent, they would let out a crisp metallic sound and weren't able to break through the sword intent. Golden Light Slash. Blazing Sun Palm. 9 Firmaments Divine Thunder. An extremely dazzling golden light slash, a blazing sun palm, and a destructive divine thunder were all blasting at Li Fuchen. 3 P-class combat emperors had made their moves. Among the trio, one had the 8-star sharp metal bone frame, one had the 8-star sun bone frame, and the last had the 8-star thunderbolt bone frame. With 3 P-class divine abilities, even a P-class combat emperor wouldn't be able to survive. This person is dead for sure. Hee, even P-class combat emperors would perish when facing 3 P-class divine abilities. I wonder if the higher-ups will blame them. Blame? How can they blame them? At most, they will reprimand them. After all, there is no way to hold back in such a situation. The injured individuals were rejoicing in Li Fuchen's misfortune. Li Fuchen revealed a sneer and brandished the joint heaven sword. An even more powerful Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent was set up around Li Fuchen. Boom boom boom. In the blink of the eye, 3 P-class divine abilities drowned Li Fuchen. Chapter 656. He's dead. The person who spoke was a burly middle-aged man surrounded by thunder intent. Battle Emperor of the 9 Heavens, a top-notch Battle Emperor of the Mystic Dark Sect. Dying in the hands of the 3 of us can be considered an honor. The one who unleashed the golden light slash was an old man with a pale golden complexion. The Golden Light Combat Emperor was a peak-level combat emperor of the Soul Sky Empire. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful young top-notch combat emperor in this world. The last one to speak was Battle God Lai Yang from the Blue Sun Empire. They had seen P-class combat emperors that were more powerful than them, but they had never seen such a young combat emperor. We're here. Not far away, Lu Yunhe and Shen Tang rushed over. They looked at the area that was engulfed in golden light, raging flames, and lightning, then at the battle god of the 9 heavens and the other 2. No wonder it is a top-class divine ability. The instantaneous burst of power isn't inferior to a law phase realm emperor. Amidst the golden light, raging flames, and lightning, a figure was faintly discernible. There seemed to be an invisible barrier around this figure, blocking the piercing of the golden light, the burning of the raging flames, and the devastating lightning. When the divine flame sword energy was complemented with the Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent, Li Fuchen's chi defense was definitely at a horrifying level. Let alone the 3 P-class combat emperors, even if the 3 of them were law phase realm emperors, they wouldn't be able to break through this barrier within a short period of time. Impossible. Battle God Lai Yang couldn't help but ask. Nothing is impossible, incinerate sword. Soaring into the sky, Li Fuchen brandished his sword and an invisible fire wave engulfed the trio. Ah! Miserable shrieks rang out as the 3's bodies withered at a visible rate. They aged significantly. This was when Li Fuchen didn't make a ruthless move, otherwise, a single sword would have at least taken half of their lives. It is Li Fuchen. Shen Tang didn't expect for Li Fuchen to obtain the most Saint Monument shards. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen's strength to be so powerful that even the 3 P-class combat emperors weren't a match for him. To the side, Lu Yunhe's face was filled with shock and embarrassment. Not long ago, he looked down on Li Fuchen, but now he felt a burning pain on his face. Let alone 5 Saint Monument shards, with Li Fuchen's strength, he could easily obtain 10 or 20 Saint Monument shards. More and more people gathered around. If it was in the past, everyone would have already made their move. But now, no one dared to make a move. Even the fierce Sun Battle Emperor and the others weren't a match for Li Fuchen. If they went up, they would only give Li Fuchen a chance to snatch their Saint Monument shards. Of course, not making a move now did not mean that they would not make a move in the future. As the number of Saint Monument shards on Li Fuchen increased, everyone couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. It was too much. Li Fuchen already had more than 100 Saint Monument shards. He alone had snatched dozens of Saint Monument shards. He's just one person. Could it be that he wants to overturn the heavens? The one who spoke was the Soul Sky Empire's P-Class Combat Emperor, the Rock Combat Emperor. He took a step forward, and boundless Earth Tao energy suddenly gathered towards him. In the next moment, he turned into a 300-meter tall rock giant. Thick Earth Divine Art, Heart of Rock. The Rock Battle Emperor is right. Amir Jr. doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The other P-Class Combat Emperor from the Soul Sky Empire, the Black Crow Combat Emperor waved his hand and countless black crows rushed at Li Fuchen. Darkness Divine Ability, Black Crows plague the world. There is also me, the Blood Halberd Combat Emperor. The Celestial Occult's P-Class Combat Emperor, the Blood Halberd Combat Emperor, produced a blood halberd that was completely condensed with halberd Tao power. With a swing of the blood halberd, countless blood halberd shadows were blasted out like a tide. Halberd Tao Divine Ability, Blood Halberd Rise and Fall. In an instant, 7 P-Class Combat Emperors made a move at the same time and vowed to take down Li Fuchen. Originally, there were more P-Class Combat Emperors making a move, but at the crucial moment, Xian Shao arrived. Without any hesitation, he executed the Soft Water Divine Ability, Mirrored Water Moon installed 3 P-Class Combat Emperors by himself. The 7 P-Class Combat Emperors had varying strengths, but the stronger ones weren't inferior to Li Fuchen. When facing the 7 of them, Li Fuchen didn't dare to be careless. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered about exposing his body refinement strength as he burst out with the hand of Qi power. He raised his right hand high and flipped it downwards. Why is the sky dark? Everyone looked up. In the next moment, everyone was flabbergasted. An incomparably huge palm descended from the sky. The palm was too big and had enveloped everyone, just like the hand of a god. Rumble. The ground sank and the 7 P-Class Combat Emperors were slammed deep into the ground. It was unknown if they were dead or alive. As for the rest, they were in between the gaps of the palm and didn't suffer too much damage. It was mainly because Li Fuchen was afraid he might kill them by mistake. After all, the hand of Qi power couldn't be light, and if it was light, it wouldn't be able to injure the 7 P-Class Combat Emperors. With a flip of the palm, all the threats vanished like smoke. Everyone felt as though they had stopped breathing. Is this still a P-Class Combat Emperor? Someone asked with hesitation. P-Class Combat Emperors were able to contest with low-level Law Phase Realm Emperors. There were some formidable P-Class Combat Emperors who had attack power that was slightly stronger than low-level Law Phase Realm Emperors. But Li Fuchen's move wasn't just slightly stronger than low-level Law Phase Realm Emperors, it was simply 1 level stronger. Even regular mid-level emperors wouldn't be able to do the same. In front of Xian Shao, the 3 P-Class Combat Emperors had already stopped. Xian Shao had also stopped. It was meaningless to continue the battle. Li Fuchen didn't need anyone's help. He didn't care about the number of opponents. Let alone 7 P-Class Combat Emperors, even if there were 10 or 20 of them, it would only take a single palm strike. Invincible. He is indeed invincible. If there is another level above P-Class Combat Emperors, it would be Invincible Combat Emperors. Those that knew Li Fuchen were shocked. Those that didn't know Li Fuchen were shocked and curious about Li Fuchen's origins. Among them, one of the Soul Sky Empire's 4 young masters, Young Master Solitude, M.O. Solitude, was definitely the most shocked. Back at the Void City's Void Garden, he assumed that Li Fuchen's strength was similar to his or even slightly weaker. From the looks of it now, Li Fuchen wasn't on the same level as him. It was fortunate that he didn't make a move back then, otherwise, the consequences would be obvious. This person's growth speed is too fast. In the Red Moon Empire's camp, a handsome youth frowned. Red Moon Monarch, the son of the Red Moon Emperor. He had seen Li Fuchen's wanted poster in the Red Moon Empire. Back then, Li Fuchen was just a regular primary Sea Realm monarch. How long had it been? Li Fuchen had already grown to such a level. The Red Moon Monarch was certain that Li Fuchen was hiding a huge secret. Right now, no one else dared to make a move. What a joke, even if everyone here joined forces, they wouldn't even be able to withstand a single palm strike from Li Fuchen. Who would dare to make a move? The 7 Peak-class combat emperors didn't perish. Li Fuchen extended his hand and pulled them out of the ground. Their storage bags all landed in Li Fuchen's hand. I have 154 Saint Monument shards now. It is about time. Li Fuchen gave up on his plan to plunder. It was already ridiculous enough to obtain so many Saint Monument shards. If he continued to plunder, he would definitely infuriate the other 6 factions. Chapter 657. In the Peace Prairie, Law Phase Realm Emperors had arrived. The originally deathly silent Saint Monument hidden domain was instantly stirred up because of the arrival of the Law Phase Realm Emperors. Layers of grayish-white chi currents appeared out of nowhere and obstructed the vision of the Law Phase Realm Emperors. This was also one of the reasons why the 7 major factions agreed to allow primary Sea Realm monarchs to search for the Saint Monument shards. Their efficiency in searching for the Saint Monument shards might not be comparable to primary Sea Realm monarchs. How many shards do we have? The Vacant Mountain Emperor asked the Deacon Elder who was in charge of recording. 15 shards. The Deacon Elder handed the storage bag with the Saint Monument shards to the Vacant Mountain Emperor respectfully. Not bad. After hearing that there were 15 shards, the Vacant Mountain Emperor was rather surprised. Previously, the Floating Sky Mountain only obtained 14 shards. This time, before the 3 days were over, they already had 15 shards. They might be able to break through to 20 shards. The Deacon Elder hesitated for a moment and said, "It seems like someone obtained a lot of shards and attracted most of the attention. That's why it was so smooth. It doesn't matter. As long as there are more shards, it is fine." The Vacant Mountain Emperor didn't have high expectations, therefore, it was rather easy to satisfy. A single Saint Monument shard could allow one to comprehend for a day. With 7 shards, one would be able to comprehend until the Saint Monument hidden domain closed. In the past, the Vacant Mountain Emperor would only be able to comprehend for 3 to 4 days. After all, there were only over a dozen Saint Monument shards and it was impossible for him to monopolize half. He had to give others a chance. They are back. Seeing that the 3 days were about to end, the people that went out to search for the Saint Monument shards had all returned to the Peace Prairie. However, for some unknown reason, when the Law Phase Realm Emperors saw this group of people that had returned, they felt that there was a strange atmosphere spreading out. Xian Shao, how is the harvest? The Vacant Mountain Emperor asked Xian Shao. Xian Shao cupped his fist respectfully and said, "Mountain Emperor, I didn't disappoint the mission." Xian Shao personally obtained 7 Saint Monument shards. Good, very good. After hearing the response, the Vacant Mountain Emperor's already good mood was even better. With Xian Zhao's Saint Monument shards, the Floating Sky Mountain had already obtained more than 20 shards. Mountain Emperor. Xian Shao wanted to say something but stopped. Speak. The vacant mountain emperor signaled. Xian Shao said, as compared to Li Fuchen, Xian Zhao's gains are nothing. Does Mountain Chieftain know how many Saint Monument shards Li Fuchen obtained? Li Fuchen. The little fellow that Emperor Yun brought back. How many fragments did he get? The vacant mountain emperor was rather interested. In his opinion, since Xian Shao said so, Li Fuchen must have obtained more Saint Monument shards than him. It might be more than 10 shards and it was definitely good news. 154. Xian Shao took a deep breath and said slowly. What? The vacant mountain emperor was stunned and suspected that he had heard wrongly. How was this possible? In the past, the Soul Sky Empire didn't even have this many Saint Monument shards. They didn't even have half of it. Li Fuchen, is this real? The Cloud Emperor was also shocked and couldn't help but look at Li Fuchen. All the Law Phase Realm Emperors from the Floating Sky Mountain looked at Li Fuchen. Mountain Chieftain, Senior Cloud Emperor, Fuchen did obtain 154 Saint Monument shards. Li Fuchen took out the Saint Monument shard from the storage bag. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the densely packed Saint Monument fragments flickering with grayish-white light. Especially the Cloud Emperor, he finally understood why Li Fuchen said that he would get 1 out of every 5 Saint Monument shards. It turned out that Li Fuchen had absolute confidence and wasn't just saying it casually. Li Fuchen, you have made a great contribution. One of the Floating Sky Mountain's elders laughed heartily and had an excited expression. He was one of the top 10 elders in the Floating Sky Mountain. In the past, he was only given 1 Saint Monument shard and could only comprehend it for a day. With so many Saint Monument shards, he would be able to get at least 3 to 5 shards. While speaking, the elder waved his hand and kept Li Fuchen's Saint Monument shard. Seeing the situation, the Cloud Emperor said, Elder Huang, I promise Li Fuchen that I will give him 1 out of every 5 Saint Monument shards. Of the 154 Saint Monument shards, 30 belong to him. This isn't appropriate, right? Elder Huang frowned. The Cloud Emperor was too ridiculous and actually agreed to such a request. Of course, who would have thought that Li Fuchen would obtain so many Saint Monument shards? Elder Huang, give him 30 shards. The vacant mountain emperor said. Since the Cloud Emperor said so, the Floating Sky Mountain couldn't go back on their word. Furthermore, it was mainly because of Li Fuchen that they were able to obtain so many Saint Monument shards. The Floating Sky Mountain was only providing a slot to enter the Saint Monument hidden domain. Speaking of which, the Floating Sky Mountain had already made a huge profit. After receiving the 30 Saint Monument shards, Li Fuchen kept 7 shards. Senior Cloud Emperor, I only need 7 shards. These 23 shards are for you. While speaking, Li Fuchen presented all the Saint Monument shards to the Cloud Emperor. The Cloud Emperor was stunned. Li Fuchen, these were 23 Saint Monument shards. In the past, the Cloud Emperor wouldn't even get a single shard. Now that he had 23 shards, he felt a little dizzy. Li Fuchen said, Senior Cloud Emperor has saved me twice. In comparison, 23 Saint Monument shards are nothing. If Senior Cloud Emperor needs it, I am willing to give you the 7 shards I have. Li Fuchen owed the Cloud Emperor too much and he mustn't treat it as a matter of course. The vacant mountain emperor's eyes lit up. If Li Fuchen was just a prodigy in the past, then the current Li Fuchen was a young man who valued relationships and was able to distinguish between gratitude and grudges. The vacant mountain emperor valued the former while the vacant mountain emperor admired the latter. Alright, then I shall treat it as you repaying my favor. The Cloud Emperor laughed. Li Fuchen said, Senior Cloud Emperor, this won't do. How can a life-saving favor be repaid so easily? The vacant mountain emperor shook his head and laughed. The two of you are treating me like an outsider. In my opinion, Li Fuchen, why don't you join my Floating Sky Mountain? Cloud Emperor, what do you think? The floating sky mountain was in dire need of a prodigy like Li Fuchen. Before Li Fuchen could reply, a thunderous voice echoed. Vacant Mountain Emperor, your floating sky mountain is truly resourceful. You obtained close to 200 Saint Monument shards in one go. Shouldn't you share some of them? The one who spoke was the Red Moon Emperor. He already knew everything about the Saint Monument hidden domain. He was shocked by Li Fuchen's potential and was also unhappy that the floating sky mountain obtained so many Saint Monument shards. Therefore, he couldn't help but provoke. He didn't believe that the others didn't have the same thoughts. As expected, just as the Red Moon Emperor finished speaking, the Blue Sun Emperor also said, Vacant Mountain Emperor, it isn't good to monopolize. My Blue Sun Empire doesn't want a lot, just 20 shards will do. There were only so many Saint Monument shards that were discovered. If the floating sky mountain had more, they would naturally have less. If everything was normal, the Blue Sun Empire should have 20 more Saint Monument shards, not just over a dozen. The Vacant Mountain Emperor sneered, aren't you embarrassed to say that? Why? Do you want to violate the agreement? In the past, when my floating sky mountain lacked Saint Monument shards, did I suggest that you share some with the floating sky mountain? Chapter 658. Vacant Mountain Lord, the Saint Monument secret domain represents the interests of the 7 major powers. Right now, your floating mountain sect is benefiting, while our 6 major powers are suffering instead. This doesn't seem to be in line with our original intentions. As for the contents of the agreement, we don't have to pay too much attention to it. What we should pay attention to is the essence of the agreement. Beside the Soul Emperor, the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor said earnestly. Bullshit. Elder Huang was enraged. The other party was simply twisting words and forcing logic. If the contents of the agreement were useless, then what was the point of having an agreement? It would be better to just kill each other like in the beginning. I feel that what the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor said is correct. Back then, the essence of the agreement was to allow the 7 major forces to benefit from it and avoid killing each other. Right now, only your floating sky mountain is benefiting from it. That won't do. The Law Phase Realm Emperors from the other factions all voiced out their opinions, causing Elder Huang's body to tremble. These people were too shameless, simply inverting right and wrong. Li Fuchen watched with cold eyes. He had underestimated the importance of the Saint Monument shards to Law Phase Realm Emperors. In order to obtain the Saint Monument shards, these high and mighty emperors were willing to disregard their reputation. Vacant Mountain Emperor, this is what everyone is thinking. You should just compromise. The Heavenly Eye Emperor said indifferently. Your hanging mountain can't stand up to the 6 major powers, the Acheron Heavenly Emperor said. The moment the Great Emperor spoke, everyone knew that there was no turning back on this matter. The Vacant Mountain Emperor laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with killing intent. With a flick of his hand, a large number of Saint Monument shards flew out. 60 shards, no more. Otherwise, let's fight. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to have a falling out with the 6 major powers. However, his hanging mountain wasn't a pushover either. 60 was his limit. 60. Isn't that too little? The 7 Emotions Martial Emperor's voice contained the power to affect one's emotions. 7 Emotions Martial Emperor. You're courting death. The killing intent on the Vacant Mountain Emperor exploded, causing even the ground to crack open. The Emperor Sky Continent might be fine without the floating sky mountain. The 7 Emotions Martial Emperor laughed coldly and his voice was bewitching. Boom! The void trembled as the Vacant Mountain Emperor made his move. A large void palm smashed toward the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor. This was the power of the void, and it was difficult to block. Vacant Mountain Emperor, you've gone too far. The Soul Emperor stretched out a finger and pointed at the void. Puff! The invisible, yet powerful, and terrifying void palm imprint was instantly destroyed. The one who went overboard is probably the seven emotions martial emperor. The majesty of a great emperor cannot be challenged. Soul Emperor, manage your subordinates well, otherwise I won't mind teaching them a lesson. At this moment, the Safflower Empress spoke. She plucked the bright and glistening red flower from her hair and gently turned it. Red light shimmered between heaven and earth, and everyone seemed to have fallen into a world of layers and layers of red petals. Safflower Empress, what do you mean? I'm fighting for everyone's interests. The seven emotions martial emperor's eyes were filled with rage. The Safflower Empress sneered, today, you destroyed the floating mountain. Who will you destroy next time? My Safflower Empire? Seven emotions martial emperor, don't let me see you alone in the future. Otherwise, I will make you pay the price. She hated people who sowed discord and harbored evil intentions the most. The seven emotions martial emperor still wanted to speak but was stopped by the Soul Emperor's gaze. Seeing that the Safflower Empress stood up for the vacant mountain emperor, the atmosphere changed subtly. Everyone knew clearly that if they continued pressuring, it wouldn't be a good thing for the floating sky mountain and the balance between the seven factions. Just as the Safflower Empress said, it was the floating sky mountain this time, it would be their turn next time. Apart from the Soul Emperor and the Celestial Eye Emperor, the others still cared about the balance. On the floating sky mountain side, everyone let out a breath of relief. Earlier on, their hearts nearly jumped out. If the floating sky mountain became everyone's target, it would be the end of the floating sky mountain. No one would be able to contest against the alliance of the six factions, not even the number one expert of the continent, the Soul Emperor. With the commotion over, the floating sky mountain started to distribute the Saint Monument shards. This time, the floating sky mountain had a bountiful harvest. After deducting the 30 Saint Monument shards from Li Fuqian and the Cloud Emperor and the 60 shards from the six factions, the floating sky mountain was left with 100 Saint Monument shards. Including the vacant mountain emperor, as long as the elders were at the late stage of Law Phase realm, everyone would receive 7 Saint Monument shards. It was enough for them to comprehend until the Saint Monument hidden domain closed. After all, they were the backbone of the floating sky mountain. If one of them could produce another great emperor, the floating sky mountain status would have a drastic change. They might not be able to contest against the Soul Sky Empire and the Celestialite cult, but they would be able to dominate the other factions. According to the cultivation levels, the late stage Law Phase realm would get 7 shards, the middle stage Law Phase realm would get 5 shards. As for the early stage Law Phase realm, some would get 3 shards, some would get 2 shards, and some would only get 1 shard. After all, the floating sky mountain had more than 20 emperors and 100 shards was still a little too much. Mountain Emperor, I only need 5 shards. The Cloud Emperor handed the 18 extra Saint Monument shards to the vacant Mountain Emperor. The vacant Mountain Emperor said, how can this be? You will take 7 shards and the remaining 16 shards will be considered as your contribution to the floating sky mountain and I will calculate your contribution points. All right. The Cloud Emperor nodded. There were 16 more Saint Monument shards. Those initial stage Law Phase realm emperors who only got 2 shards and 1 shard were all given 3 shards. There was still 1 extra shard at the end. Xin Shao, this shard is for you. Work hard. The vacant Mountain Emperor said to Xin Shao. Thank you, Mountain Emperor. Xin Shao was delighted. Among the 7 major factions, there had never been a primary Sea Realm monarch that comprehended the Saint Monument's mysteries. He and Li Fuqian were definitely the first batch, therefore, how could he not be delighted? In the Soul Sky Empire's direction, the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor took a glance at Li Fuqian while his heart was surging with murderous intent. This time, he was only given 2 Saint Monument shards. Originally, he was hoping to rely on the Saint Monument to become a great emperor. Right now, his hope was several times smaller. Follow me. After the Saint Monument shards were distributed, the vacant mountain emperor asked those who didn't get the Saint Monument shards to stay in the peace grassland. He then flashed and flew towards the Saint Monument. From afar, Li Fuchen and the others could see an extremely giant grayish-white stone monument. Such a terrifying Saint Monument. Li Fuchen's heart shook. He might not be close to the Saint Monument, but he could already feel the boundless power from the Saint Monument. From the grayish-white stone monument, he could feel the traces of heaven and earth revolving. He could also feel the willpower that suppressed the sky. The monument spirit is no longer around. It is a pity. The joint heaven sword spirit's voice echoed and only Li Fuchen could hear it. Senior sword spirit, you have seen the Saint Monument before? Li Fuchen was curious. The sword spirit said, this Saint Monument was on the same level as me back then. It had killed countless saints. It is a pity that the monument spirit is no longer around. Only the Saint Monument's own power imprint and Tao presence is left. The sword spirit's voice was filled with memories. The Saint Monument has an owner too. Li Fuchen's intuition told him that the higher levels of the world weren't peaceful. The joint heaven sword, Saint Monument, and the hand of God were all items that were left behind. There was no news of their owners. It was hard to imagine how these people were able to shake the world and dominate the world. The sword spirit said, the owner of the Saint Monument is extremely famous. You will know when you reach that level. Chapter 659. When approaching the Saint Monument, one of the Saint Monument shards on Li Fuchen started to slowly consume its power. At the same moment, Li Fuchen felt a trace of connection with the Saint Monument. He could vaguely sense the traces of laws within the Saint Monument. The two of you better make use of this opportunity and comprehend the laws that you are proficient in. This Saint Monument is extremely mystical, and no matter how bad your perception is, the effect of comprehending the Saint Monument isn't inferior to comprehending mid-grade heaven stones. If your perception is extremely strong, it might even be the same as comprehending peak-grade heaven stones. The vacant mountain emperor's voice echoed in Li Fuchen and Xian Zhao's ears. Yes. Li Fuchen and Xian Zhao nodded. The Saint Monument contained boundless power, and when enveloped by this power, even great emperors would feel very insignificant, like a drop in the ocean. No one dared to make a move here, and no one dared to have any devious thoughts. The Saint Monument's power was unpredictable, and no one knew if there would be any dangerous changes if they were to make a move here. Standing on a giant rock, Li Fuchen stared at the Saint Monument without blinking. Such a perfect law. Li Fuchen was shocked. As compared to the Saint Monument, the mid-grade heaven stone was definitely several times inferior. Even the high-grade heaven stone was several times inferior. Li Fuchen didn't know if it was at the level of the peak-grade heaven stone. He only knew that if he could comprehend here for 7 days, his sword Tao would reach an unimaginable level. What laws should I comprehend? Li Fuchen had a flash of hesitation in his heart. There were too many laws that he wanted to comprehend. There was the power law, the fire law, the void law, and the sword Tao law. If he was a little greedier, he would comprehend even more laws like the Qi blood law and the wind Tao law. With so many laws, if he comprehended them one by one, he might end up with nothing or be mediocre in every aspect. This wasn't what he wanted. Sword Tao law. After hesitating for a moment, Li Fuchen was certain that he wanted to comprehend the sword Tao law. Perhaps, comprehending the power law would allow his body refinement strength to get stronger. He might even be able to comprehend the third rank of the hand of God, the hand of star. By then, he would be able to contest with regular mid-level emperors. However, in the long run, the sword Tao was undoubtedly the most suitable for him. One must know that the joint heaven sword was an existence that wasn't inferior to the Saint Monument. Once it was completely unsealed, its might would definitely be extremely terrifying. And the sword techniques comprehended from the joint heaven sword would sooner or later surpass the god's hand. After confirming that he was going to comprehend the sword Dao law, Li Fuchen discarded all distracting thoughts and started to search for traces of sword Dao law in the Saint Monument. Perhaps because his heart of sword Dao was firmer, the Saint Monument had a change in Li Fuchen's eyes. Sword scars appeared on the sword monument. Hack, stab, point, lift, smash, cut, slash, pierce, pick, lift, twist, sweep, every sword mark was different. They were all cleaving marks, but the angle and depth were slightly different. These slight changes contained countless mysteries of the sword Dao. The Saint Monument itself only contains one type of Dao. One Dao gives birth to 10,000 Daos, and the sword Dao is just one of them. How far you can comprehend the sword Dao will depend on your fortune. The sword spirit muttered to himself in a voice that Li Fuchen couldn't hear. At the start, Li Fuchen was just quietly comprehending. After one day, Li Fuchen couldn't help but draw the joint heaven sword and started to practice. There weren't any moves, just the most fundamental sword moves. If it was in the past, when Li Fuchen practiced the fundamental sword moves, there would be sword intent emitting. But now, when Li Fuchen brandished his sword, there wasn't any leakage of sword intent. All the sword intent seemed to be condensed and it was hard for others to feel it. The only thing that could be felt was the sharpness of the sword. The sword spirit sounded surprised. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen to take this step so early. It might just be a clue and Li Fuchen hadn't truly taken it, but it was definitely a terrifying start. Sword Master, this child seems to be even more outstanding than you back then. The sword spirit was lamenting and reminiscing. He reminisced about the days when he was all-powerful and conquering the world. After staying silent for countless years, he felt as though he was rusting. 2 days later, Li Fuchen's sword intent was even more reserved, while the sharpness of the sword was even more intense. Not far away, the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor opened his eyes and was instantly expelled out of the Saint Monument's power. Before leaving, he took a glance at Li Fuchen. When he saw the changes to Li Fuchen's body, his eyes contracted. An intense sense of danger filled his heart. If I don't eliminate this child as soon as possible, there will be a great calamity for me. The Seven Emotions Martial Emperor had condensed 5 emotion seeds previously. Right now, the 6th emotion seed, the Fear seed, was also showing signs of condensing. At this moment, he was very sensitive to anything that could make him fearful. Right now, Li Fuchen had undoubtedly brought a trace of fear to him. 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, as the number of days increased, more and more emperors were expelled out of the Saint Monument's power. Those that were left were either great emperors or late-stage law phase realm emperors from the floating sky mountain. Crackle. Within Li Fuchen's body, there was a sound of splitting the world. Li Fuchen felt as though he was struck by lightning. Immediately after, he entered a whole new level. In Li Fuchen's vision, everything was made up of points and lines. Some points were closer, some were farther, some were closer, some were farther. Points and lines were intersecting with each other. Points and lines were also intersecting with each other. Li Fuchen realized that all the sword Dao techniques couldn't be separated from these points and lines. Sword Heart, he finally condensed the sword heart. The sword spirit's voice had a fluctuation. In the past, the sword spirit would at most sigh and reminisce, but his emotions wouldn't have any fluctuation. The so-called sword heart was the heart of sword Dao and it was a type of Dao heart. There was a huge difference between condensing the Dao heart and not condensing the Dao heart. Without condensing the Dao heart, the martial artist would only be borrowing the power of the laws and intents and wouldn't completely belong to them. If they were in a place with incomplete heaven and earth laws, their combat strength would be greatly reduced. Once the Dao heart was condensed, the laws and intents that were released would completely belong to the martial artist. It meant that the martial artist would be able to completely control the laws and intents that they possessed. The combat strength wouldn't just increase by 1 or 2 points. It was just like two individuals, one could only use 30% or 40% of the strength, while the other could use 100% of the strength. The latter would naturally be stronger. Apart from that, the condensation of the sword heart also meant that Li Fuchen's sword Dao had reached a higher level. Martial artists that didn't condense the sword heart wouldn't be considered swordsmen in the eyes of the sword spirit. They would only be considered swordsmen or swordsmen. The Dao heart is the only obstacle to the saint's realm. You have seen through this obstacle in advance. If this news gets out, it will be widely spread in countless worlds. The sword spirit felt as though he could see the scene of Li Fuchen standing at the pinnacle of the sword Dao. 6 days, 7 days, the 7th day was about to end and everyone had awakened. I have already made contact with the Heart of Void. I wonder when will I be able to condense the Heart of Void and step into a higher realm. The vacant mountain emperor's eyes were filled with expectations. To become a saint, one had to condense the Dao heart first. As a great emperor, he naturally knew it clearly. But he might know it clearly, but it wasn't that easy to condense the Dao heart. Chapter 660. Seeing that the Saint Monument secret realm was about to close, everyone left. Outside world, Saint Monument Plains. Little friend, I heard from my son that you were originally a citizen of my Crimson Moon Empire. Due to some reasons, you left the Crimson Moon Empire. As long as you are willing to join the Crimson Moon Empire, I can confer you the title of 5-star king. At that time, with your authority, you can easily punish those who have offended you. The Red Moon Emperor's voice transmitted into Li Fuchen's ears. Be it Li Fuchen's value or Li Fuchen's hidden secrets, the Red Moon Emperor was very interested. In response, Li Fuchen transmitted a message back: many thanks for the king's kindness, but Li Fuchen has decided to reside in the floating sky mountain. A 5-star king was indeed a great temptation. In the Red Moon Empire, a normal city lord was a 1-star king, a prosperous city lord was a 2-star king, and a county governor was a 3-star king. As for a 4-star king, only a few people could reach this rank. As for a 5-star king, only the Red Moon clan's combat emperors could obtain this honor. But let alone a 5-star monarch, even if the Red Moon Empire had a 6-star monarch or a 7-star monarch, Li Fuchen wouldn't care. Young friend, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. You can think about it. The Red Moon Emperor's voice was getting softer, but how could Li Fuchen not hear that the Red Moon Emperor's voice had a trace of inviolable intent? Chiyu, what do you mean? The Vacant Mountain Emperor was proficient in the void laws, so he could easily hear the Red Moon Emperor's voice transmission. The Red Moon Emperor replied nonchalantly, Vacant Mountain Emperor, aren't you being too nosy? He isn't even someone from your floating sky mountain. The Vacant Mountain Emperor snorted, isn't that right? Li Fuchen is already my floating sky mountain's direct line disciple. Li Fuchen, you don't have to worry about your direct line disciple status. In the future, you can come and go as you please in the floating sky mountain. I will not restrict you at all. The Vacant Mountain Emperor's voice was transmitted into Li Fuchen's ears. Feeling the Vacant Mountain Emperor's sincerity, Li Fuchen cupped his fist and said, Disciple Li Fuchen thanks the Mountain Emperor. All right. The Vacant Mountain Emperor laughed out loud. Of course, he knew that Li Fuchen had secrets. After all, who didn't have secrets? But in the Vacant Mountain Emperor's opinion, Li Fuchen's greatest value should be his perception. Comprehension was not something that others could take away. Narrowing his eyes, the Red Moon Emperor's killing intent flashed across his body. Vacant Mountain Emperor, congratulations. Safflower Empress said to the Vacant Mountain Emperor. The Vacant Mountain Emperor cupped his fists, Safflower Empress, many thanks for your help earlier. The 7 great forces also had friendly relations with each other. For instance, the Red Moon Emperor and the Blue Sun Emperor were rather close. The mysterious Dark Sect and the Heaven's Eye Sect were quite close. Safflower Empress and Vacant Mountain Emperor were rather close. As for the Soul Emperor, the 6 great emperors were very wary of him. Even the Celestialite Great Emperor was no exception. The Safflower Empress sent a sound transmission to the Vacant Mountain Emperor and solemnly said, "Be careful of the Soul Emperor." The Vacant Mountain Emperor nodded, understood. The Saint Monument Hidden Domain had come to an end and all the major factions had parted ways. Before leaving, the Soul Emperor took another glance at Li Fuchen with a profound expression. The Hanging Mountain. Floating Palace. The Vacant Mountain Emperor said to everyone below, "From now on, Li Fuchen is my Floating Sky Mountain's direct line disciple. Cloud Emperor, bring Li Fuchen around the Floating Sky Mountain." Yes. Emperor Yun accepted the order. The Cloud Emperor was rather happy. This time, he had a great harvest in the Saint Monument Hidden Domain. He was confident that he would be able to progress to the late stage of Law Phase realm within a few dozen years. Everything was thanks to Li Fuchen. Becoming a direct line disciple of the Floating Sky Mountain was just a small interlude for Li Fuchen. His attention was all on the Sword Heart. This is the Sword Heart. Li Fuchen felt that his body had an additional substance that wasn't real or illusory. This substance was similar to the Saint Monument Shard and it was the materialization of the law. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, the Sword Heart was the materialization of the Sword Dao Law and the individual's mark. Break. Li Fuchen extended a finger and tapped on an Earth-class peak-tier weapon. Crackle. The Earth-class peak-tier weapon broke in response. My Sword Dao strength is 3 times stronger than before. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance. His powerful spirit soul allowed him to clearly distinguish the difference between the Sword Heart and not the Sword Heart. Before he had the Sword Heart, he would need to guide the Sword Dao Law in heaven and earth to attack. During the process, there would be a lot of consumption. Right now, the Sword Heart was the Sword Dao Law that he comprehended. He could attack directly without any guidance and there wouldn't be any consumption. In this way, I can activate the sword intent as I please. With a thought in his mind, the Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent automatically enveloped his body. Li Fuchen grabbed the Joint Heaven Sword and thrust with force. Cling! There was a burst of sparks as the Joint Heaven Sword was repelled. I reckon that a regular low-level emperor wouldn't be able to break the Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent within a short period of time. Earlier on, Li Fuchen used at least 60% to 70% of his strength. With 60% of his strength, he was definitely much stronger than regular low-level emperors. I wonder what is the form of the sword intent burst. With another thought in his mind, a sword intent wave that could extinguish heaven and earth extended out. Crackle crackle. With Li Fuchen at the center, a large region was shattered like a mirror. Even the ground was torn apart. This was the absolute heaven sword intent. Blaze. Immediately after, it was the ferocious and scorching incineration sword intent and the divine wind raging howl sword intent. The Sword Dao Law doesn't require guidance, but the Void Law, Fire Dao Law, and Wind Dao Law still require guidance. Li Fuchen had a total of 6 sword intents. They were the Absolute Heaven Sword Intent, Meteor Sword Intent, Incineration Sword Intent, Divine Wind Raging Howl Sword Intent, Impermanence Sword Intent, and the Sky Ring Sword Armor. Among them, the Absolute Heaven Sword Art, Incineration Sword, and Divine Wind Raging Howl didn't just contain the Sword Dao Law, they also contained the Void Law, Fire Dao Law, and Wind Dao Law. Li Fuchen had only condensed the Sword Heart and didn't condense the Heart of the Void, Fire Dao, or Wind Dao. Therefore, he wasn't able to release the Void Law, Fire Dao Law, and Wind Dao Law. As such, there would be damage. In other words, in terms of the power of moves, these 3 sword intents were already inferior to the other 3 sword intents. The Sword Heart also has attributes. My previous owner condensed the Void Sword Heart. The Sword Spirit's voice echoed. Can't it be a pure Sword Heart? Li Fuchen asked. The sword spirit said, "Of course it can. Furthermore, the purer something is, the more terrifying it will be when cultivated to the extremity. But everything has its pros and cons. From an overall perspective, the sword heart is inferior to the void sword heart. Of course, it mainly depends on your choice." The sword spirit didn't have the intention to guide Li Fuchen, because Li Fuchen didn't need guidance, it was his own choice. If Li Fuchen didn't have his own thoughts and was wavering, then he wasn't fit to be the owner of the joint heaven sword. "I will still go the path of purity." Li Fuchen thought for a moment and said. He didn't like things that weren't pure. If the sword heart was mixed with other laws, it would feel a little awkward. Of course, once Li Fuchen made this choice, it would mean that he had a disagreement with the joint heaven sword. Because the sword arts contained in the joint heaven sword basically contained the void law. The sword spirit said, "The greatest value of the joint heaven sword is the joint heaven sword itself and not the sword art left behind by the owner of the joint heaven sword. One day, you will understand. Therefore, you don't have to worry about not being compatible with the joint heaven sword. In fact, the limits of the joint heaven sword aren't even unearthed by the previous owner. The sword spirit might be the sword spirit of the joint heaven sword, but it didn't completely represent the joint heaven sword. It was something that even the sword spirit didn't understand. Chapter 661. After condensing the sword heart, it was much easier for Li Fuchen to comprehend the sword Dao law. 1 month later, Li Fuchen created the 39th rank of the Divine Flame Sword Energy Technique. At this moment, Li Fuchen's cultivation technique rank was already comparable with any law phase realm emperors, apart from great emperors. According to what he knew, the cultivation techniques of great emperors were actually heaven-class mid-tier cultivation techniques, and the highest rank of heaven-class mid-tier cultivation techniques was only the 39th rank. Of course, those that could become great emperors were all outstanding individuals and would definitely be able to deduce the later ranks of cultivation techniques. As for how many ranks they could deduce, Li Fuchen didn't know. The 39th rank of the Divine Flame Sword Energy was extremely condensed, and in terms of cultivation strength, it was already comparable with low-level emperors. Li Fuchen reckoned that if it wasn't for the continuous increase in his Dantian limit and his astounding body toughness, he wouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful Divine Flame Sword Energy. Despite the case, Li Fuchen felt that his Dantian was very bloated. Let alone increasing his cultivation, just circulating the Divine Flame Sword Energy at full strength would cause an overload. There were plenty of benefits to becoming a direct line disciple of a top-notch Emperor-class faction. At least, Li Fuchen could use contribution points to redeem the 1,000-year rootless flower. The contribution points were bestowed by the vacant mountain emperor. Due to Li Fuchen's contributions in the Saint Monument hidden domain, the vacant mountain emperor bestowed a large number of contribution points to Li Fuchen. Even the floating sky mountain's elders were envious of the amount of contribution points. With this 1,000-year rootless flower, Li Fuchen successfully increased his Dantian limit to the 9th level of primary sea realm. Subsequently, Li Fuchen used the peak-grade spirit stone to increase his cultivation to the 9th level of primary sea realm. Without the 10,000-year rootless flower, I probably won't be able to progress to the law phase realm within the next 10 years. Li Fuchen's cultivation progress was too fast, and he didn't even have time to strengthen his Dantian. Those 8-star bone frames that reached the 9th level of primary sea realm were basically over 50 years old and close to 100 years old. Li Fuchen was only slightly over 30 years old. Next, his Dantian was still restricting him. If his Dantian wasn't powerful enough, even if he had the peak-grade spirit stone, even if his mental state was strong enough, even if he had all sorts of advantages, he still wouldn't be able to progress to the law phase realm within the next 10 years. The law phase realm wasn't just about the toughness of cultivation, the quantity of qi was 10 times or dozens of times more than 9th level monarchs. It was incomparable. Li Fuchen wasn't planning to stay in the floating sky mountain forever. He was preparing to roam around the regions that were governed by the floating sky mountain. Since arriving at the Emperor Sky Continent, Li Fuqian had been cultivating and cultivating. He didn't have a single moment of relaxation or rest. Right now, he was already a direct line disciple of the floating sky mountain and had reached a bottleneck in all aspects. Li Fuqian felt that it was necessary for him to experience the scenery of the Emperor Sky Continent. Traveling was sometimes a kind of cultivation. Along the way, Li Fuqian saw countless scenic spots. There were waterfalls that were tens of thousands of feet high, rapid rivers, tranquil mountain scenery. The sceneries that could be seen everywhere in the past were now displaying the uncanny workmanship of nature upon closer inspection. If nature was a martial artist, then these sceneries were the martial arts that nature displayed. Every sceneries had a unique heavenly Tao charm. Apart from the scenic spots, Li Fuqian also saw countless martial artists fighting along the way. If they were just killing each other, Li Fuqian wouldn't bother. But if they were bullying the weak, Li Fuqian wouldn't mind interfering. In any case, with his eyesight, he could tell at a glance who was evil and who was exuding kindness. Thousands Prosper City was a flourishing city in the east of the floating sky mountain. In the number 3 ranked Flying Snow restaurant, Li Fuqian was seated at the top floor by the window. Outside the window, there was a bustling street. The top floor of the Flying Snow restaurant wasn't a place for regular people to visit. On this floor, the worst wine would cost at least 1 million low-grade spirit stones. A superior wine would easily cost a few million or tens of millions. But this amount of spirit stones wasn't considered much to Li Fuqian. 10 million low-grade spirit stones were merely 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Li Fuqian had more than 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. Back in the Saint Monument hidden domain, Li Fuqian had obtained plenty of storage bags from combat emperors. These combat emperors might not have brought their entire wealth with them, but after accumulating, the number of mid-grade spirit stones was still considerable. Li Fuqian made a rough estimation and estimated that he had at least 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. It would only be more and not less. "Waiter, give me another jug of Flying Snow wine," Li Fuqian called out. "All right." The waiter who was waiting nearby was beaming with joy as though he was injected with stimulants. The Flying Snow wine was the best wine in the Flying Snow restaurant. A single jug was worth 20 million low-grade spirit stones and Li Fuqian had already drunk 2 jugs. The waiter was astonished by Li Fuqian's wealth. According to the Flying Snow restaurant's rules, for every jug of wine ordered by a customer, the waiter would receive a cut. For a single jug of Flying Snow wine, the waiter would receive around 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Soon enough, a jug of Flying Snow wine was served. Li Fuqian poured a cup of wine. The wine in the cup had frost and was overflowing with chilling qi. After drinking it, an extreme tranquility rushed into the mind and into the limbs and bones. Admiring the beautiful scenery and drinking the finest wine, this is life. Li Fuqian lamented. Putting down the cup, Li Fuqian looked outside the window. Li Fuqian's eyes landed on 2 men and 1 woman. These 2 men and 1 woman were the East Unicorn Continent's Qiheng, Ting Qingyun, and Su Muyu. Qiheng was once one of the 3 king stars, Ting Qingyun was one of the 6 young masters, and Su Muyu was one of the 4 fairies. Had it not been for Li Fuqian's sudden appearance, the 3 king stars, the 6 young masters, and the 4 fairies would definitely be the elite prodigies of the East Unicorn Continent and no one would surpass them. The trio was currently panicking and were fleeing for their lives. Behind them was a first-level primary Sea Realm young monarch. "You won't be able to escape. This Wanhua city is my territory." The young monarch was neither fast nor slow as he followed behind the trio. "Young city lord, why must you force us?" Qiheng said in a deep voice. The young monarch behind them was the son of the thousands Prosper City Lord, Hua Jianqiu. To be honest, the young monarch might be a first-level primary Sea Realm monarch, but if the trio worked together, they might be able to defeat him. But this was the thousands prosper city and they didn't dare to retaliate. As for the cause of the incident, it was because Hua Jianxiu fancied Su Muyu and wanted Su Muyu to be his concubine. He also wanted the two of them to be his guards. The trio might not have high cultivation levels, but they were elite prodigies of the East Unicorn continent and had great ambitions. It was natural that they wouldn't agree. If you want me to stop forcing you, you just have to listen to me obediently. Hua Jianxiu had a teasing expression. He, Hua Jianxiu, had never failed to get the women he wanted. It was simply a fool's dream for the trio to escape from his grasp. Su Muyu, it has been a long time since we last met. Are you willing to come up and have a drink? Right at this moment, a thunderous voice echoed on the street. After hearing this familiar voice, Su Muyu lifted her head abruptly and looked at the top floor of the Flying Snow restaurant. There was a handsome young man with a smile. Who are you? Hua Jianxiu's eyes contracted. How could he not see that Li Fuchen was also a primary Sea Realm monarch and had a much higher cultivation level than him? At least, he couldn't see through Li Fuchen. If you leave now, I will treat it as nothing happened. Chapter 662. Courting Death. Hua Jianxiu sneered as he withdrew a command token and crushed it. He, Hua Jianxiu, had never been afraid of anyone in Wanhua City. It didn't matter if one was a peak king or a quasi-emperor. Even a dragon had to coil up and a tiger had to lie down. Li Fuchen, this person is the young city lord of the Thousand Prosper City. He has an illustrious status. Hurry up and leave. Rain could see that Li Fuchen's cultivation was very high and was at least much higher than Hua Jianxiu. But this was the Thousand Prosper City and not the wilderness. If they were in the wilderness, the three of them wouldn't need to fear Hua Jianxiu. Li Fuchen didn't mind and said, how can I not know his identity if he dares to be so arrogant in the Thousand Prosper City? Qi Hing gritted his teeth and said to Ting Qingyun and Su Muyu, Li Fuchen never does things that he is not confident of, not to mention that we can't escape, why not go up? All right. Ting Qingyun and Rain nodded helplessly. They knew that they wouldn't be able to escape from the Thousand Prosper City and could only place their hopes on Li Fuchen. Arriving at the top floor of the Flying Snow restaurant, the three of them sat down. Waiter, 3 more bottles of Flying Snow wine. Li Fuchen called out. The attendant trembled with fear. Young master, that person below is the young city governor, Hua Jianxiu. In my opinion, all of you should leave quickly. Although the Flying Snow restaurant was ranked 3rd in the Thousand Flourishing City and had a strong background, no matter how strong they would not dare to offend the young city lord. Li Fuchen said, you just have to serve the wine. You don't have to bother about anything else. A young city lord is nothing to me. The waiter was surprised to see how calm Li Fuchen was. He didn't even put the young city lord in his eyes. Was he a madman or was he confident? It should be the latter. The waiter thought to himself. After all, how could a person who could casually spend hundreds of millions of low-grade spirit stones be simple? When the Flying Snow wine was served, Rain and the other two took a sip. They were originally anxious, but after drinking a mouthful of wine, they instantly calmed down and exclaimed, what wine is this? It should be very expensive. The waiter could not help but say, this is our Flying Snow restaurant's most valuable Flying Snow wine. 1 pot costs 20 million low-grade spiritual stones. What? 20 million low-grade spiritual stones? The three of them were dumbfounded. Their entire wealth added up was only a few million low-grade spirit stones. They couldn't even afford a pot of wine. So, outside the Flying Snow restaurant, a group of high-level monarchs surrounded the Flying Snow restaurant. Young city lord. A gray-haired elder with a saber on his back looked at Hua Jianxiu. Hua Jianxiu said coldly, bring them out. Yes. The gray-haired elder waved his hand and the 4 high-level monarchs followed him into the flying snow restaurant. Seeing this, Rain and the other 2 held their breaths. Bang! Just as the 5 of them were about to enter the flying snow restaurant, an invisible barrier repelled them. The gray-haired elder was enraged. Hurry up and open the restaurant's array formation. He thought that the people in the restaurant had activated a protective formation. Break the formation. Hua Jianqiu ordered. Since the flying snow restaurant didn't know how to adapt to circumstances, there was no need for it to exist. Open. The gray-haired old man pulled out his saber and slashed out. Whoosh! The pale white saber light was like a thunderbolt in the clear sky as it slashed towards the flying snow restaurant. Bang! The saber light exploded into pieces, but the flying snow restaurant remained unscathed. Attack together. The gray-haired old man's face turned red as he was embarrassed into anger. Boom boom boom, a group of high-level monarchs attacked together and blasted at the flying snow restaurant. After 15 minutes, everyone stopped and looked at each other in dismay. Was the array of a restaurant really able to withstand the attacks from so many high-level monarchs? Hua Jianqiu also felt that something was wrong. Li Fuchen, did you do this? Rain suddenly turned to look at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't comment and said, "It is time to teach them a lesson." While speaking, Li Fuchen dipped his hand in wine and sprinkled it. PFFF 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 PFFF, everyone, including Hua Jianqiu, had a bloody hole on their bodies. It seems like they have kicked an iron plate. The surrounding onlookers murmured. An existence that could easily injure high-level monarchs was at least a half-emperor or even a combat emperor. Which one of the combat emperors had a simple background? Do you really want to go against me? Hua Jianqiu endured the pain and grievance as he questioned Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, "As the young city lord of the thousands prosper city, you used your authority to bully others and disregarded the rules. I shall seal your evil intent for 100 years. While speaking, Li Fuchen formed a seal with a single hand and landed an incantation on Hua Jianqiu's body. What did you do to me? Hua Jianqiu was shocked and enraged. Ah! All of a sudden, Hua Jianqiu yelled out miserably as he had a splitting headache. For the next 100 years, if you have evil intent, you will suffer a fate worse than death. I hope you know what to do. He was executing the evil heart demon subduing incantation. A simple demon subduing incantation was used to subdue inner demons, while the evil heart demon subduing incantation was used to subdue evil intent. This incantation was specially used to deal with evil people. With Li Fuchen's current incantation proficiency, even the incantation martial emperor might not be able to undo the evil heart demon subduing incantation. Of course, if Hua Jianqiu's temperament changed, there was no need to undo the evil heart demon subduing incantation. Who dares harm my child? A vigorous voice echoed throughout the place. It is the thousands prosper city lord, Hua Tianxiong. Someone in the crowd spoke up. Although Hua Tianxiong only had the strength of a peak monarch, he could suppress a quasi-emperor with the help of the Wanhua city formation. You are the city lord of Wanhua city. Li Fuchen's voice was transmitted into the other party's ears. Who are you? Hua Tianxiong said in a deep voice. I am the Floating Sky Mountain's direct line disciple, Li Fuchen. While speaking, Li Fuchen revealed the chi presence of the direct disciple token. True disciple. Hua Tianxiong was terrified. The position of a true legacy disciple was far higher than that of a prefect, and was second only to the prefects and elders of the Hanging Mountain. Considering that Yang Qi was only the city magistrate of Wanhua City, he was nothing in the eyes of a true legacy disciple. Even if he killed him, he would only be punished. Hua Tianxiong greets you, my lord. Hua Tianxiong hurriedly descended from the sky and bowed with cupped fists. City lord. The gray-haired elder and the others looked at each other in dismay. Kneel down and apologize. Hua Tianxiong bellowed. My lord, please spare us. How could these people not understand that the person on the top floor of the Flying Snow restaurant had a much higher status than Hua Tianxiong? If they didn't kneel down and apologize, their lives would be in danger. In an instant, all of them knelt down without hesitation and spoke with fear. Leave now. Hua Tianxiong, behave yourself. Li Fuchen said indifferently. After Hua Tianxiong and the others left, the crowd started to discuss. I wonder who is the milord that Hua Tianxiong mentioned. Are you stupid? He must be one of the upper echelons of the Floating Sky Mountain. He is so young, he is probably a direct line disciple of the Floating Sky Mountain. Hearing the discussion, Su Muyu looked at Li Fuchen and asked, Li Fuchen, what is your current status? The Wanhua City Lord seems to be afraid of you. Li Fuchen said, I recently became a direct line disciple of the Floating Sky Mountain. I see. The trio suddenly understood. The Floating Sky Mountain was one of the 7 major factions of the Emperor Sky Continent. The status of a direct line disciple was indeed enough to make the Wanhua City Lord tremble with fear. How long have you been in the Emperor Sky Continent? Have you seen anyone else? Li Fuchen inquired about their experiences. Chapter 663. After a detailed discussion, Li Fuchen found out that the trio had been in the Emperor Sky Continent for several years. The teleportation platform on the East Unicorn Continent could teleport directly to the Emperor Sky Continent, but it was impossible to teleport back from the Emperor Sky Continent. Because the teleportation platform on the Emperor Sky Continent didn't have the teleportation function, it only had the receiving function. The trio would occasionally see old friends from the East Unicorn Continent, but they didn't gather together. After all, everyone had their own fated encounters. They came to the Emperor Sky Continent to search for fated encounters and not to reminisce about the past. That's right, Li Fuchen, I saw Yan Qingwu on the Emperor Sky Continent before. Her progress is even more appalling than you. Su Muyu suddenly said. What do you mean? Li Fuchen was rather curious. There were some interactions between him and Yan Qingwu, and there were even some romantic scenes. Su Muyu said, 2 years ago, we saw Yan Qingwu at the Blue Sun Empire. Back then, she was already at the 9th level of Primary Sea Realm and was fighting with a 2nd level emperor. Many people were watching. What was the result? Li Fuchen asked. Qi Heng praised, 3 moves. In just 3 moves, she defeated that 2nd level emperor. If it wasn't for a mid-level emperor that came to rescue, that emperor might have been killed. Possession? Or? Li Fuchen frowned. To be able to defeat a 2nd level emperor with ease while at the 9th level of Primary Sea Realm, it was definitely not something an 8-star bone frame could do. In Li Fuchen's opinion, there were 3 possibilities. Firstly, Yan Qingwu obtained a heaven-defying fated encounter just like him. Secondly, Yan Qingwu was possessed by a great figure. If the person who possessed Yan Qingwu was a great emperor, with the great emperor's knowledge, it would be a piece of cake for a 9th level Primary Sea Realm to defeat a 2nd level emperor. Thirdly, Yan Qingwu was the reincarnation of a great figure. Reincarnation was very difficult and it was almost impossible to reincarnate with one's memories. But there might be such a reincarnation secret technique. What plans do you have next? Li Fuchen asked. Su Muyu said, what plans can we have? We will take it one step at a time and search for fated encounters. Arriving at the Emperor Sky Continent was already a huge fated opportunity for them. Perhaps it was because the Heaven and Earth Law was rather complete. On the 2nd year after the trio arrived at the Emperor Sky Continent, their 6-star bone frames had evolved into 7-star bone frames. Li Fuchen didn't find it strange. The East Unicorn Continent was extremely weak among the low-class continents and the Heaven and Earth Laws were relatively weak. After arriving at a top-notch mid-class continent, it was normal for the bone frame to increase by 1 star after absorbing the law power. As for why he didn't improve, Li Fuchen reckoned that it was because he had relied on external items to upgrade his bone frame several times. If he was still a normal bone frame, after arriving at the Emperor Sky Continent, he would definitely be able to automatically upgrade to a 1-star or 2-star bone frame. Perhaps you could join the Hanging Mountain and become a disciple of the sect, just like me. Li Fuchen suggested. With their talent and comprehension, as well as their current aptitude, it wouldn't be a problem for them to join the Floating Mountain. At the very least, they would be able to become Outer Mountain disciples. Can we? Ting Qingyun was not very confident. After arriving at the Emperor Sky Continent, they realized that they weren't considered anything in the Emperor Sky Continent. They were only considered slightly talented and weren't considered prodigies. Whether it's possible or not, we'll only know after trying. Li Fuchen felt that the trio could do it. Among the 7-star bone frames, the trio were considered outstanding. Most importantly, the trio had an aura that the 7-star bone frames on the Emperor Sky Continent didn't have. It was an all-powerful aura. One must never underestimate this aura. Apart from innate perception, martial artists also placed great importance on their personality and aura. Bring this token to the Floating Sky Mountain. Someone will arrange for you to take the test. Li Fuchen took out a token and handed it to Su Muyu. Before this, he had already introduced Lei Donghai, Yuan Long, and Gu Jui to join the Floating Sky Mountain. The trio's innate perception was superior to Su Muyu and the others, therefore, they were already Inner Mountain disciples. Many thanks. The trio expressed their gratitude. Joining the Floating Sky Mountain was definitely a great fated opportunity. As a top-notch Emperor-class faction, the Floating Sky Mountain had countless cultivation techniques and martial arts. There would definitely be plenty of Heaven-class cultivation techniques and martial arts, but they lacked cultivation techniques and martial arts the most. After staying in the Thousands Prosper City for a day, Li Fuchen left early the next morning. At the same time, Su Muyu and the others were also heading towards the Floating Sky Mountain. Over a month later, after going through multiple teleportation arrays and traveling for a long distance, Su Muyu and the others arrived at the Floating Sky Mountain's territory. Halt! A primary Sea Realm monarch obstructed the trio. Su Muyu took out the token that Li Fuchen gave her and said, "Li Fuchen recommended us to participate in the disciple test." Direct disciple Li Fuchen. The primary Sea Realm monarch received the token and inspected it carefully before saying, "All of you, follow me." Since they were recommended by direct disciple Li Fuchen, he didn't dare to let the trio wait here. Right now, Li Fuchen was the person that received the most attention in the Floating Sky Mountain. His status was already comparable with some of the lower-ranked elders. The Floating Sky Mountain was massive. Without using teleportation arrays, Li Fuchen couldn't even finish touring a single county in over a month. Of course, it was mainly because Li Fuchen wasn't traveling at full speed. He was walking and admiring the scenery leisurely. To Li Fuchen, he didn't care about the time, he only cared about the traveling process. In the wilderness, there was a tea shop. There weren't a lot of people in the tea shop and they were all martial artists that roamed the world. The one with the highest cultivation was only at the 8th level of Battle Spirit Realm. Li Fuchen sat by the window and ordered a pot of tea. Splash splash. The sky was getting dark and it was raining heavily. After drinking half of the pot of tea, Li Fuchen slowly lifted his head and looked at the curtain of rain outside the window. In the curtain of rain that was over 10 miles away from the tea shop, there was a stalwart figure that stood in the air like a demon god. The rain fell on his body but didn't wet his clothes. It was as though he was a part of the rain. "Are you here to look for me?" Li Fuchen's voice was transmitted through the curtain of rain. "Come with me," the stalwart figure said. "What if I say no?" Li Fuchen gently swirled the teacup. How could he not see that the stalwart figure was at the first level of Law Phase Realm? "I'm afraid it isn't up to you." The stalwart figure waved his hand and all the rain in the world surged towards the tea shop. It then turned into a cage and trapped the tea shop. The people in the tea shop didn't know anything. After taking a glance at the cage, Li Fuchen silently praised. This was indeed a law phase realm emperor. His control over the power of nature was countless times superior to primary sea realm monarchs. It is a pity that it is up to me. Li Fuchen dipped his finger into the tea and flicked it. Without any sound or presence, a drop of water passed through the rain cage and traveled over 10 miles before arriving in front of the stalwart figure. The stalwart figure had a change of expression. In front of this drop of water, he felt that time had slowed down and the only thing that wasn't slow was the water drop. PFFF. A blood hole burst out from the stalwart figure's chest as he turned to flee. Can you escape? In the sky, a transparent giant hand grabbed onto the stalwart figure. Chapter 664. Bang! There was a horrific shockwave and the area within a few miles was turned upside down. The imposing figure that was at the first level of Law Phase realm was forcefully crushed. There was a blood mist that filled the sky and there was a blood rain in the wilderness. A Law Phase realm emperor's vitality was too vigorous and was thousands or even tens of thousands of times more vigorous than a regular martial artist. If the blood was slowly flowing, it wouldn't dry up even after a few months. Within the blood mist, there was a spirit light that rushed into the sky. It was the enemy's true spirit. In normal situations where the strength difference wasn't ridiculously large, it was very hard to eliminate the enemy's true spirit, especially for a Law Phase realm emperor. Spirit beheading sword. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes and a spiritual awareness sword flew out and slashed at the true spirit. Crackle. The true spirit was split into two. After separating from the body, the true spirit would lose the protection of spiritual awareness and would be rather weak. The spirit beheading sword that Li Fuchen executed was a 7-star spiritual awareness secret technique that he created. When complemented with his powerful spiritual awareness, it was enough to make a Law Phase realm emperor suffer, let alone an exposed true spirit. After the true spirit was split into two, it quickly tried to merge back together. Crackle crackle. After the spiritual awareness sword slashed the true spirit, it didn't scatter and continued to slash. After a few rounds, the true spirit finally couldn't withstand it and crumbled completely. I am unwilling. A mournful voice was transmitted into Li Fuchen's mind through a certain medium. What is the use of being unwilling? Li Fuchen sneered and reached out to grab a storage bag and a token. The front of the token had a picture of a dark door and there was a moon in the door. The back of the token had the word dark. Clan of Darkness Huh. Li Fuchen had always been vigilant against this mysterious and horrific dark faction. This dark faction seemed to be able to find the people they were looking for with ease. Just this point alone was enough to make people apprehensive. The storage bag had a few 100 million mid-grade spirit stones and tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Apart from that, there were plenty of heaven-class herbs and precious artifacts. As expected of a Law Phase realm emperor. His wealth is truly generous. Li Fuchen silently praised. Law Phase realm emperors earned wealth at a speed that was several times faster than primary sea realm monarchs, but they also consumed resources at a speed that was several times faster. It was already rather good to have such wealth. Li Fuchen reckoned that the various factions' low-level emperors wouldn't be as wealthy as this person. The dark faction's ability to accumulate wealth wasn't something that regular people could compare with. Clan of Darkness. In a special hall. Kacha. A large number of jade tablets were enshrined in the hall. One of the jade tablets shattered without any warning. The expression of a person in the main hall changed drastically. He suddenly looked at the broken jade tablet. On the jade tablet was a hieroglyphic word, Rain. Impossible. Master Rain has fallen. This person was shocked. With Elder Rain's strength and survival methods, unless he encountered a mid-level emperor, he should be able to escape. Even if he encountered a mid-level emperor, Elder Rain should have a high chance of escaping. Whoosh! This person's figure flashed and he hurriedly left the main hall, preparing to report this matter to the vice sect master. No wonder they could find me. Li Fuchen found a compass in the vice sect master's storage bag, and the needle of the compass had his chi presence. He didn't know how his chi presence leaked out, but it wasn't important anymore. The important thing was that the Clan of Darkness had a way to find him. This is a troublesome matter. Li Fuchen activated the compass and the needle immediately pointed at him. Li Fuchen withdrew his chi presence and the needle lost its target and spun randomly on the compass. The spirit soul ability to conceal my chi presence is useful, but I am unable to conceal my chi presence at all times. All of a sudden, Li Fuchen's furrowed brows relaxed. He had forgotten that the incantation Dao had an incantation that could conceal chi presence. Tortoise breath incantation. With a thought in his mind, an invisible energy enveloped his body. After activating the compass again, Li Fuchen noticed that the needle spun randomly for a few rounds before finally pointing at him. Furthermore, the needle wasn't very stable. It was fine if it was close, but if it was too far away, the deviation would be extremely severe. It was very easy to understand. The tortoise breath incantation could only conceal a large portion of the chi presence and make his chi presence faintly discernible like the black tortoise. At the same moment, a vice-clan master of the Clan of Darkness was picking up a compass. This compass looked very high-class and it contained the chi presence of the Heaven Dao. It wasn't something that Elder Rain's compass could compare with. Elder Rain's movements might be secretive, but as the vice-clan master, if he wanted to investigate, he would be able to find out the details of Elder Rain's movements. Elder Rain's objective this time was to search for a young man, and this young man's chi presence had already been stored in the Clan of Darkness. When the compass was activated, the needle spun randomly for a few rounds before pointing towards the west. Is the distance too far, or? The compass in his hand was the Emperor Sky Continent's legendary soul-searching compass, a replica of the soul-seeking compass. As long as the needle had the target's chi presence, even if the target was billions of miles away, they wouldn't be able to escape the soul-seeking compass's lock. This was the first time the soul-seeking compass wasn't too sure. Could the target be a high-level emperor? The soul-searching compass was a replica after all and wasn't as powerful as the real soul-searching compass. It was very difficult to determine the exact location of a high-level emperor. If it was a great emperor, the replica wouldn't have any effect. Fire shift. During the traveling process, Li Fuchen didn't neglect his martial Dao and sword Dao. In the sky, there was a flash of fire and Li Fuchen instantly appeared over 100 miles away. The fire shift's distance was much greater than before. Sword shift. After withdrawing the fire on his body, Li Fuchen turned into a sword light and vanished. When he reappeared, he was already at a tall mountain that was over 200 miles away. The sword shift is indeed formidable. Li Fuchen revealed a satisfied expression. During this period of time, he had been researching the sword shift. His sword Dao law comprehension was much stronger than the fire Dao law comprehension. With the addition of the sword heart, creating the sword shift wasn't as difficult as he imagined. This was just the beginning and he hadn't delved too deeply into the sword shift. Otherwise, Li Fuchen felt that the sword shift's distance would be at least 3 times that of the fire shift. With the sword shift, even if I encounter a high-level emperor, I will have a chance to escape. Li Fuchen said to himself. He didn't know how fast a high-level emperor was. If the speed was only 3 times that of the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor, he was confident he could escape. If it was more than 3 times, he would have a chance. Of course, if it was 5 times or more, the chances wouldn't be great. If a high-level Law Phase Realm Emperor grasped the instant shift technique, then it would basically be hopeless. The Anger Axe Abyss was the only Emperor-class danger ground in the floating Sky Mountain. Just like the latent Shadow Abyss, Wind Thunder Abyss, and Void Grand Canyon, the Anger Axe Abyss was also a danger ground created by saints. This danger ground was filled with violent chi presences. Those who didn't have sufficient strength would be torn apart by the chi presences inside. Even their true spirits wouldn't be spared. However, it was different from the Wind Thunder Abyss and Void Grand Canyon. The Anger Axe Abyss was frequently visited by Law Phase Realm Emperors. This was similar to the deeper latent Shadow Abyss. In the Anger Axe Abyss, there were herbs that could upgrade the bone frame. It was said that someone once found a heaven-class high-tier herb, the Destiny Herb. This herb could upgrade a 7-star bone frame to an 8-star bone frame, and it was rarely seen in the world. Li Fuchen didn't plan to find the Destiny Herb. His target was the heaven-class mid-tier herb, the 7-star life-changing herb. Chapter 665. After forcefully tearing a hole in the Anger Axe Abyss boundary, Li Fuchen entered the Anger Axe Abyss. Huff 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 huff, violent chi presences crashed onto Li Fuchen's body but couldn't shake Li Fuchen at all. Axe Dao Law. Li Fuchen could feel that the violent chi presences contained a faint Axe Dao Law. The Axe Dao Law had always been known to be tyrannical and violent. It was hard to imagine how powerful the Axe Dao Saint was when he cleaved out the Anger Axe Abyss. With Li Fuchen's strength, there wasn't any danger in the Anger Axe Abyss. In a short moment, Li Fuchen arrived at the core area of the Anger Axe Abyss. The core area of the Anger Axe Abyss was a vast white world. This world had an extremely concentrated Axe Dao Law. Even Li Fuchen felt a little strenuous when looking at it. His body would burst out with sparks from time to time while his chi blood was boiling. In this white world, Li Fuchen had already discovered a few stalks of heaven-class low-tier herbs. This place is extremely concentrated with Axe Dao Law. If the spiritual awareness is too far away, it will be torn apart. Vision is also limited, and even a great emperor would find it hard to sweep all the heaven-class herbs in this place. No wonder there are batches of Law Phase Realm Emperors entering the Anger Axe Abyss. Previously, Li Fuchen encountered a mid-level Law Phase Realm Emperor, but the opponent didn't notice him and avoided a battle. Time elapsed slowly. On this day, Li Fuchen felt that the Axe Dao Law ahead was much thinner. This was an unbelievable thing. The deeper one went into the core area, the stronger the Axe Dao Law. At the core area, even great emperors would have to retreat. 15 minutes later, Li Fuchen discovered a herb that was as thick as an axe. Anger Axe Herb. The most famous herb in the Anger Axe Abyss. As the name suggested, the Anger Axe Herb contained concentrated Axe Dao Law. If an Axe Dao martial artist obtained the Anger Axe Herb, their Axe Dao would progress rapidly for a long period of time. Apart from that, the Anger Axe Herb had another effect, and that was to allow the user to go deeper into the core area of the Anger Axe Abyss. Put down the Anger Axe Herb. An imposing figure rushed over and yelled with anger. Who are you? Li Fuchen kept the Anger Axe Herb and looked at the person coldly. So it turned out to be you. I did not think that you would actually be able to come to the core area of the Angry Axe Abyss. The person who had just arrived was tall and sturdy, wearing a heavy armor on his body, and carrying a large axe on his back. The moment Li Fuchen saw him, he already knew his identity. The Anger Axe Martial Emperor was a 4th-level emperor from the Soul Sky Empire and was one of the followers of the Soul Emperor. Back at the Saint Monument Hidden Domain, Li Fuchen had met Li Fuchen before. As an Axe Dao Martial Emperor, the Anger Axe Martial Emperor would often come to the Anger Axe Abyss to look for Anger Axe grass. The Anger Axe Martial Emperor chuckled and said, "In the Saint Monument Mystic Realm, there were people protecting you. But here, there is no one to protect you. It just so happens that the Soul Emperor is interested in you. Hand over the Anger Axe grass and come with me. I can spare your dog life for now. You want me to go with you? Sure, but you have to defeat me first." Li Fuchen wasn't afraid at all. After comprehending the sword shift, there was no need for him to fear mid-level emperors. You are truly boasting shamelessly. Do you think that just because you are invincible in the primary sea realm, you will be able to exchange moves with me? The Anger Axe Martial Emperor sneered. In his opinion, Li Fuchen's strength was at most equivalent to a regular low-level emperor. If Li Fuchen encountered a slightly stronger low-level emperor, he wouldn't even be able to win, let alone the Anger Axe Martial Emperor. I will know after trying. To be serious, Li Fuchen had yet to truly exchange moves with a Law Phase Realm Emperor. The first Law Phase Realm Emperor he faced was the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor. It was a pity that the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor was too weak back then and fled after exchanging a few moves. The second one was the Demonic Beast Ruler, the Fierce Tiger Ruler. The human and demonic beast didn't even exchange a few moves. The third one was the Law Phase Realm Emperor from the Clan of Darkness. His strength was much stronger than the Fierce Tiger Ruler and was able to suppress the Fierce Tiger Ruler. The Anger Axe Martial Emperor was a fourth-level emperor and his strength was comparable with the Fierce Tiger Ruler. Li Fuchen believed that he would be able to understand some of the moves of a Law Phase Realm Emperor. Receive my axe first. The Anger Axe Martial Emperor raised the large axe on his back and cleaved down. It felt as though the heaven and earth were about to be cleaved apart. The concentrated axe Dao Law had completely gathered together and turned into a giant axe image that cleaved at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword and brandished it at the giant axe image. Rumble. When the horrific sword Dao Law and axe Dao Law clashed, sparks burst out. Such a powerful sword intent. The Anger Axe Martial Emperor's expression changed. Li Fuchen's sword intent was obviously at the Heaven class mid-tier. Anger Axe Third Form. Earlier on, it was just a casual cleave from the Anger Axe Martial Emperor. The next cleave was the third form of the Heaven class mid-tier martial art, Anger Axe 9 Forms. Clang clang clang. In the air, 3 giant axe images intertwined and cleaved at Li Fuchen. Break. Li Fuchen brandished the joint heaven sword and emitted the absolute heaven sword intent. The 3 giant axe images were shattered into nothingness as soon as they appeared. Anger Axe 6 Forms. The Anger Axe Martial Emperor's expression changed again as he executed the Anger Axe 6 Forms. The Anger Axe 9 Forms had an increase in power. The first form's power was equivalent to the most ordinary heaven class mid-tier martial art. The sixth form was already very powerful among the heaven class mid-tier martial arts. This time, it wasn't a simple giant axe image. It was a stone axe and it was a peerlessly tyrannical stone axe. The Anger Axe Martial Emperor was confident that this move was enough to severely injure an extremely powerful low-level emperor. Anger Axe 6 Forms. I see. Li Fuchen's senses were extremely sharp and he could easily sense that the stone axe was condensed from axe Dao Law and contained a powerful shock force. If it was any other Law Phase Realm Emperor, even if they could block it, they would be injured. It was a pity that Li Fuchen's law comprehension was superior to the Anger Axe Martial Emperor. With the sword heart, this move wasn't a threat to Li Fuchen. Clang! Li Fuchen's sword clashed with the stone axe. Before the shock force of the stone axe could transmit over, it was scattered by the sword chi. Immediately after, the stone axe had also crumbled. Damn it, Anger Axe 8 Forms. The Anger Axe Martial Emperor wielded the axe with both hands and the muscles on his arms bulged out while he cleaved with the axe. As the axe cleaved, the world was filled with axe lights. Li Fuchen felt as though he had arrived in a world of axes. There were axe lights cleaving from all directions and angles without any blind spots. The Anger Axe 8 Forms had a name, Axe World. Once the enemy was enveloped by the Axe World, they would be chopped to death sooner or later. As for the Anger Axe 9 Forms, the Anger Axe Martial Emperor hadn't grasped it yet. The Anger Axe 8 Forms was his strongest move. Is this your strongest move? Li Fuchen purely wanted to test the limits of the Sky Ring sword armor. A layer of the Sky Ring sword armor was protecting him. Clang 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 clang, in just an instant, Li Fuchen was drowned by sparks. Every axe light that cleaved on the Sky Ring sword armor would burst into sparks. When 100 or 1,000 axe lights cleaved on the sword intent, the blazing sparks were even more dazzling than the sun and moon. From the Anger Axe Martial Emperor's perspective, Li Fuchen's area had turned into a small sun that was bursting with sparks. He should be dead. The Anger Axe Martial Emperor wasn't too sure. His move wouldn't stop until death, otherwise, it wouldn't be called Axe World. It is powerful enough, but the Axe Dao law is still too crude. It shall be my turn. An indifferent voice transmitted into the Anger Axe Martial Emperor's ears. Chapter 666. Sword of Impermanence. Li Fuchen brandished his sword, and the instant the void distorted, Li Fuchen was already behind the Anger Axe Martial Emperor. It wasn't an instant shift, but it was better than an instant shift. The Anger Axe Martial Emperor was a 4th-level emperor after all. He turned around and used his axe to deflect the Joint Heaven sword. Li Fuchen bounced off and immediately turned back to attack the Anger Axe Martial Emperor. Clang 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 clang, every time Li Fuchen was repelled, there would be an additional Li Fuchen in the air around the Anger Axe Martial Emperor. In just a few blinks of the eye, dozens of Li Fuchen were slashing and slashing at the Anger Axe Martial Emperor. The more the Anger Axe Martial Emperor fought, the more alarmed he became. His nerves were almost unable to react. The attack power of this sword was only secondary. The sword's trajectory was too strange, and it made him tired of dealing with it. Clang! Finally, Li Fuchen's sword struck on the Anger Axe Martial Emperor's chest. It might have been blocked by the armor, but the massive impact still caused the Anger Axe Martial Emperor to vomit a mouthful of blood. Heaven rank armor. Li Fuchen understood. With his current attack power, he was still unable to break open the Heaven-class armor. Probably, only high-level emperors would be able to do it. Clang 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 clang, the Sword of Impermanence's prowess didn't seem to have an end. In just a short period of time, Li Fuchen had attacked at least 1,000 times, and every 20 to 30 sword strikes would land on the Anger Axe Martial Emperor. As time elapsed, the efficiency was rapidly increasing. Wow! The Anger Axe Martial Emperor vomited a mouthful of blood and shouted, "Junior, don't be arrogant." Anger Axe Dermic Idol. A giant that was solid like metal appeared behind the Rage Axe Martial Emperor. This giant's appearance was 50% similar to the Rage Axe Martial Emperor, but it had a furious expression and held an enormous battle axe in its hand. The instant it appeared, the space in a radius of a few hundred kilometers was practically compressed, making it difficult to move. Law phase was a method that only Law phase realm emperors could use. Forming the Dharma idol was very simple. First, one had to cultivate a heaven-grade cultivation technique to the highest realm. Second, he had to raise his cultivation to the Law phase realm. In this way, he would be able to condense the Dharma form. Generally speaking, the strength of a Dharma form was directly related to 3 aspects. The first was the level of the cultivation technique. One cultivated a low-tier heaven-tier cultivation technique, while the other cultivated a mid-tier heaven-tier cultivation technique. Naturally, the latter's Dharma power was stronger. The second was cultivation level. When cultivation techniques were of the same grade, a second-level emperor's law phase would definitely be stronger than a first-level emperor. The third was the comprehension of laws. At the end of the day, the Dharma idol was the manifestation of a cultivation technique, and the essence of a cultivation technique was actually the rules. If one's comprehension of the laws reached an extremely high level, then the Dharma idol that was condensed would be of a much higher level than normal. The Anger Axe Martial Emperor cultivated the Axe Dao cultivation technique, Anger Axe Divine technique. It might only be a heaven-class low-tier cultivation technique, but it was still a special cultivation technique. The law phase that was condensed had astounding power. The Anger Axe Martial Emperor once used the Anger Axe Law phase to fight evenly with a 5th-level Emperor. The Anger Axe Martial Emperor merged his body into the Anger Axe Law phase and controlled the Anger Axe Law phase to cleave at Li Fuchen. This axe was no longer an axe light, but a solid metal axe. This axe chopped down, the world seemed to split apart, just like the legendary giant splitting a mountain. Is this the Dharma form? Li Fuchen had always wanted to see the law phase. However, the Violet Sunset Martial Emperor didn't use his Dharma idol back then. He did not know if the other party had not condensed his Dharma idol yet, or if he had not thought of using his Dharma idol from the start. By the time he wanted to use his Dharma idol, it was already too late. As for the elder from the clan of darkness, he was immediately suppressed by Li Fuchen and it was useless even if he used his Dharma idol. Once the Anger Axe Law projection appeared, the strength of the Anger Axe Martial Emperor increased by a lot. The same Anger Axe 3 style was displayed at this time, but the might of the Anger Axe Law projection was much stronger. The most important thing was that the Anger Axe Law projection was too big, it was more than 1,000 feet tall. When the axe chopped down, the attack range was extremely wide, and it was difficult to dodge. Just in time. Li Fuchen used his full combat strength and clashed with the mountain-like metal axe. Bang! The Anger Axe Law phase's power was much stronger than Li Fuchen imagined and Li Fuchen was sent flying. You shall be defeated. The Anger Axe Law phase stepped forward and continued to cleave at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen retreated rapidly and while retreating, he executed the Heaven and Earth extermination at the Anger Axe Law phase. Right now, the Heaven and Earth extermination might not have the strongest attack power, but in terms of area of effect, it was still the strongest. Especially against a massive figure like the Anger Axe Law phase, the Heaven and Earth extermination was the best. Crackle. The void was shattered like a mirror. The Anger Axe Law phase's body distorted and there were countless sword scars on its body. It caused the Anger Axe Law phase's axe power to be greatly reduced and was only able to cleave a ravine in front of Li Fuchen. Anger Axe 8th form. The sword scars on the Law phase vanished and the Anger Axe Martial Emperor burst out with a yell. He controlled the Anger Axe Law phase to execute the Anger Axe 8th form. In an instant, the Anger Axe Law phase looked as though it grew 1,000 arms and cleaved at Li Fuchen 1,000 times. Fire shift. There was a flash of fire and Li Fuchen vanished. When he reappeared, Li Fuchen was behind the Anger Axe Law phase. Meteor fall. As soon as Li Fuchen appeared, he brandished the Joint Heaven sword at a speed that was hard to be seen by the naked eye. When the sword was brandished, the dazzling sword light made the sun and moon pale. PFFF. The Anger Axe Law phase was immediately penetrated and the violent sword chi leaked out from the hole. Instant shift. The Anger Axe Martial Emperor's voice had a trace of panic. Previously, it didn't matter how strong Li Fuchen was, it was still within his acceptable range. Even if he had to exhaust Li Fuchen, he would still be able to exhaust Li Fuchen to death. After all, he was a 4th-level emperor and his chi volume was at least 100 times more than Li Fuchen. When executing the Anger Axe Law phase, the chi consumption would only increase by 10 times. But with the instant shift, everything was different. The instant shift allowed a martial artist to attack or retreat at will. Go. The Anger Axe Martial Emperor still had some trump cards that he didn't use. But even if he used those trump cards, he wouldn't be able to obtain victory in a single move. It would only allow him to gain a slight advantage. The Anger Axe Martial Emperor was very decisive and turned to leave. Trying to leave. Li Fuchen executed the fire shift to obstruct the Anger Axe Martial Emperor. You forced me to do this. As the Anger Axe Martial Emperor's voice echoed, the Anger Axe Law phase rapidly shrunk and turned into a giant metal axe that cleaved at Li Fuchen. Bang! Li Fuchen, who executed the fire shift, was immediately repelled. It turned out that the axe Dao law contained in the metal axe was too intense and had seeped into the depths of the void. It repelled Li Fuchen from the fire Dao Qi and interrupted the fire shift. Die. This move was extremely taxing on the anger axe martial emperor, and he no longer cared about killing Li Fuchen. Just as the metal axe was about to hit him, Li Fuchen flashed and escaped into the void again. This time, the metal axe wasn't able to repel Li Fuchen. Impossible. The anger axe martial emperor's eyes widened as he couldn't believe his eyes. He was able to repel Li Fuchen previously, why couldn't he repel Li Fuchen this time? He couldn't understand. As expected. Li Fuchen understood. The anger axe martial emperor was able to interrupt his fire shift, but he wasn't able to interrupt his sword shift. Firstly, his fire Dao law comprehension wasn't as high as the sword Dao law. Secondly, the sword Dao law wasn't inferior to the axe Dao law and was actually slightly superior. If the anger axe martial emperor wanted to interrupt the sword shift, unless his axe Dao law comprehension was superior to Li Fuchen's sword Dao law comprehension, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to interfere with the sword shift, let alone interrupt it. Damn it. The metal axe vanished and revealed the anger axe martial emperor's true body. There was an additional jade talisman in his hand which he crushed ruthlessly. Swish. A light burst into the sky and the anger axe martial emperor vanished without a trace. Teleportation talisman. Chapter 667. After repelling the anger axe martial emperor, Li Fuchen continued to wander around the core area. This time, his target was the 7 stars life-changing herb. At this stage, ordinary rootless flowers were no longer able to strengthen his dantian. Hence, he decided to take a different approach and look for medicinal herbs that could strengthen his bone frame. When his bone frame was strengthened, his dantian would also be strengthened. The two were directly related. Of course, it would be even better if he could obtain a medicinal herb with a better foundation than the 7 stars life-changing herb. It's your fortune that the king of my Blue Sun Empire took a liking to you. You didn't cherish it and even injured martial emperor Qin He. In the depths of the core of the angry axe abyss, a great battle was going on. The battle was between a black-clothed absolute beauty and 3 law phase realm emperors. Among the 3 emperors, the weakest was at the 3rd level of law phase realm, while the strongest was at the 6th level of law phase realm. The one who spoke was the 3rd level emperor. If Li Fuchen was here, he would definitely recognize that the black-clothed absolute beauty was Yan Qingwu. Compared to before, the current Yan Qingwu was slightly more mature. Her facial features were more exquisite and harmonious, and she was devastatingly beautiful. However, her temperament had also changed. She was mysterious and ethereal, with a trace of cold and domineering aura. In fact, Yan Qingwu had never met with the Blue Sun Emperor before. However, she didn't know how the Blue Sun Emperor found out about her existence and sent out the Qin He martial emperor to bring her to the Blue Sun Empire's imperial capital. Yan Qingwu naturally wouldn't agree and severely injured the Qin He martial emperor. After that, she had been fleeing for her life. The reason why she escaped to the anger axe abyss was because she needed the heaven-class high-tier bone frame herbs in the anger axe abyss. Only by upgrading her bone frame to 8 stars, would she have the hope of advancing to the law phase realm in a short period of time. Otherwise, even if she was a great emperor in her previous life, there was no hope of advancing to the law phase realm within 10 years. Yan Qingwu's strength shocked the 3 emperors of the Blue Sun Empire. Li Fuchen was obviously at the peak level of primary sea realm, but his strength was stronger than any of them. Especially his saber art, it was simply tyrannical and sharp. Apart from great emperors and some top-notch high-level emperors, they had never seen such an incredible saber art. Crimson Flame Manifestation. Green Thunder Dharma. Wind Shadow Aspect. The three of them did not intend to waste any more time, and they all activated their Dharma idols. The weakest third-level emperor was called the Scarlet Flame's martial monarch. The law phase that he executed was a giant that looked like it was formed by scarlet lava. The giant was much smaller than the Anger Axe Martial Emperor's Anger Axe Law phase and was around 6,000 feet tall. Then, it was the Green Thunder Martial Emperor, who was at the fourth level of the Transcendence realm. The Dharma form he summoned was a giant surrounded by green lightning. It was 800 meters in size. The strongest was the Wind Emperor, who was at the sixth level of the Transcendence realm. The Transcendence he summoned was a shapeless shadow. It was 11,000 feet in size, and it came and went without a trace. It was extremely terrifying. The three of them merged into their Dharma idol and charged towards Yan Qingwu. Black Saber, Destiny. Yan Qingwu spun and a black saber radiance shot out. Kacha Kacha, the earth split open, and the three Dharma idols also split apart. Yan Qingwu's saber technique was seamless and targeted at the weak points of the Dharma form. However, the Dharma form wasn't made of flesh and blood. Even if it was completely destroyed, it could be condensed again. After the split Dharma idol closed up, the trio planned to slowly wear down Yan Qingwu's chi before capturing her in one fell swoop. How could Yan Qingwu not know the trio's plan? After executing the saber move, her figure flashed and vanished without a trace. Instant shift. Yan Qingwu had obviously grasped instant shift. Bang! However, at nearly the same moment, Yan Qingwu was bounced out from the void. The Green Thunder Martial Emperor sneered and said, in front of the Yin and Yang Heaven Sealing Plate, "So what if you can instant shift?" Yan Qingwu's instant shift wasn't a secret anymore. Hence, he specially requested to bring the Heaven-class Cardinal Treasure, the Yin and Yang Heaven Sealing Plate. The strength of this Cardinal Treasure was that once it was activated, it would produce an extremely powerful barrier in the surroundings and sever the connection with the outside world. The instant shift technique required a medium. If the medium was severed, it would naturally be hard to instant shift out. Yin and Yang Heaven Sealing Plate. Yan Qingwu had heard of the Yin and Yang Heaven Sealing Plate before. It was one of the cardinal treasures that the Blue Sun Emperor was proud of. Since that is the case, let's fight. Yan Qingwu's black saber spun and the saber light was like black lightning that streaked across the barrier. PFFFTSS. The Scarlet Flame Martial Emperor's Scarlet Flame Law phase split open and nearly struck the Scarlet Flame Martial Emperor inside. Thunder Void Fist. Above, the Green Thunder Law phase covered the sky and blasted at Yan Qingwu with a fist that carried endless thunderbolts. Yan Qingwu's figure flashed and appeared behind the Green Thunder Law phase before thrusting her saber in. Had it not been for the Green Thunder Martial Emperor changing his position at the crucial moment, this saber move would definitely injure him. Yan Qingwu, who had grasped instant shift, even if she didn't escape, the trio wouldn't be a match for her. Seal. Right at this moment, a cardinal treasure appeared in the Wind Emperor's hand. It was a blue pearl, and when the pearl appeared, there was a burst of blue radiance that permeated the void. Subsequently, Yan Qingwu realized that she couldn't use her shifting technique to instant shift anymore. "You are incredible, but it is a pity that we are already prepared." The Wind Emperor was rather impressed with Yan Qingwu. In his opinion, the Soul Emperor's strength back then was only a so-so. In the Emperor Sky Continent, apart from Yan Qingwu, there probably wasn't any other formidable primary Sea Realm monarch. Unable to teleport, Yan Qingwu's heart sank. With his current strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with any one of the three, but it was impossible to deal with all three at the same time. His Jin Qi was the biggest problem in front of him. Unless she could kill them in a single saber move. It was a pity that the trio were hiding in the law phase and she didn't know where they were. She could only rely on her intuition, and it was hard to kill them in a single saber move. Wind God Chain Strike. Controlling the Wind Shadow Law phase, the Wind Emperor charged at Yan Qingwu and frenziedly exhausted her qi. As time elapsed, Yan Qingwu had already exhausted more than 90% of her qi. Gulp. After consuming an elixir to recover qi, Yan Qingwu continued to fight. She was once a great emperor and wouldn't allow herself to be captured so easily. Unknowingly, one day and night had passed. Yan Qingwu's qi was starting to get messy. During this one day and night, she had consumed countless elixirs and it was already starting to affect the quality of her qi. Stop struggling. Why do you have to put yourself in such a miserable state? My king has never failed to obtain the woman that he desires. You are no exception. The Wind Emperor's voice was ethereal, and if it was someone else, they would have already crumbled from their battle intent. In your dreams. Yan Qingwu yelled out delicately and cleaved apart the Green Thunder Law phase. She then struck the Green Thunder Martial Emperor's body, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. Had it not been for the Law phase and the Heaven-class armor that weakened the power of the Saber Light, he would have perished from this saber move. You fell into my trap. In the sky above Yan Qingwu, the Scarlet Flame Law phase waved its hand and a dazzling net descended. Chapter 668. Who else could it be but Li Fuchen? The yin and yang heaven sealing plate could seal ordinary escape techniques, but it could not seal special escape techniques. Especially Li Fuchen's sword shift. The instant Li Fuchen saw Yan Qingwu, he was certain that this Yan Qingwu wasn't the Yan Qingwu he was familiar with. Her spirit was different. The so-called god was not a soul. In Li Fuchen's opinion, Yan Qingwu's spirit-soul presence didn't change, it was her personality and emotions that changed. Generally speaking, a person's personality and emotions would change slowly. It was impossible for a person to have a huge change. If there was a huge change, it was most likely due to a heart demon. Evidently, Yan Qingwu was not haunted by her inner demons. It's you. Yan Qingwu was slightly surprised. She had underestimated Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen might have been able to dominate the East Unicorn continent and was known as an unparalleled prodigy. But the East Unicorn continent was just an ordinary low-class continent. In this world, who knew how many low-level continents there were? If one could dominate a low-level continent, it would be nothing in a mid-level continent. But it was obvious that even if Li Fuchen came to the elite mid-class continent, the Emperor Sky continent, he was still that unparalleled prodigy. His innate perception wasn't inferior to her and might even be superior. After all, she had awakened the memories of a great emperor. Long time no see. Li Fuchen smiled and clenched his right fist. Bang! The Scarlet Flame dermic image exploded, and the Scarlet Flame martial monarch inside vomited a mouthful of blood, instantly severely injured. Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength might not be inferior to his body refinement strength, but to be serious, there was still a gap. After all, the Hand of Force was equivalent to a Heaven-class middle-rank body refining martial art, and the might of a Heaven-class middle-rank body refining martial art, even if it was not as powerful as a Heaven-class high-rank true Qi martial art, it was not far off. If it wasn't for the 6 great sword intents, the fire shift, and the sword shift, Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength wouldn't even have the shadow of his body refinement strength. With the fire shift and sword shift, Li Fuchen could attack and defend at will, allowing him to barely keep up with his body refinement strength. Who is it? The Wind Emperor was enraged. The Wind Shadow Law phase turned into a spear and thrust at Li Fuchen. Clang! One hand pinched the tip of the spear. With a cracking sound, the spear was crushed. In front of the Hand of Force, the spear was as hard as tofu. Die! Behind Li Fuchen, the Green Thunder Law phase was surging with thunderbolts. A massive thunder palm was slamming at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't even turn back and countered with a palm strike. Crackle! The green lightning Dharma form shattered inch by inch. Competing with the hand of force in terms of palm strength was simply courting death. So powerful. The Blue Thunder Martial Emperor vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying with a face full of shock. Yan Qingwu was already strong enough, but Li Fuchen was actually stronger than her. Li Fuchen was only at the 9th level of primary Sea realm. When he progressed to the Law Phase realm, wouldn't he be comparable with a top-notch Law Phase realm emperor? Where did these two people come from? The Wind Emperor's face was gloomy. Yan Qingwu was already an anomaly. With the addition of Li Fuchen, it was simply an anomaly among the anomalies. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that as long as the two of them didn't perish and everything went smoothly, sooner or later they would become existences like the Soul Emperor. No, we have to take them down. The Wind Emperor secretly crushed a token. The Blue Sun Empire's imperial capital was called the Blue Sun Imperial City. This was an extremely flourishing and massive city. Its size was several times bigger than regular province cities. In the center of the Blue Sun Imperial City was a city within a city. Blue Sun Imperial Palace. In the Blue Sun Imperial Palace's 9 Suns building, the Blue Sun Emperor was in seclusion. Bang! On the shelf in front of him, a token had shattered. The Blue Sun Emperor looked over and saw that the shattered token had the word urgent on it. Why is it so urgent? Did the Wind Emperor encounter something? The Blue Sun Emperor frowned. A token with the word urgent on it meant that it was extremely urgent and he was required to make a personal appearance. It was impossible for the Wind Emperor to joke about such matters. The 9 Suns building had a teleportation array. The Wind Emperor stepped into the teleportation array and vanished. At the border of the Blue Sun Empire, in a county city near the floating sky mountain, the Blue Sun Emperor appeared on the teleportation platform. Before anyone noticed his existence, he had already turned into a blue sun and fled into the void. Young Shift, the Blue Sun Emperor's exclusive P-class shifting technique. At the core of the Anger Axe Abyss, the giant palms slapped the Wind Emperor and the others like flies. The Wind Emperor's law phase had crumbled. Just as Li Fuchen was planning to deal a ruthless blow, his scalp went numb and he said to Yan Qingwu, "Let's go." Yan Qingwu seemed to have thought of something and followed closely. Normal flying speed wasn't fast enough. Li Fuchen said, "Execute your shifting technique and head deeper. The deeper, the better." Earlier on, a terrifying sense of danger assaulted Li Fuchen's heart and it was unprecedented. Li Fuchen executed the sword shift and when he reappeared, he was already 200 miles away. Yan Qingwu's shifting technique was the saber shift. She might not have condensed the Dao heart and wasn't able to utilize the full potential of the saber Dao law, but her saber Dao law comprehension was superior to Li Fuchen's sword Dao law comprehension. When executing the saber shift, her speed wasn't slower than Li Fuchen and was actually slightly faster. Li Fuchen's sword shift was able to ignore the yin-yang heaven sealing board because he had condensed the sword heart. Otherwise, even if Li Fuchen's sword Dao law comprehension was several times stronger, he wouldn't be able to ignore the yin-yang heaven sealing board. After all, the yin-yang heaven sealing board was the Blue Sun Emperor's prized cardinal artifact. 1,000 miles. 10,000 miles. The duo had only instant shifted over 10,000 miles and were no longer able to execute shifting techniques. The Axe Dao law in this place was extremely concentrated and had seeped deep into the void. Apart from the Axe Dao law, all the other laws were shattered. The duo were immediately cleaved out of the void and were covered in dust. While enduring the powerful Axe Dao law, the duo continued to advance. It was fortunate that the duo had the Anger Axe herb and it helped them to neutralize most of the Axe Dao law. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to advance so easily. Crackle crackle. The void was like a mirror that was shattering inch by inch. The Axe Dao law here was ridiculously powerful. Li Fuchen felt countless axes cleaving at his body at all times. Without a choice, Li Fuchen activated the Sky Ring sword armor to protect himself. He turned his head to take a glance at Yan Qingwu. Yan Qingwu's body was also emitting a layer of saber intent. This layer of saber intent was like a layer of black halo. When the axe Dao Law cleaved at it, it was like a clay ox entering the sea and was silent. 20,000 miles behind them, a blue sun appeared out of nowhere. Emperor. The Wind Emperor and the others quickly cupped their fists with respect. What happened? The Blue Sun Emperor frowned. The Wind Emperor took a step forward and recounted everything that had happened. Where did they go? The Blue Sun Emperor's eyes flashed with radiance. Be it Yan Qingwu or Li Fuchen, they were both out of his expectations. They were able to possess such powerful combat strength at the primary sea realm, they must have shocking secrets. Just like the Soul Emperor back then. They seemed to be heading towards the depths of the core area. The Blue Thunder Martial Emperor said. All of you return first. The Blue Sun Emperor circulated the Blue Sun cultivation technique and instantly formed a blue giant law phase that was over 100,000 feet tall. Behind the giant law phase's head was a blue sun. Swish! The Blue Sun Emperor vanished. Over 10,000 miles away, the Blue Sun Emperor was cleaved out by the axe Dao Law. He might be a great emperor, but in terms of law strength, he was inferior to the axe Dao Law in the depths of the core area of the Anger Axe Abyss. Expand. The Blue Sun Law phase expanded violently. 100,000 feet, 200,000 feet, 300,000 feet, in the blink of the eye, the Blue Sun Law phase expanded to 500,000 feet in size. It was 13. 3 meters and 500,000 feet was equivalent to 3,300 miles. It was bigger than most of the demonic beast rulers and was at least 10 times or even a dozen times bigger. This was also the uniqueness of the law phase. As long as you had enough qi, you could expand endlessly. Of course, the bigger the law phase, the weaker the combat strength. In normal situations, law phase realm emperors wouldn't expand their law phase for no reason. After all, it was useless if it couldn't increase their strength. But the Blue Sun Emperor didn't care. He was a great emperor, and even if his law phase was several times bigger, he would still be able to maintain the combat strength of a high-level emperor. 500,000 feet wasn't the Blue Sun Emperor's limit. His Blue Sun Law phase was still expanding. 1 million feet, 2 million feet. The Blue Sun Emperor only stopped after reaching a height of 2 million feet. 2 million feet was equivalent to over 10,000 miles. This was an extremely horrifying size. Most of the small mountain ranges were only around 10,000 miles in size. The Blue Sun Law phase that was countless times bigger was much thinner. It looked like a translucent giant that was glowing with blue light. He took large steps forward and waved his hand, attempting to make the white core area clearer. At the front, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu sensed the commotion and couldn't help but turn to take a look. They were shocked when they saw it. In the white vision, they could see a small portion of a blue finger. Chapter 669. Flee. Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu didn't have any other thoughts as they continued to venture deeper into the core area of the Anger Axe Abyss. Even if they were fools, they would know that there was a great emperor behind them, and it might be the Blue Sun Emperor. It was hard to imagine how powerful a great emperor was. It was just like the difference between a combat emperor and a regular primary sea realm monarch. They might be in the same cultivation realm, but their strength was worlds apart. When the law phase reached 20 million feet, the pressure that the Blue Sun Emperor was enduring was several times stronger. The intense axe Dao Law would occasionally cleave out cracks that were a few hundred miles or even a few thousand miles on the law phase. To maintain the law phase at 20 million feet, the Blue Sun Emperor's qi consumption was 1,000 or 10,000 times more than usual. With the addition of the Axe Dao Law's cleaving, the qi consumption was extremely exaggerated. Even the Blue Sun Emperor felt a little strenuous. Found them. The blue palm pushed aside the white qi currents and the Blue Sun Emperor saw Li Fuqian and Yan Qingwu. He circulated his qi and reached out to grab the duo. Black Saber, Fate. Yan Qingwu turned around and cleaved at the blue palm, splitting it in the middle. To maintain the law phase at 20 million feet, the Blue Sun Emperor's strength had already declined to the mid-level of law phase realm. It might look intimidating, but it was just for show. This was something that Yan Qingwu knew clearly as a great emperor in her previous life. Heaven-class high-tier saber art. No wonder. The Blue Sun Emperor understood. He was already certain that Yan Qingwu wasn't just at the primary sea realm. He reckoned that Yan Qingwu was originally a P-class emperor. It was unknown why her cultivation had regressed all the way to the primary sea realm, but her martial Dao comprehension didn't regress. It was just her cultivation that regressed. The Blue Sun Emperor was very fast. As he gradually approached the duo, the law phase rapidly shrank. 1 million feet. 500,000 feet. Cling cling clang clang. When it shrank to 500,000 feet, the Axe Dao Law was no longer able to cleave the law phase and could only produce sparks. Blue Sun, unbounded loop. The Blue Sun Law phase's giant palm pushed forward while a horrific blazing wave rippled out. A blue ring of flames appeared around Li Fuqian and Yan Qingwu. This blue ring of flames had pushed away the Axe Dao Law and sealed off the duo's path. Open. If it was any other place, Li Fuqian wouldn't be able to tear open the blue ring of flames. But this was the core area of the anger axe abyss. The blue ring of flames had already suffered tremendous pressure from pushing the Axe Dao Law. When Li Fuqian cleaved with the hand of force, there was an instant crack. The two of them crawled out of the blue ring of fire through the gap. Gotcha. Cracks appeared on the Blue Sun Dharma idol, and the cracks rapidly expanded. The Axe Dao Law has been strengthened by several times. The Blue Sun Emperor frowned. With his understanding of the angry axe abyss, he estimated that he had already arrived at the core of the Land of Fragments. The so-called Land of Fragments was said to have pieces of the axe buried deep underground. These axe shards contained extreme Axe Dao laws. Even if he came to the Land of the Shards, he had to be careful. Otherwise, if he got too close to the axe shards, he would be injured by the Axe Dao laws on the axe shards. The Blue Sun Emperor wasn't paying attention and lost track of Li Fuqian and Yan Qingwu. In the Land of Fragments, every step was filled with danger. If the duo didn't have the anger axe herb, they wouldn't be able to survive for more than a single breath. Of course, if the duo's strength was too weak and their law comprehension was too low, even with the anger axe herb, they wouldn't be able to survive for a long time. It was fortunate that they finally got rid of the Blue Sun Emperor and the duo let out a breath of relief. Should I call you Yan Qingwu or something else? Li Fuqian asked Yan Qingwu. Yan Qingwu replied, Yan Qingwu is me, I am Yan Qingwu. Turning her head, Yan Qingwu looked at Li Fuqian with her beautiful eyes and continued, should I call you Li Fuqian or something else? In her opinion, Li Fuqian should be the same as her and had awakened his previous lifetime's memories. Li Fuqian shook his head, I am different from you. Is that so? Yan Qingwu raised her brows and didn't seem to believe it. Li Fuqian said, if I didn't guess it wrongly, you should have reincarnated into the East Unicorn continent, right? If it was a possession, then the current Yan Qingwu couldn't be considered as Yan Qingwu. Only by reincarnating would she be able to have two identities. Yan Qingwu said, I wonder if you have heard of the Saint Spirit continent. Li Fuqian shook his head, is it a high-class continent? That's right. Yan Qingwu said, this world that we are in is called the Deep Blue Plain. The Deep Blue Plain has a total of 9 high-class continents and the Saint Spirit continent is one of them. In my previous lifetime, I came from the Saint Spirit continent. Deep blue plain. 9 high-class continents. This was the first time someone told Li Fuchen what the world he was in was like. Yan Qingwu continued, almost all the saints are gathered in the high-class continents, and the high-class continents are the only path to the universe. Therefore, there are very few saints staying in the deep blue plain. Most of them are heading to the universe to search for opportunities in the universe. Then why did you reincarnate into the East Unicorn continent? Isn't it better to reincarnate into the Saint Spirit continent? The high-class continents had heaven and earth laws, and it was the perfect choice to reincarnate there. Yan Qingwu rolled her eyes at Li Fuchen. Do you think it is so easy to reincarnate and you can reincarnate wherever you want? In fact, without the reincarnation secret technique, it is impossible to reincarnate, and death is death. Even if one reincarnates, not everyone will succeed. It might be possible that during the reincarnation process, all the memories would be erased by the plain law, turning one into a blank piece of paper. In short, there are 3 steps to reincarnate. The first step is to possess the reincarnation secret technique, the second step is to not have the memories erased by the plain law, and the third step is to awaken the memories of the previous lifetime. All 3 steps are indispensable. I see. Li Fuchen nodded. After thinking about it, reincarnation was too heaven-defying, and it was the same as living another lifetime. Therefore, the plain law would definitely have restrictions. Perhaps you were a great figure in your previous lifetime, but you have yet to awaken your memories. Or perhaps, your memories from your previous lifetime have already been erased by the plain law. Yan Qingwu said with a profound meaning. After reincarnation, even if one lost their memories, they would more or less bring along some law comprehensions. These law comprehensions would suddenly become clear at a certain moment, allowing one to grasp them naturally. It might look like an epiphany. In this world, no one knew how many people were reincarnated. In Yan Qingwu's opinion, the number 1 great emperor of the Emperor Sky continent, the Soul Emperor, might be a reincarnator. That might not be the case. Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile. No one understood his own situation better than him. Reincarnation was incredible, but as compared to the golden amulet, it wasn't even worth mentioning. If there was a fated encounter in this world that was worthy for saints to fight for, the golden amulet would definitely be one of them. In fact, Li Fuchen had a premonition that the golden amulet was an artifact that was far superior to saints. At least, the joint heaven sword and saint monument gave Li Fuchen a feeling that they were far inferior to the golden amulet. Chapter 670. Does the Emperor Sky continent have any teleportation arrays to the Saint Spirit continent or other high-class continents? Li Fuchen inquired. In response, Yan Qingwu said, if there is a teleportation array to a high-class continent, do you think these Law Phase Realm Emperors will still stay on the Emperor Sky continent? That's true. Li Fuchen couldn't help but laugh. As compared to high-class continents, plenty of opportunities weren't worth mentioning. No one would be foolish enough to stay on the Emperor Sky continent. Yan Qingwu continued, in fact, the only way to reach a high-class continent is to cross the sea. It is impossible to build a teleportation array between 2 places. Even a sage wouldn't be able to do it. It also means that you are unable to find the way back to the Saint Spirit continent. Li Fuchen said. Yan Qingwu thought about it and nodded, that's right, the deep blue plain is too big. I only know that there are 9 high-class continents in the deep blue plain, but I don't know the exact location. After all, I haven't reached that level yet. Be careful. When Li Fuchen reminded Yan Qingwu, he immediately dodged. As for Yan Qingwu, she dodged at almost the same time as Li Fuchen. After all, she was once a great emperor, so she was very sensitive to danger. Kacha. An axe Dao rule cleaved the space apart. This was not an illusion. The interior of the split spatial zone was pitch black and had a boundless gravitational force. Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu felt as though their spirit souls were about to be sucked away. They had no choice but to quickly move away from the spatial crack. Yan Qingwu said, "This place is too dangerous, let's find a way out." Normally, only saints would be able to cleave open the spatial zone. In this place, even great emperors would be injured if they were cleaved by the Axe Dao law, let alone them. With the ability to sense danger, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu traversed through the land of shards without any mishaps. But as time elapsed, there were more Axe Dao laws that could split open the spatial zone. The duo didn't even bother to speak as they were extremely tense. Outside the land of fragments, in the white world, another figure descended. This figure wasn't as majestic and tyrannical as the Blue Sun Emperor and appeared to be very calm. However, when the Wind Emperor and the others saw this person, all of them were trembling with fear. They quickly cupped their fists and greeted, "Greetings to the Soul Emperor." It was the Emperor Sky Continent's #1 Great Emperor, the Soul Emperor. Although the three of them weren't subordinates of the Soul Emperor, even if they were given 100 times more courage they still wouldn't dare to disrespect the Soul Emperor. One had to know that even the Blue Sun Emperor, who was a great emperor, wouldn't dare to be too presumptuous in front of the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor didn't bother with the three of them. He waved his hand and a dense mass of black insects flew out. The Wind Emperor and the other two shivered as they stared at the black insect. These black bugs were called soul bugs, and they could devour people's souls. They were not afraid of one or two soul insects, but if they were attacked by thousands of soul insects, they could only wait for death. In the outskirts of the land of shards, the Blue Sun Emperor was carefully searching for traces of Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu. Tilting his head, the Blue Sun Emperor saw a small black worm flying past his eyes. Soul insect. The Blue Sun Emperor squinted his eyes. In the Emperor Sky Continent, only the Soul Emperor possessed soul insects. "Soul Emperor, what brings you here?" the Blue Sun Emperor said to the Soul Worm. He knew that soul insects were equivalent to avatars of the Soul Emperor and could transmit information and images. "Lan Ri, what are you looking for here?" The Soul Emperor's voice echoed out from the soul insect's mouth. The Blue Sun Emperor laughed and said, "What can I do? I am just looking for opportunities." "What opportunities can the Anger Axe Abyss have that are suitable for you? A straightforward person will not beat around the bush. I want that kid from the floating sky mountain. If you help me capture him, I, the Soul Emperor, will owe you a favor." The Soul Emperor went straight to the point. "Favor?" The Blue Sun Emperor hesitated for a moment before replying, "All right, it is a deal." It wasn't easy to obtain a favor from the Soul Emperor. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. After coming to an agreement, the two great emperors started to work hard to search for Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu. PFFF. The joint heaven sword was unsheathed and Li Fuchen slashed open a small black insect. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with astonishment. After the black insect was slashed open, it seemed as though nothing had happened as it turned into a black chi stream and gathered again. "This is a soul insect." Yan Qingwu was knowledgeable and immediately recognized the soul insect. Soul insect? Li Fuchen had a bad feeling. In the Emperor Sky Continent, only the Soul Emperor reared soul insects, no one else did. Yan Qingwu said, "Soul insects can only be killed with spiritual awareness attacks." While speaking, Yan Qingwu's left eye shot out a black thread. The black thread penetrated the soul insect and immediately after, the soul insect turned into ashes and vanished. "Blue Sun, I found them, but you are rather closer to them." At the same moment, the Soul Emperor used the soul insect to send a message to the Blue Sun Emperor. "All right." The Blue Sun Emperor followed closely behind the soul insect. At the bottom of the land of shards, there was an axe shard that was still connected to the handle. A white-haired elder appeared from the axe shard. "Kill!" As the white-haired elder yelled out, the land of shards was filled with Axe Dao law. The density was 10 times or 100 times more than before. What is going on? The Blue Sun Emperor was shocked and quickly dodged the Axe Dao Law. The Axe Dao Law here was different from the Axe Dao Law in the outside world. The Axe Dao Law in the outside world was just the aftermath. The Axe Dao Law in the Land of Shards was the Axe intent, and it was even more concentrated, as though it was being activated by someone. Crackle. The Axe intent was too concentrated and the Blue Sun Emperor couldn't dodge in time. One of the Axe intent sliced open the skin on his arm and he nearly lost his arm. The Axe spirit has awakened. The Soul Emperor warned the Blue Sun Emperor. Axe spirit. The Blue Sun Emperor had a change of expression. The true danger of the Land of Shards was the Axe spirit. If the Axe spirit didn't awaken, great emperors would still be able to roam around. But once the Axe spirit awakened, great emperors would have to bear the consequences too. Hurry up and leave. An intense danger assaulted them, causing Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu's scalp to go numb. In the void, there were pitch-black cracks that interweaved like a net and enveloped the duo. This was obviously the phenomenon of a large amount of Axe Dao Law splitting open the spatial zone. But with the duo's ability, how could they dodge so many Axe Dao Law? Just as the spatial cracks were about to envelop the duo, the Axe spirit was rather astonished. With a wave of its hand, countless spatial cracks collapsed and weren't able to injure the duo at all. Seeing the situation, the duo didn't bother about the reason and quickly fled into the distance. If what happened before was just a coincidence, then the two of them understood that there was a reason why the Axe Dao rules of the Land of Shards did not attack them. This was because while they were escaping, none of the Axe Dao rules of the Land of Shards approached them. Sometimes, they even avoided them. It is this old one's honor to be able to see the legendary Joint Heaven Sword Spirit again. The white-haired Axe Spirit had a reminiscing expression. Ultimately, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu left the Land of Shards without any mishaps. It was unknown if it was the sweetness after suffering. After leaving the Land of Shards, Li Fuchen discovered a stalk of the 7-star life-changing herb. No wonder you are able to make it this far. Your luck is truly incredible. Yan Qingwu was speechless. She who was once a great emperor knew clearly how important fate was to a martial artist. Before the martial artist broke out of this world, the plane's fate would envelop everyone. It was basically a fool's talk to defy heaven and change one's fate. Even if one broke out of this world, there was a vaster universe outside. In order to travel in the universe, one would also need the universe's fate. If innate perception determined a person's innate growth limit, then fate determined a person's acquired growth limit. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.